optimism, I think, that things are possible, that we can make some positive change. So what does a better world look like? Well, today you'll hear from Western Australians through a number of lenses: youth, religious activists, architects, the arts, conversations about homelessness, slavery, and a whole range of topics. And we're really pleased today to have our keynote speaker, Stan Grant, and he will speak with us in a few moments. Libraries are safe places that are open to all ideas, and we collect, share and respect different points of view. So we do that in our collections. We try and represent a broad range of ideas, and in our programming. And we very much hope that everyone that attends today shares those values with us. And we will hope that you will participate in the spirit of sharing, tolerance and openness to ideas that are perhaps different to your own ideas or opinions. And we're not asking you to agree, but we're asking you to respect that there are different ideas and views. So just a few housekeeping things before we get going. One of the reasons we're outside today is for your safety, and that's around COVID safety. We take this very seriously. So you will see that there are some big yellow stands. There's one just down the front here that has hand sanitizer. We also have water. There's a water station up behind us there, and sunscreen around, so please use them. And we would encourage you to register online. That is just for purposes of COVID contact tracing, should that be necessary. We won't use that information for any other purpose. You'll find some QR codes around that you can just snap with your mobile phone. And we have some COVID marshals around, and lots of staff wearing a crew t-shirt. If you need any help, then please yell out. As well as the stage here, we also have a stage on the first floor of the library. So in some times there will be duplicate programming. So to get today underway, I'm now going to invite Dr. Richard Walley, OAM, to perform a Welcome to Country. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Margaret. Kaya wanja ngala jawab jenang nanak jeningin ngala mut buja wajak buja pinja buja karajan buja nanak jeningin datni datnyin kalak kopanan karajan bananya karajan bow warm karajan kaya pada wan nanak wangin kurukul karajan wangin maman jenang nanak pada wan nanak wot kul nanak kalak nanak buja nanak mort Mama and Jinang Nanak Kaya. Said, may the good spirit keep everyone safe. This is the Wajak section of the Nyungar language group. It's the place where there used to be a lot of swamps, and a lot of swamps hold stories. And the stories connects us as a people, because we always tell our stories and connect with stories. We call Datni. Datni is sit, listen. Datnyin, come and sit down quietly. Datnyin Karajan, come sit down quietly and learn. Datnyin Karajan Milimili, come sit down and learn with a book. So in our culture we had links to absorbing knowledge, but more important than absorbing knowledge is sharing it. And these opportunities are about sharing those stories. And when your day is completed, may the good spirit take each and every one of you safely back home to your families. I'll do a little song called the Bilya Kuling Wardan. It's about our learning system. When we're young, we're bubbly, and small, like a river. And as we grow older, we get wider, slower, till we get out to the ocean, and the knowledge grows. Kaiwan. Bilya kuling kopen ye ngala buji ye bilya kuling wardan ye ngan mur buji ginja wardan ye bilya kuling kopen ye ngala buji ye bilya kuling wardan ye ngan mur buji ginja wardan ye. Kaya, thanks for choosing this welcome. Thanks for Crows for helping me sing this song this morning. We know this was not take it for granted when you do welcomes. It's done by choice. So Mama dyan ang lunok kaya wa. May the good spirit be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Now, to officially open Disrupted, I would like you to join with me in welcoming the Minister for Culture and the Arts, the Honourable David Templeman. Welcome, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Margaret. And can I, first of all, acknowledge Dr. Richard Walley and thank Dr. Walley for his wonderful welcome to country. And also, can I pay my respects to the Whadjuk Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land in which we meet here this morning in the Perth Cultural Centre, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. Can I also acknowledge, I know she's in the audience, our newly elected Deputy Lord Mayor, who's here this morning with her children, and of course to Margaret Allen, to all of you here who have joined us in the Disrupted Festival of 2020. And for many of you would be aware that normally our Disrupted Festival, of course, is held in July, but due to COVID, it was postponed. But I'm so pleased that Margaret and the team have ensured that we would have a Disrupted Festival. It's a very important festival, and no more important than, of course, reflecting on what has been a disrupted year, 2020. The State Library is something we should be very, very proud of in Western Australia, and I'm very proud of the fact that the wonderful team at the library, led by Margaret and supported by the board, ensures that it is at the forefront of storytelling and reflecting on the journey that is Western Australia. And the great thing that Margaret highlights, of course, is that the State Library of Western Australia delivers a whole range of services and opportunities to West Australians of all ages, and they do it for free. It's free to the public, and that's something that's very, very important. Now, folks, we're here in the Perth Cultural Centre, and we're now, we look back towards the back of where you are sitting, we have our magnificent new museum, Bullabaradip, which of course will open in 2 weeks' time, and that will add to the storytelling that is this Perth Cultural Centre, that reflects the stories going back thousands of years, as Dr. Walley has highlighted. The great thing about our State Library is, of course, that it collects, it preserves, and it shares our stories of Western Australia. And it's important that we continue to do that in a whole range of ways. And the Disrupted Festival will do that through conversations, exhibitions, activities, art and music. And that is so important because it is through those mechanisms that those real stories of Western Australia are told. In an increasing digital world, those conversations now, of course, can happen anywhere, anytime, between anyone. And it's important that the State Library leads as part of that exchange of ideas. Today, I hope all of you will take in, respectfully consider, and contribute to the debates. And what a more important theme than a better world. And I'm sure all of you have been watching activities around the world over the last 48 hours or more. We see, for example, in Europe, the sadness of what's happened in with regard to the COVID-19 crisis there, where, unlike here, communities again are closing and shutting down because of the spread of the COVID virus. We in Western Australia, being, of course, so proudly part of the most safest place on the planet, is something all of you can be particularly proud of. So as we reflect on that, it is an important time, in the spirit of the theme, A Better World, that we explore the ideas, and we'll be doing that very, very shortly when Stan Grant comes on, about what it really means to ensure that we do make this a better world for everybody. And for those who might be music fans, I'm looking forward to this evening's performance of great Western Australian songs by great Western Australian musicians, which is part of the program. Folks, this is a time to be proud of our West Australian creatives, those people who create our stories and share them, be it in music, be it in dance, be it in performance. It's an opportunity to share that these stories are unique to us in Western Australia, and they are so worthy of sharing to the rest of the world. So, over this Disrupted Festival, I hope you'll participate, contemplate, debate, listen, give your points of view about what will make a better world. I encourage you to visit PICA and the Art Gallery of Western Australia to see the huge range of activities that have been prepared for children. But more importantly, enjoy the fact that we can gather here in Western Australia and share those stories and share those visions for the future in a safe way. Ladies and gentlemen, great pleasure to formally open this year's Disrupted Festival Ideas, A Better World, and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Minister. So before we start with our first speaker, with Stan, I would just like to remind you that we do have parallel programming throughout the day. So we have our keynote, and then the first parallel programming will start at 11:30 on the first floor. It's a panel about religious activism. And then later in the day, a panel on how we can improve engagement with the arts, one on ending homelessness at 2 p.m, and at 3:15, a youth panel curated by young Western Australians around what they think a better world looks like. For families, as the Minister mentioned, there's a day of fun activities throughout the Cultural Centre. Just in the shadow of the wonderful new museum is a family stage, and there are shows including I've Got a Problem, Burning, Melting and Saving. I think kids would love something that burns and melts. There's family Tai Chi and some Indigenous artefacts and their stories. So please take advantage of those. I'd also like to acknowledge our wonderful Auslan interpreters that will be with us today here on the stage and on the first floor. It's wonderful to have you again this year. And tonight, if you can hang around for the day, we have a terrific program in the evening tonight. We have Ron Bradfield Jr., an Indigenous storyteller. He will come and do a virtual fireside yarn. And we then have, as the Minister mentioned, a supergroup of Western Australian artists. And importantly, the State Library will light up with projections from our collections and tell the story of West Australia from our collections. So we look forward to a very interesting day. You can get a copy of the program at the information desk, which is up to my right, and the QR codes will help you with the program. So enough from me. It gives me very great pleasure to introduce Stan Grant to you, and I think many of you will already know Stan. He's a Wiradjuri, Kilimaroy and Darwal man. He's a journalist, author and filmmaker, and has written 5 books dealing with the history and politics of Indigenous people in Australia. All of them have been critically acclaimed bestsellers and published internationally. He wrote the documentary The Australian Dream, which dealt with racism in Australian sport, and won a 2019 ACTA Award, the Australian equivalent of an Oscar, for the best feature-length documentary. Stan has been a journalist for more than 30 years and the first Indigenous person to present a primetime news program on Australian commercial network television, and spent more than a decade as a senior correspondent for the CNN. He's received multiple international and national journalism awards, including a 3-time winner of the Walkleys. He's a Professor of Global Affairs at Griffith University and an International and Indigenous Affairs Analyst at the ABC. And I'm sure you've seen him this week. He's been very busy commentating on the US election. Stan lives in Sydney, and unfortunately he can't be with us today, but he will be on the big screen, so you may want to turn your chairs around to watch the big screen. He'll speak for about 45 minutes, and then there will be some opportunity for questions. So, Stan, a very wonderful virtual welcome to Perth.
Thank you very much. I really wish I could be there with you. I wish I could be there with you in person. Blame Donald Trump. I've spent the past week grappling with the US election. I've just come off air, actually, in the last half hour from the ABC. So unfortunately, I can't be there with you. You're having to deal with me on the big screen, and I hope it's not too big, because you don't need too much of me either, to be frank. But it's lovely to be here with you. I'm going to pay respects to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. That's the land from which I'm speaking to you today, and to pay respects to Indigenous peoples everywhere, and the people where you're meeting there today as well. But if people are watching online, or if people are going to see this in other parts of the country, my respects as well to your people and your elders. Disruptive ideas. I've been thinking about this idea, this notion of what is disruption. In one sense, I am a disruptive idea. Just this past week, I've been broadcasting the US election. I was the only Indigenous person involved in the coverage. Indeed, at the ABC, I was the only non-white person involved in the coverage. That's not a criticism of the ABC. That is, in fact, just a statement of reality of journalism and the media in Australia. It is still predominantly, overwhelmingly, in fact, Anglo-Saxon. If you switch on the television, the faces that you see are white. The producers and executive producers of the programs are white. The news directors, the people who run the news networks are white as well. For most of my career, I've been an outlier. When I walked into the newsroom for the first time more than 30 years ago, there was not another Indigenous person to be seen. I was a foreign correspondent, the host of major news programs on various networks, and in every case you'd look around and I wouldn't see people like me. I wouldn't see my own people in those newsrooms. It's starting to change, but it is changing way too slowly. So I speak to you today about disruption, knowing that my very presence is a disruption in itself. It's certainly something that Australian media landscape was not used to and is still getting used to. What a world we're living in. This has been a world, and I just heard it mentioned a moment ago, a world that has gone through enormous disruption this year. And of course, coronavirus has changed so much of the way that we live. Coronavirus has not only challenged our health and the devastating impact it's had on health and loss of lives around the world, but beyond that, it has taken something that is so precious to us, something that we value, indeed something that we have been to war to protect in our world, and that is our freedom. All of us have had to surrender our freedom to defeat this virus. We've had to shut our doors. We've had to shut our borders. Our businesses have closed down. It's extraordinary to think, isn't it, that in Australia, in 2020, this past year, it was actually illegal to go to school or to go to work. It's a remarkable thing to contemplate. Coronavirus has revealed and accelerated so many of the strains that exist in our world. It has revealed the fragility of our economies. It has revealed, in many cases, in many parts of the world, the fragility of our healthcare systems. It's revealed that for all of its strengths and all of the progress that it has come with it, the idea of globalization has limits. The free movement of people, open borders, plane travel to anywhere, anytime in the world has also shown that we can transmit disease anytime, anywhere in the world. For a world that has increasingly, over the span of my lifetime, been about opening up, our borders have been our salvation. And you know this as well as anyone in Western Australia. The strength of our borders has actually kept us alive in some cases. Now, what is that going to mean for the world? A world that in fact will have to rely on open borders and greater cooperation to defeat coronavirus. Do we get our economies back? Do we get back to travelling as frequently and as openly as we had done before? Coronavirus has challenged the idea of freedom, it has challenged the idea of openness, of globalisation and of free movement of people, and of course it's challenged our economies. It came out of China, and it has also revealed, I think for us, it's put front and centre the challenge of living in a world where China is emerging as the biggest economy in the world and a superpower to rival the United States. It has, of course, decimated the United States. Coronavirus has killed more than 200,000 people. There are 9 million people affected, and right now, as we speak on this day, there have been more than 120,000 new cases in the United States alone. It has shut down the US economy, and it has added, I think, to the divisions that we've seen in the United States, and we've seen this in the US election. We take a snapshot of our world over the past 2 decades, and what do we see? We see, if you take the 9/11 attacks on New York, we've seen wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, we've seen civil war in Syria, we've seen a rise of terrorism in parts of the world. We have seen as a result of that the flow of refugees, particularly into places like Europe, which has led to a resistance and a blowback against that, which has led to borders going up again to stop the movement of people. And it has also seen, off the back of an anti-immigration push, the rise of a far-right politics. In some cases, a return to what can be termed as fascism across Europe, something that we hadn't seen since the 1930s. At the same time, as we see a rise of this populism, a rise of right-wing politics, a greater authoritarianism, we have seen that the strongman leader has made a comeback. And just think of them: Xi Jinping in China, Vladimir Putin in Russia, Viktor Orban in Hungary, who proudly boasts of a democracy that is illiberal. We see Viktor Erdogan in Turkey, increasingly cracking down on free speech and the media. Duterte in the Philippines, Modi in India, Boris Johnson, you could say, in the UK, and Donald Trump in the United States. All of them, to some degree, tap into a populist wave, the idea of a pent-up aggression, a rejection of the outside world in some cases. They tap into a feeling of resentment and anxiety, and they exploit that for political office. That's a reality in our world today. Democracy has been in retreat. Freedom House, which measures the health of democracy around the world, now counts 13 straight years of declining freedom. That means that we are less free and less democratic than we were last year or the year before or the year before or the year before that. That there are fewer democratic states in the world according to the definitions of Freedom House. At the same time, we've seen a rise of authoritarianism and China, and I'm going to come to China in a little bit more detail later. So we have disruption, we have coronavirus, we have disease, we have economic collapse, we have populism, we have erosion of democracy and a rise of authoritarianism. I think Prime Minister Scott Morrison probably summed up this period most adeptly and succinctly recently when he said, "We live in a world that is poorer, more disordered, and more dangerous than we have seen probably any time since the 1930s. If you take what we are seeing in our world today and you overlay that to the period between 1914 and the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, it is eerily similar. You have a rise of a power in China and a weakening power in the United States now. If you go back then, you have the rise of Germany in the lead up to 1914 and the weakening position of the United Kingdom, and that tips the world into war. You have the Spanish flu in 1918, 1919 at the end of the First World War, which killed more people than World War I indeed itself did. And what do we have? We have coronavirus. They had the Depression of 1929. And what do we have? We have the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. Of course, there was World War I, and we have not had a world war, but we did have the wars of Iraq and Afghanistan that have never ended. And of course, we've got the ongoing conflict across the Middle East. And if you look around the world right now, from Africa to the Middle East to Ukraine, to the tensions between India and Pakistan, India and China, which just this year alone stared each other down on the border and exchanged gunfire, and soldiers on both sides were killed. There is conflict and there are the seeds of an even greater conflict potentially to come. Today certainly does echo the past. I think it was Mark Twain that once said that history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. And what we're seeing now, I think, is the rhyming of the past. So a disrupted time, and we're having a conference talking about disrupted ideas. And I wanted to think about what are disruptive ideas. I wanted to challenge you. I want you to think. I want you to think hard, and I want you to question your own values. I want you to look into yourself, because I do this all the time. I spend most of my life thinking, reading, challenging what I think, questioning myself. I've travelled the world, I've reported from different parts of the world, and I know that there is not just one answer and there are no easy answers. Do we really want to be disrupted? You can come here today, and I'm looking at some of you sitting on the steps, and you're bathed in beautiful sunlight. You don't have to social distance. If someone's waving to me, I'll wave back. You don't have to social distance, and that's a blessing. You can drink your coffee and you can listen to nice ideas. You know, we can come together and we can explore ideas. But do we really want to be disrupted? Do we really? Or do we just want to push ourselves a little bit, but not too far? And I think about the lead up to this discussion here today, and I know there was a lot of debate and conversation and some commentary around the invitation of someone like Jacinta Price, who was meant to be speaking at this festival. And I know that there was some pushback against the organisers for that. And I think about this and I think, isn't that what we need though? Don't we need to hear other people so that we can challenge, so that we can debate, so that we can have this discussion? We hear a lot about cancel culture in our world today, shutting people down. I lived and worked in parts of the world where people are killed for their beliefs and where people will die for their beliefs. I lived in parts of the world where I would go out and interview people who would just as easily cut my throat. I have walked through bombed out marketplaces where the blood is so thick on the ground that I could taste it in the back of my throat, where I would see mothers digging bits of burning flesh out of the shell-marked walls after explosions and putting it into plastic bags because it is all they have left to bury of their children. And I know that the idea of free discussion and debate is precious. If we don't like an idea, bring a better idea. Push back, challenge. That's what we need to do in the world. So I want to run by you today 4 disruptive ideas. And I want you to think about these ideas, and I want you to be challenged by these ideas. And I've chosen them deliberately to be provocative. And here's the first one. Donald Trump was necessary. Now we all know the failings of the Trump presidency. We've seen in recent days that he has no respect for truth, that he is someone who will send dangerous messages to his own people, that he is ruled not as a unifier, but as a divider. He has come to power because of division. But was Donald Trump necessary? Think about America. Think about the drift of America. Go back to the 1960s. In the 1960s in America, you have tumult. You have the Vietnam War. You have protest. You have John F. Kennedy, the president, assassinated. In 1968, his brother, Robert Kennedy, assassinated. Martin Luther King, shot dead. Malcolm X, shot dead. The 1968 election, where we started to see the seeds of the populism and the anger that has led to the election of Donald Trump. There has been a slow unravelling of America, and there has been a solidifying of power in America. And with that solidifying of power, the monopolisation of power, has come a contempt for people left behind. If you look at America today, a working class person, their wages today are less than they were earning 20 years ago. Try this for a statistic. Between 2014 and 2017, in America, life expectancy decreased. Think about that. The richest country in the world, life expectancy decreased. People were dying younger year by year by year. It was happening because of an ongoing sense of hopelessness, people left behind, an opioid epidemic that had spread amongst the community, increased suicide, drug and alcohol addiction, and of course gun violence. The United States, where there are more guns than people. The political agenda, the political class had come to monopolise power. The top 5% hold the majority of wealth in America, and they hand it on to their children who dominate the places at the best universities in America. Think about the presidency. Just think about this. If you go from Ronald Reagan, whose vice president is George H.W. Bush, who in turn becomes president, who then goes to Bill Clinton, and then goes to George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush's son. And then Bill Clinton's wife, Hillary Clinton, is Secretary of State in the Obama administration. And she runs for election in 2016. And she loses, and Barack Obama's vice president, Joe Biden, is now on track to become the president of the United States. Power has not shifted in America. They are handing it down from family to family within families like an aristocracy. That's the monopolisation of power in the United States. It's been called by Michael Sandel, the Harvard University philosopher, a tyranny of merit. He calls it the meritocracy, the new aristocracy. Those people who say to those poor and left behind that they can do it if they try. Barack Obama repeated this phrase, "You can do it if you try," more than 140 times in speeches during his presidency. Well, no, they cannot do it if they try, because the system has been working against people, against social mobility. When power is controlled in the hands of a few, it locks other people out. And don't think for a moment that because these people are on different sides of politics, that they represent anything different in terms of points of view. They all come from the same place, they go to the same universities, they live alongside each other, and they attend each other's weddings, as Bill and Hillary Clinton did with Donald Trump. There they were, smiling at the Trump wedding to Melania. The meritocracy that Michael Sandel talks about is entrenched in America. What have we seen over the past 20 to 30 years in America? We've seen the weakening of communities, hollowing out of communities. People whose factories have shut down, whose jobs have been sent offshore. In the 2007-2008 financial crisis, ordinary people lost their jobs and their homes, while big bankers were bailed out by the Obama administration that had come to power, offering them hope. So you have hopelessness, joblessness, increased suicide, higher rates of death, an opioid epidemic. And then along comes Donald Trump and he says, I see you, I hear you. He puts on the NASCAR cap. He eats McDonald's. He shows them that he's listening to them. Now, Donald Trump is a solidly part of the meritocracy. He's not there to represent those people either, but he gives a voice to those people. And if there is one thing that we have seen over the past 4 years, is that the voice of the left behind are no longer silent. Whether it is black, whether it is white, we have brought politics back to American life. It is contested. It is contested against Donald Trump, but it's also contested by those people who vote for Donald Trump. And consider this, Donald Trump in this latest election just got the second highest vote of any presidential candidate in American history, beaten only by Joe Biden. He increased his vote from last time, and here's something else to consider. The non-white vote, black, Hispanic, Native American vote, increased for Donald Trump. He got the highest single percentage of vote of non-white voters of any Republican candidate ever, around about 25% of non-white voters. These are disruptive ideas. Donald Trump, the person who has dog-whistled to racists, who has flaunted and flattered the white supremacists, the Proud Boys and so on, is also the president who last September delivered the highest rates of employment for African Americans ever in American history. Contradiction. This is the heart of America. America is contradictory. Now, no one is going to sit here and say that Donald Trump has been about unifying America or dragging up the poor of America. But he gives voice to something that was in the country and something that was long overdue, a disruption to the country, a challenge to politics as usual, where political power is handed down from family to family and within families. Here's a second disruptive idea. China is winning. Now that's also a very dangerous concept. I lived in China for 11 years. I reported for CNN out of Hong Kong for 4 years. I then spent in 2 different stints another 7 years in Beijing. I saw this extraordinary country up close, this juggernaut, a country that has performed an economic miracle, a country that I'm sure some of you of my age would remember this. When we were kids, a country that could not feed itself. Remember being told by your parents, eat up your food because there are people, children starving in China? China today is on track to become the biggest economy in the world, to surpass the United States. By some measurements, it already has. A country that could not feed itself has lifted 700,000 people out of poverty. 700,000 people out of poverty. A country that in 1989 turned its guns on its own people in the massacre at Tiananmen Square. Deng Xiaoping, the leader, ordering the army to fire on his own people. Then awarded the Olympic Games for 2008. China has confounded history and confounded the experts. For 2 decades now, people have been saying this can't continue. China will collapse, but China hasn't collapsed. China has watched as America has lurched from terrorism to war to financial collapse to Donald Trump. And it looks at America and it looks at the world and it says, we have a better model. And the China model is this: we will make you rich, but we will never make you free. That's the bargain. That's the deal with the people. And under Xi Jinping, China has taken an even greater authoritarian turn. He is locking up dissidents. He is locking up artists and writers and lawyers. He has put 1 million Uyghur Muslims into detention in what human rights groups call brainwashing camps. He has cracked down on protests in Hong Kong. He is drawing red lines with Taiwan. He's talking about a rejuvenation of China that means bringing Taiwan back to mainland China. He has claimed and militarized the South China Sea despite a ruling from the Maritime Court in The Hague that it was not to do so. Xi Jinping looks at the West and he believes China's model is better. And right now, when you look at the state of America and when you look at China, who would blame him? COVID-19 came out of China, but China has it under control. China's economy is growing. China's economy will grow by what is projected to be around 8% over the next year. What does it mean for our world in a world where China is winning? What we see is progress. What we see is democracy. What we see is the inevitable triumph of democracy in the world that we have believed like a tenet of faith is being turned upside down. It was 30 years ago, last year, that Francis Fukuyama, the American political scientist, at the fall of the Berlin Wall and then ultimately the collapse of the Soviet Union, wrote his famous essay, The End of History. And he believed that the triumph of liberal democracy represented the end of history. Not that events don't happen, not that time doesn't change, not that people don't change, but the big ideological struggles are over. Liberal democracy, he said, had won. It was the last ideology standing. How wrong he was. History didn't end. History has returned, and history has returned with a vengeance. In the same year, 1989, when he was writing The End of History, we were celebrating the collapse of the Berlin Wall and an outpouring of freedom. China was turning its guns on its own people. Fast forward to 2020, China is on the cusp of becoming the most powerful economic country in the world. And we're feeling this in Australia right now. Our exports are being cut back. Our government ministers cannot pick up a phone and call their counterparts in Beijing. China is winning. Here's another dangerous idea. It may sound strange coming from someone like me, but I want to explain this for you. Identity is poison. Identity is poison. All around the world where I have reported, I have seen the worst of identity. Now, I'm not talking about what you identify as. I'm not saying that we don't all have an identity. We do. Badalu Wiradjuri Gibia, Diramadalinya, Badu Wiradjuri. I can speak my own language. I am a Wiradjuri man, a proud Wiradjuri man. That's part of who I am. My mother is a Gummeroy woman. I have a Dharawal great-great-grandfather. I have Irish ancestry. I'm an Australian citizen. I'm married. I follow a football team. I'm a father. I'm a son. All of those things are part of my identity. They are identities, but I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about an identity that pits us against each other, and us and a them that doesn't see our common humanity. I've seen this everywhere. One of the things that Francis Fukuyama overlooked in his end of history thesis was the power of identity. Think about what happened after 1989 and then later the collapse of the Soviet Empire. What did we see? We saw the war in Rwanda, Hutu versus Tutsi, a war of identity. The collapse of Yugoslavia and the war in the Balkans, wars of identity. We've seen the rise again of Russia as a global power, where Vladimir Putin talks endlessly about the collapse of the Soviet Empire as being the great catastrophe of the 20th century. Identity. What is the rise of the far right across Europe if not identity? What is Donald Trump if not identity? Tapping into an anxiety and a fear and to make America great again. Because this is what identitarians seek to do. They're not interested in the future, they're always looking at the past. It's a militant, toxic nostalgia. Mark Lillard, the American political scientist, calls this the shipwrecked mind. The shipwrecked mind. The shipwrecked mind doesn't see the future. The shipwrecked mind sees only the debris of the past floating by them. Identitarians, identity demagogues, constantly talk about the past. But it's not about remembering the past. It's not about acknowledging the past. It's not about telling the truth about the past. It is weaponizing the past. It is a virulent history. It is a toxic history. It is the history of what Friedrich Nietzsche, the philosopher, once called ressentiment. Ressentiment, which is the idea that history is a wound that you return to over and over again. You do not want to move on from history, but you want to return to that wound because it is the source of identity. And in that source of identity, you pit people against each other. In China, when I was there, every single speech that would be delivered by a Chinese political leader would talk about the history of humiliation. The history of humiliation. They're still fighting the Opium Wars, the invasion of the British, and from there the foreign dominance of China, the French, the Japanese, the Germans, that this occupation and domination of China is a scar on the soul of China. China, for all its greatness today, for the fact that it has triumphed over poverty, the Communist Party has lifted people out of poverty and taken China to the apex of global power, they still cling to the narrative of the past and the vengeance and the anger of the past. And I understand this. I understand this only too well. In China, they have a phrase, to eat bitterness. I know the taste of bitterness in my mouth because as an Indigenous person in Australia, my history is the taste of bitterness. Every Aboriginal person knows the bitter taste of history. How can we not when our lands have been invaded and our people have been massacred and we've been pushed to the margins? When I was born in 1963, I was born to a people living on the fringes of society, born into abject poverty. Not because of my parents, any failing on my parents' behalf, but because of who we were. We moved from town to town, never a permanent home. I changed schools more than a dozen times before I was even into high school. It was transient, it was a life of vulnerability, it was a life of a lack of certainty and security. And it's directly related to our history. And we look at Australia today and what do we see? First Nations people, the most impoverished and imprisoned people in the country. That's the bitter taste of history. So how do we live with that history without it also poisoning our identity and turning us against each other? That is the great challenge for all of us, to reckon with truth, to reckon honestly with truth, to bring justice to history, and to free ourselves from the chains of the history. As Amartya Sen, the great Indian economist and philosopher, once said, solitarist identities, those identities that are solely based around one thing, that reduce us to one thing and one thing only, they kill, he says, and they kill indiscriminately. He says that solitarist identity makes our world flammable. Here's the fourth disruptive idea. We fear freedom. We are meant to yearn for freedom. We are meant to believe in freedom. The idea of freedom, we believe, has animated history. I'm a great student of philosophy. I've studied the philosopher Hegel a lot. He's probably the most influential figure in my own intellectual life. I grapple with his ideas a lot. Incredibly opaque, convoluted, complicated ideas. But it comes down to this fundamental idea that freedom is the engine of history. He believes it is freedom that drives history forward until we reach an absolute spirit, the absolute state, the ethical state when we are released from our chains to live a life of freedom. He says it is the world where the master and slave no longer are locked in relationships of dependency and anger, but both are freed from their chains. The master no longer needs the slave to be the master, and the slave is no longer held in bondage. The idea of freedom, he believed, animated history. It's what Francis Fukuyama looked to when he wrote The End of History. It's a Hegelian idea that we reach a moment where he says we have grasped freedom. The wall has come down. This was Hegel's idea of the end of history. But don't we also fear freedom? If I look around our world today, I know, and I've spoken to you at the start here, of how fragile freedom is. Coronavirus has reminded us of this. Those little things, the things that bind us to each other, the things that make our democracy work, going for a swim at the beach, having a coffee with friends, going for a run in the park, reading a book in the sun. The little things where we brush up against each other, where the common courtesies and kindness and generosity that we extend to each other. How all of you can sit here today knowing that you are safe. And whatever your differences, whatever different backgrounds you come from, you can sit with each other and say, we can share this moment together. That's the essence of our freedom and our democracy. And this year, with coronavirus, we've had to surrender that. The wearing of a mask, as essential, obviously, as it has been to fight coronavirus, takes away something as well from our humanity. The fact that we can't shake hands. When coronavirus has passed, we need to recover those simple things, those simple freedoms of smiling at someone without having to wear a mask and shaking someone's hand. That when you shake someone's hand, you are saying, I'm not a threat to you, I welcome you, I am part of you. It's an extraordinary gesture. It was an extraordinary breakthrough in humankind when we could do that. We could put aside our weapons and we could put our hands out. We need to hold on to that and we need to remember that. But we have seen how quickly freedom can be taken from us. I've seen around the world how people will bend to tyranny. If I look at China, obviously people are getting rich. But people are also prepared to acquiesce to power if power makes them rich. They will take richness over freedom. Adolf Hitler, who brought Weimar Germany to its knees. If you think about Weimar Germany, at that point, the most intellectual, the most dynamic society in the world. They gave us Wagner, they gave us Einstein. This democracy that also saw the rise of the Third Reich. And the Third Reich did not seize power, they were elected. The Nazis were elected. Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf wrote that the German people, he said, would rather bend to the strong leader than dominate the weak leader. He said they run from the promise of liberal freedom instead to the ideology without rival. They will shun liberal freedom and embrace the ideology without rival. And we saw where that led. Stalin in Russia used to talk about harvesting souls. He said that the production of human beings is more important than the production of tanks. We know where the loss of freedom leads us. It leads us to the gulag and the gas chamber. When people give up their freedom, when they bend to tyranny, we know where it leads. And yet I have seen in our world, and I continue to see in our world, how quickly we acquiesce to tyranny. So 4 disruptive ideas that I think go to the heart of what we are struggling with in our world today. How do we live free? How do we live with our history and deliver justice? How do we reach back for those people who were left behind and bring them with us rather than leaving them to be exploited by demagogues who feed them lies and tap into their anger and their anxiety? How do we find identities in common while also holding on to those identities that are absolutely important to us? How do we engage in ideas with people, even people we disagree with, rather than just shutting down the ideas? Because I know where that leads. That leads to tyranny. I wanted to talk today to finish off with the idea of a better world. What does a better world look like? A better world. In my language, Wiradjuri language, we have a philosophy. It is called Yinjamara Winangana. Yinjamara Winangana. It's something I learnt from my father and my grandparents. Yinjamara Winangana is the idea of living with respect in a world worth living in. Living with respect in a world worth living in. It is not just enough that we respect each other. It's not just enough. We need to work towards making a world worthy of that respect. Where have I seen Yinjamara Winangana at work in our world? I have seen it in the worst parts of our world. I have seen it in people who have lost everything. I remember being in Pakistan during the earthquake in 2005. We were driving back with my television crew and I saw a light on in an open field and a small tent. And I said to my cameraman, let's stop here and let's walk over to that tent. I want to see what's inside. And there was a mother outside and she was cooking over an open fire, cooking all that she had left in the world. Inside the tent was her husband and her 2 sons. One of the sons had a badly broken leg. The day before, they had lost everything. They'd lost their home in the earthquake. Their eldest son was killed and buried in the rubble. The father had to carry his other son with a broken leg down a mountainside to an area where they could get relief rations. They could get food and they could get a tent. That's all they had in the world. A mother cooking on an open fire and a family that had lost everything. We spoke to them about their lives and their hopes and their dreams and what had brought them here. And the next morning I was in the town square early. And every day the relief agencies would come in and they would select men to go and work for the day. And here, at dusk, at dawn, on this day, was the man I met in the tent. A man who had lost his son and his home, who had carried his other son with a broken leg down a mountainside to a tent and some food rations. And he was standing there in the town square, eager and waiting for work. That's Yinjamara Winangana. That is respect and creating a world worth living in. I saw it in a little boy in a refugee camp in Afghanistan who had known nothing but war, who had lost his parents and had half his leg blown off in an explosion. I saw him standing by the side of the road and he had a homemade crutch he was leaning on. In his hand was a plastic bag, and in that plastic bag were a collection of other plastic bags. And I stopped and I spoke to him. And I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Every day I come down here and I collect plastic bags and I stand by the side of the road because someone might want to buy one." This boy could have given up. He could have stayed in his tent. He could have stayed in the refugee camp. What gets a boy up with one leg and a homemade crutch to sell disused plastic bags by the side of the road? That's the human spirit. That's Yinjamara Wanangana. I know after an explosion in Afghanistan, I went to a makeshift hospital. And I saw this young girl lying on a bed, and I saw her father sitting there holding her hand. And I went and sat with them. My cameraman was filming, and I was talking to the father. The young girl had internal injuries. She had broken ribs. She had a broken leg. In any other hospital in the world with the right equipment, she'd be fine. She would survive. But she was going to die. She was going to die because they didn't have the facilities and the resources to save her. And her father was sitting next to her, and he's rubbing her hand, and he's watching the light fade from his little girl's eyes. And I tell you, when I was sitting there doing it, and I feel emotional now even talking about it, the tears were coming out of my eyes watching this happen. And when I got up to go, this father, he looked at me, and he saw that I was upset, and he got up and gave me a hug. He let go of his daughter's hand to give me a hug. What an extraordinary display of the human spirit, Yinjamara Wanangana. This is how you make a better world. You make it by what we bring to it, by what we do, by seeing our common humanity, not difference. We have different religions, we have different races, different backgrounds. When do we see each other? The great philosopher Gilles Deleuze, a French philosopher, had this idea of becoming and not being. Being, he says, freezes us in time. We are in a constant process of becoming. We are in a constant process of change. And he had this idea of the beautiful soul who sees difference but not opposition. That's what I've seen in the worst parts of the world, but in the greatest part of the human soul. I have seen people who see difference but not opposition. The beautiful souls of our world. And I've talked to you a lot about freedom and what freedom means to me and the importance of freedom. And we have time for some questions in just a moment. But I wanted to finish with a story that has really shaped me and influenced me, and I carry this story with me all the time. And I think about it now in the state of the world that we are in, a world torn apart by war and conflict, and I think about the divided United States, and I think about the erosion of liberty and justice in our world. I think about my own people and how we struggle and continue to struggle in our own country. I think about Yinjamara Wanangana and the idea of making a world worth living in. And I'm reminded of Alexander Solzhenitsyn, the great Soviet writer, who of course was sent to the Gulag. He was one of the souls that would not be harvested. He was one of the human beings who would not allow himself to be produced by a Stalinist regime. He was sent to the Gulag, and he told this story that he called First Cell, First Love. First cell, first love. He said, you never forget your first prison cell, because there he found love. He said when he was sent to the Gulag, he was sent to solitary confinement, and he'd spent so long there that he'd forgotten what it felt like to touch another human being or to look at another human being. He was eventually let out, and he was taken to his first cell. He said the door opened, and there were 3 bedraggled faces in there, long hair and matted hair and beards. He walked in, and they turned and they smiled, and he said he'd forgotten how beautiful the smile was. And as they turned to him, they said, are you from freedom? Are you from freedom? It's an extraordinary idea of a man who was sent to a gulag, having his freedom taken from him, who refused to allow his freedom to leave. He said in that moment, he discovered what it means to say the word we. We, as a people, in a cell, finding love and finding freedom. It's a remarkable question, isn't it, to ask of anyone, are you from freedom? Thank you so much for allowing me to talk to you today, and I hope I've given you something to think about, and I hope there are lots of questions, because I'm really looking forward to taking some of your questions here today. In my language, Mandangu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stan. I'm really taken by that, living in a world with respect, in a world that's worth living in. And to me, I guess that that's what we're trying to explore today. What is it that would make this world a world worth living in? And difference, but not opposition. So I'm going to just check. We've got a couple of microphones. Can I just see where they are? Okay, so do we have any questions for Stan? Okay, there's a couple up the back. It'll take a little bit of time. We're split because of the sun. I'm sorry that we don't have more shade. Can you pop your hands back up, please? Yes, just...
Hello, Stan. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. I'm waiting to see you.
my
I'm waiting to
name's
see you. I've certainly
Tracy.
got you.
My name's Tracy.
Tracy, how are you going?
Good. I went through COVID. Going through COVID as a person with a disability, we lost access to our hospitals. I heavily rely on hospitals, and all of a sudden hospitals were taken away.
Yeah.
But in this period of time, I'd like to say I got offered money from a person that I just only meant to pay my rent. I also got money to pay my other bills and food if I wanted to, and then it continued on. Now, I'd like to suggest to you that COVID itself has changed our ideas in how we do things as people. Before then, I don't know whether I would have got my rent. What do you think about COVID and how it's changed us as people, and also how it's changed us here in Perth?
That's a really beautiful question, Tracy, and you know, I'm glad to see that you came through that, and I'm really touched to hear that story that someone was able to come to your assistance like that and offer that generosity. You know, at this time in our lives, when we are tested, and I've seen this in all around the world, we find the better angels of our nature, as Abraham Lincoln would have said. And how quickly we lose that when the crisis passes. We know how we come together, don't we, around bushfires and natural disasters, and we know that Australians are very giving people. I know that we give a lot to charities, but we can so quickly lose that and lose sight of those things once the emergency has passed. It has certainly changed the way that we live. There is good and bad. There is no doubt that I think when we share something like this, that we all feel a little bit more vulnerable. We all realise that we are only just a breath away, literally a breath away, potentially from our own death. And it should make us reflect on that. And I think the best of us, we see the best of us when we see that sort of kindness and generosity. It's changed the way that we do business. We all know that we're now having to work from home a lot more. That's changing the way we interact with our families, with our colleagues, with our friends. It's challenged the nature of time, how we allocate time, what our priorities are. I think a lot of people have asked themselves, do they want to keep living this lives that we lived beforehand, where we knew we were on this treadmill and we were ridiculously time poor and we were stressed out, and we wonder what all that is for when we realise how quickly something can be taken from us and when you face a greater threat, as we all have. So I think it's changed the way that we work, it's changed the way that we interact. I worry that on a geopolitical global level that it's revealed the potential to disappear behind our own doors. I worry about borders going up again, and I worry that in the coming out of COVID, as all of our economies are affected, that we turn away from each other and we look inside. I worry about what they call this vaccine nationalism, that as a vaccine becomes available, that is hoarded and used by particularly the richer nations in the world at the expense of the poorer nations in the world. So what I would hope, Tracy, just in summary, is that we can take your beautiful experience and the generosity and the kindness you experience from others, and to be able to overlay that across other aspects of our lives, and to make sure we don't lose sight of each other, and to make sure that we understand our responsibilities to each other, regardless of wherever we are in the world. That'll be a good thing if this emerges from this. But there is no doubt COVID is going to change our world and has already changed our world in ways perhaps we don't even realise yet.
Okay, next question. Could I perhaps get you to stand up when you ask your question? That will help Stan to see where you are as well.
Hey Stan, how you going?
G'day, mate. How you going?
Yeah, good. My name's Tim. I just wanted to ask, so
Tim, hi.
currently the world is incredibly polarised, and you can kind of see that in the election in the States, but
Yeah.
you also see that people aren't as willing to share their ideas as anymore. So, you know, Biden was ahead by 12 points in the polls, and now it's coming down to 10,000 votes or something. Do you think that there's a practical way that we can walk back this tribal mentality that we're sort of getting where, you know, you get labelled, anyone who's Republican is a stupid racist and anyone who's a Democrat is a libtard, snowflake, whatever, BS. Do you think there's a way we can walk that back so that we can actually start properly sharing ideas and debating again without people just writing off ideas and then it ends up being a silent thing where they go into a polling booth where no one can see them and express their ideas instead?
Yeah.
Can we go back to actually sharing disruptive ideas properly?
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. And I've got one really simple, practical suggestion. Make sure that every single person on Twitter is identified. There's the first thing you do, right? I want to see your name and I want to see your face. No coward's castle, no hiding behind anonymity, no fake names, no fake accounts. If you want to say something, then you be accountable for it. You put your name and your face to it. See how brave people are then. See how insulting people are then, when they are going to actually have to own their own comments. I think it is poisonous what we have seen, particularly on social media, the way that people attack, the way that people form those tribes and go after one another. It has absolutely weakened the sort of quality of our public discourse in really dangerous ways, and it leads to the sort of demagoguery and political tribalism and partisanship and populism that we see in other parts of the world. And think about this, each new communications technology brings with it the threat of danger. It was the Gutenberg press that lit the fire that you could see emerge in the 30 Years' War, the religious wars of Europe, which completely changed the nature of Europe and gave us the modern state. If you look at the microphone amplified the fascist voice of 1930s Europe. If you take away the microphone, if you take away the moving picture, Hitler is a voice in a beer barn in Munich, but he's elevated. His voice is amplified through the microphone. And social media, we have seen, and I don't want to make the mistake, and it's very easy to do this, to say Donald Trump is like Adolf Hitler. He's not anywhere. But he has used social media, and other populists use social media in a similar way to feed into that tribalism and that anger. I think it's a really simple and very practical thing. If you want to go on there and you want to engage in debate, put your name and your face to it. See how that works. And I think that's a really practical thing. We don't see it. We don't see it because there's too much invested in this vitriol, in feeding this beast, this anger, this tribalism. It would seem to me a very simple, practical thing to do. Why isn't it done? Why are people allowed to go onto social media, to Twitter in particular, and launch the sort of attack that we see launched on other people? The other thing is what we're doing here today, having civil conversation, sharing ideas. You know, one of the things I really like to do, I love to read people I don't agree with. I like to listen to other ideas. If people come to you in good faith, if there is a good faith sharing of ideas, I've got no time for racists. I've got no time for hate speech. I've got no time for people who want to inflict violence or to inspire violence. We need to shut that down. But if people want to come in good faith and they want to have a conversation, I want to have those conversations, because I tell you what, I've changed my mind about things. And we should change our mind about things. We should be open to that. One of the worst things I think we see in our society is when we don't allow politicians to say, I was wrong, or I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. If a politician does that, we say, oh, well, they're wishy-washy. You know, they're a flip-flopper. They don't have the courage of their convictions. What a load of nonsense. I think it might have been John Kenneth Galbraith or you know, it may have been Keynes who said, you know, when the facts change, I change my mind. I'm open to that. I love it when I go through a process and I read and I think and I go, you know what, I was wrong about that and I see this differently. Or even if I don't see it differently, I'm open to a different perspective and my own view is challenged. John Stuart Mill, the philosopher, once said, "He who knows only his side of the argument knows little of that." How can you be sure of your own views if you haven't tested them? And we test them by coming together in peace and good faith and sharing our ideas in places like this today. So what you've done today and what everyone else has done here today, you know, you deserve applause because you could be doing anything else. And you've come to a place where you can share ideas. And that is what we need to hold on to.
Okay, more questions? Can you pop your hands up? There's one in the middle here, and then if we can have a hand for the next one. Okay, down the bottom. We'll take the down the bottom one, and then there's a lady standing straight down from the tree.
Hi Stan, my name's Bella and I come from the Perth
Hi.
Hills. I was wondering what your view on is how youth without the power of the vote can change the world, because we've seen recently the development of youth who speak up, how they're changing the world. I was wondering what your opinion is on it.
Yeah. Well, you know, we've seen that in recent times, haven't we, with particularly the climate change action. You know, the failure of our generation, my generation, to deal with these existential crises is something, you know, the youth have been able to point out to us, and they're the people who are going to inherit this world. It is the youth of the world who will have to live in the world that we have left behind for them. And so I think that activism and I think that voice is really important. I would also caution, and I have my own children who are interested in the world and they talk about the world, and you know, we have great conversations and they've been brought up in different parts of the world. They're very open to things. But I'm always saying to them too, think for yourself. You know, I know what it was like when I was 18 or 19 and you're full of the passion of youth and you're exploring new ideas and you're reading books, and some of those ideas can be incredibly exciting and some of them can be really dangerous too. And you get swept up in that, and I remember that myself, and it's good to be idealistic and angry and to have that passion and spirit. That's what we need to bring to public discussion and debate. But to also be aware that you're going to change over your lifetime, and to open up to listening to other people and thinking about other people. That, you know, if we're dealing with something, and let's just take climate change as an example, and that's one that springs to mind because I think obviously we've seen the youth take such an incredibly powerful position with this, and Greta Thunberg and others who've led this sort of wave of youth protest around the world that has forced governments to listen. If you take something like that, one of the things that I've found in my life is that there's never just one side to an argument. And while we have to embrace policies to move to cleaner forms of energy, we know the devastating impact it's having on our planet. We only need to look at the bushfires that we had in Australia last year to be reminded of how close to home that can be. We only have to look to our election last year to realise that people who feel left out or left behind, the people who are told we're going to shut down your mines or take away your jobs, how they will turn as well. And they have power at the ballot box too. And I think in any of these discussions about dealing with existential crises like climate change, dealing with questions of race, dealing with cultural issues, that we're mindful of the fact that we need to be able to open our minds and speak to other people. And when decisions are made that inevitably are going to impact communities, and sometimes negatively, that we think about those communities and we work with those communities and we find ways to bring people through those transitions so people are not left behind. So I would say to the youth, you know, you have an incredible energy and an incredible passion, and you're going to make the world. Not people like me, we've had our go. You're going to make the world. Think about the world you're going to be making. Think about the person on the other side of the argument, someone who disagrees with you, and think about how you can reach out to that. Think about how you can open your mind to that. And think about how we need to communicate. You know, protest is full of passion and it's full of noise, and that's great. But when the noise dies down, when the slogans and the banners are put away, we've got to get the work done. If we want change, protests can raise an issue, but then you've got to get the work done. You've got to get the policy in place. To do that, we need to be able to work across all sides. So to youth leaders, to those who are emerging, who are going to be the voices of the future, do a better job than we have in being able to speak to the other side and bring people with you.
Okay, we're going to go to the lady here with the green, but is there anyone else with another question so we can get the microphone? Right up the back, the gentleman in the black T-shirt. Oh, okay.
Are we here first?
Yes,
Yep.
we are.
Me? Oh, hi, Stan. Thank you, everybody, for putting this event on.
Hi, how you
It's
doing?
been fantastic. I've been really interested to hear about how knowledge and learning and reading has been so important to you in forming your perspectives.
Thank you.
I've heard you mention Hegel. I
Thank
haven't
you.
heard that name for 30 years since my first degree.
Yeah.
But I'd also be interested to know which feminine discourses have had an impact on you and shaped your ideas. Which female thinkers and writers do you absorb?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you straight now, the first person who had the biggest impact on me in my life was my mother. She gave me the love of stories and she gave me the love of ideas. You know, my dad was a sawmiller, he was a tough guy, he worked in railroads and, you know, my mum knew that I had a passion for reading. I was really fascinated by reading and you know, that was really integral to me. And she would bring books home. You know, we were a really poor family and I didn't go to school very much, but I loved reading. And she'd bring books home and I was 7 or 8 years old and I'm reading Hemingway or Steinbeck. I was reading Greek mythology because that's she'd find a book and she'd bring it and I'd read it, you know. So my mother told me stories, and in our culture, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they were absolutely important to us. So I come from that tradition. You know, I don't think to this day I've ever sworn in front of my mother. Seriously, I would not dare, because of the respect and the deference we have for our mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers. Absolutely important. You know, I'm a great lover of about books that have influenced me. I mean, great writers like James Baldwin, of course, you know, was hugely influential for me. Richard Wright, Ellison, you know, but then if you look across at people like James Joyce, Yeats, I was really interested in, I'm really interested in philosophy. So I mentioned Hegel, but Kant and Hume, and, you know, those Enlightenment philosophers who helped create the modern world in the good and the bad. And I think the struggle of ideas and testing those ideas has been really influential and important to me. And in terms of female, you know, writers especially, I suppose more sort of philosophers. Katrina Forrester is a young philosopher now who I find just incredible, and she just wrote a really good book that was largely based on John Rawls and his philosophies, the political philosopher of the American political philosopher of the 20th century, who gave us the idea of the veil of ignorance. She wrote a terrific book about him recently, which I really enjoyed. Martha Nussbaum is a really interesting philosopher who writes a lot about healing and history and hope. Hannah Arendt, of course, because I'm a great student of sort of totalitarianism and history, and so I look to her a lot. You know, there are people like Toni Morrison as a writer, and as a non-white writer myself, I've really taken a lot from her work, particularly the way that she was able to centre black lives in all of their humanity. You know, so many things that she said have had such a profound impact on me, but particularly the idea that she said once that her struggle was to live free in a genderized, racialized world. that she didn't want to be defined by what she called the white gaze, and how she would write black characters as fully formed, not speaking back to whiteness, not dominated by whiteness, but living their own lives. You know, so I was really sort of, you know, really influenced by her as a writer, and I'm really mindful of sort of gaps myself in that knowledge, and you have to be really mindful of that. That part of exploring ideas is to see what you don't know. You know, so when I read, you know, I'm not female. You know, so I come to that, and I know I'm looking at that through my own eyes. And how do I challenge those ideas in myself? So I'm always sort of grappling with that as well. And, you know, in the 1960s, I grew up in that sort of early 1970s period. I was very influenced by the African-American political movements at that time. And so some of my cousins were involved in the Tent Embassy in Australia. So people like Angela Davis really sort of loomed large as well for me. And I've seen her this week talking about the election in the US. And so people like that really sort of have a profound impact on me as well. As much to say to me about what you don't know and challenge your own ideas. I think that's really important.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question as we're heading towards the end of this session, so we'll...
Hi Stan, thank you for a fantastic keynote. I've got a question about your last disrupted idea, so the idea that we fear freedom. What I understood from what you said was that freedom is hard-won, freedom is fragile, but could you unpack that concept of why we fear freedom a little bit more?
I've always, you know, one of the fundamental questions that I've really grappled with all around the world is this question. Given a choice between freedom and security, which do we choose? I have seen the silence and the acquiescence of people to the most appalling crimes of humanity. You know, where people will not speak, when people will look away. I've seen that. So I really sort of wrestle with that sort of fundamental idea. It goes back to, what are we hardwired for? And I think it's the challenge of the sort of human soul in a sense. You know, if you look at humanity, it's been a struggle to survive, right? Right from the start, our survival. From the moment that we move from one part to another, we go over the hill, we move to the other country, we compete for resources with another people. The first thing we do is we look to conquer or to subdue. This is what we've seen throughout human history. Is our impulse to conquer and subdue, and do people then acquiesce to that power just to survive, just to get along? Or do people stand against that and fight for freedom? You know, and for every Alexander Solzhenitsyn who says, you know, that question, are you from freedom? There are countless millions of others who look away, who acquiesce, because power is absolute. And I see this, you know, from my time in China. The extraordinary achievements of the Communist Party, the extraordinary achievements in lifting people out of poverty. And yet, people will never be free. They will not be free to express ideas and have political discussions that challenge the party, for instance. But then, just to make it even more complicated, what is freedom? What is the construct of freedom? I mean, freedom as we see it in a modern world is an Enlightenment idea of progress. But guess what? That came at the cost of Indigenous peoples, First Nations peoples, right? Who had you know, our liberty taken from us, our freedom taken from us. So freedom is not a sort of simple concept in itself. It's loaded with its own history, its own baggage, its own philosophical ideas. There is no doubt that freedom in the world has often been the privilege of whiteness too. That has undoubtedly been the case. And in China, is freedom the right to have food and security is that more important than a democratic freedom where you elect a government but the government ignores you or leaves you behind, where you have to subject yourself to the will of the majority? Is democracy freedom when we vote, half of us do not get the government we voted for? But we have to accept that rule and believe that the institutions of our society are strong enough so that we don't endure the tyranny of the majority. There is always a tension in society between freedom and security and responsibility. And I suppose that idea that we fear freedom is something that I've really wrestled with, and I have seen far too often that how tyranny can take hold and how people acquiesce to that. And I think it's the struggle of the human soul between the desire to be protected and to be secure, but then also finding the courage to stand up and fight for our freedom as well.
Thank you, Stan. We're so pleased that you could take the time to be with us today and
Oh, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
We're sorry we couldn't welcome you to wonderful Perth, but perhaps another time. So please join with me.
Donald
Thank
Trump
you,
is to
Stan.
blame for that.
Okay, thank you everyone. We're about to now move to our panels. A reminder, on the first floor in the library there is a panel around religious activism. For those of you here, please feel free to take a chair and move it into the shade. One of the challenges that we've had in having a COVID-safe event is that we had to bring it outside, so please feel free to make arrangements. So now, as we move to our first panel, which is titled "To Change the World, Start with Investing in a Girl." 1 in every 130 women and children around the world are trapped in modern slavery. And in fact, it's very startling to realise that more people are enslaved today than at any other time in history. We're going to start this panel, which is curated by the Minderoo Foundation's Walk Free team, which will discuss sustainable pathways for building a better life through investment in girls. And we're going to start with a short video. So we will play that and then we will come back to the panel.
Welcome. Come on in. So this is the living room. As you can see, it's really beautiful and spacious. And I'm always at home, so I like to make myself comfortable. So here we are in the kitchen. I swear I spend most of my day in here. It's crazy. And this is the master bedroom. It has an old world vintage feeling about it. They really like it in here. This is my room.
I'd like now to introduce the chair of the panel, the Honourable Melissa Park MP. And Melissa, as well as being a former Australian Labor politician, is a UN human rights expert. And prior to entering Australian Parliament, Melissa served as an international lawyer with the United Nations in Kosovo, Gaza, New York and Lebanon. And since her retirement from Parliament, Melissa's been appointed as an eminent expert on Yemen for the UN Human Rights Council, investigating violations of international law committed by parties to the conflict in Yemen. Please welcome Melissa.
Thank you, Margaret. Now, can everyone hear me? Yes. Yes? Can everybody hear? Ooh. Thank you, Margaret, and welcome to our wonderful audience. We've brought together today an internationally acclaimed panel of experts in human rights, gender-based violence and modern-day slavery. Today we'll be unpacking patriarchal structures and unequal power relations that underpin gender inequality globally. We'll also be discussing sustainable pathways for building a better world with investment in women and girls at the very centre of that. But first I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the unceded land of the Whadjuk Noongar people, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I think particularly given today's topic that we acknowledge the role of Indigenous women in nurturing this land for tens of thousands of years. And I also think it's important that we acknowledge the very deep need in this country for a comprehensive truth-telling in order to be able to move forward in reconciliation, in healing and mutual understanding. And just before I introduce our panellists for today, I'd like to just let you know that this Hello? Yeah. This empty chair here is representing all of the women and girls who are voiceless in the world because of modern day slavery. Now, our distinguished panel today, firstly we have Grace Forrest, is the founding director of Walk Free and is a director of the Minderoo Foundation and the Centre for Humanitarian Dialogue. In 2018, Grace was appointed the United Nations Association of Australia's youngest ever Goodwill Ambassador for Anti-Slavery. That same year, Grace was awarded the NOMI Network Abolitionist Award for her work to end modern slavery and won the GQ Australia Humanitarian of the Year Award. To find out more about Walk Free, please visit the gazebo where you can also pick up a copy of Grace's bespoke photo series. The Walk Free gazebo is just over there to my right. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Anne Ali. Dr. Ali has been the federal member for Cowan since 2016. Anne is an internationally renowned expert and has published more than 100 articles and books on topics related to terrorism and international security. The founder of People Against Violent Extremism, Anne was the only Australian representative to speak at President Obama's 2015 White House Summit on countering violent extremism. In 2011, Anne was inducted into the WA Women's Hall of Fame, and in 2014 she was named one of Australia's 100 most influential women by Westpac and Financial Review. In 2016, Anne was nominated for the Australian of the Year and received the prestigious Australian Security Medal. And Dr. Carol Kaplanian in the centre here has completed a PhD on honour-based violence in Jordan and has been awarded a 2020 Churchill Fellowship to investigate family and domestic violence among the migrant and refugee population. She specialises in clinical counselling and working with victims of torture and trauma, the latter of which involved spending an extensive amount of time working in Jordanian refugee camps, offering counselling and education to refugees. Today, she is the State Coordinator for Female Genital Cutting and Mutilation Program at the Women and Newborn Health Service. She's also responsible Yeah. She's also responsible for developing training on family and domestic violence. Carol has worked in clinical settings with refugee and migrant women, as well as women who have experienced family violence. So a big welcome to all of our panellists. Now, we know that gender inequality tends to be rooted in notions of patriarchal norms and attitudes that persist in every society around the world. So my first question to all of our panellists is, have you seen these structural disadvantages reflected in your own lives or in your fields of work, and in what way? And I think we'll just go to Dr. Ali first.
Thank you, Melissa, and welcome everyone to what I think has already started off as a really interesting day and proves to be continue to be a really interesting day. That's a really interesting question, Melissa, because where do I start in terms of my life? You know, I grew up in a kind of a cultural context where the most I could have hoped for in my life as a girl child was to attract a suitable partner. From a young age, I was raised to aspire to getting married. That was very much an expectation on me. And, you know, the expectation was that if I didn't behave in certain ways, that if I didn't do certain things, then I wouldn't get married. I wouldn't be able to attract a suitable partner. Well, I showed them, because I'm on husband number 3, so there. So, you know, I think culturally and those kinds of traditional structures and traditional norms that I grew up with, but certainly, you know, now as a member of Parliament, our parliamentary system is one of the most patriarchal institution in the nation. I think that, you know, the fact that Australia struggles to imagine a female leader, a female Prime Minister in Australia, I think really is testimony to that. And even in academia, as an academic, and particularly in the field where I worked in counterterrorism and security, which was a very male-dominated field when I first started, but has, particularly international security, has started to attract more women, and I mentor a whole lot of young women who want to get into that field as well. So yeah, I think that the way in which patriarchy works in a professional or in a kind of a social context can be quite different. But the impacts, I think, is what we need to be looking at. The impacts that has on the lives of girls and women to achieve what it is they want to achieve, to be able to imagine for themselves, for young women in particular, imagine for themselves a future where they are leaders, where they do aspire to achieving wonderful things and their full potential, I think is where we need to be putting our focus.
Great, thank you. Dr.
Yeah, like Anne, I don't know where to begin, I suppose. Growing up in the Middle East, I'm of Jordanian, Palestinian and Armenian heritage. So in many ways, I have seen the discrimination and the inequality rooted at the very heart of my ethnicity and who I am as a person. And in many ways, that's what pushed me and to do the work that I do today. Identifying as an Arab woman, I really do understand my privilege. I understand how lucky I am to be educated and to be able to have a voice, because the reality where I grew up, I'm probably 1 or 2% of the population, and this is something that stays with me every day in the work that I do. I have seen inequality in my work, and I've seen it on a personal level rooted on a daily basis. When I was doing my PhD, the majority of my studies and my data collection was done in the Middle East, in Jordan in particular. And the one thing that I still don't know how to put words to it was how objectified the victims who were murdered in the name of an honor killing were, and how nameless, they had no name. They were simply a number. And the way my participants spoke about the issue of honor killings and extreme violence against women was still in a manner of objectification. And for me, this goes against everything I stand for. For me, the most integral thing in my life is to give a voice to women who are at the center of violence, who are living in their life where they should have a voice, but they are not able to have a voice. I see it every day here in Australia. Hello? Yeah. I see it every day here in Australia, where you think we live in such an amazing and abundant country, but the issue of violence, slavery, servitude, forced marriage is amongst us. It's everywhere you look. It's there. You just don't, we just have to look properly and recognize it. And that is what I aim to do with the likes of these incredible women that I'm here with. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. And Grace?
I think I want to continue on that theme about vast, big numbers, because as you would have seen in the video we played earlier, we're estimating that 1 in every 130 women and girls on Earth are living in modern slavery. That number is not only astounding, but it's truly international. Slavery, human trafficking, forced marriage, domestic servitude, these extreme forms of inequality, these extreme forms of violence, they exist in every single country on Earth. And when we talk about that in absolute terms, we're talking about over 40 million people, living in slavery in the world today. That's more than any other time in human history. And the kicker is, it is connected to each and every one of us. It could be as close as the shirt on your back, to the technology we rely on, to the coffee you drank this morning. So systems of entrenched inequality, which absolutely exist in Australia and certainly around the world, this year has shown us that we are all connected to it, and it does all relate to each of us. In my field of work of modern slavery, we know that together with geography, gender is the most determining factor of your life outcomes. And I think that also comes back to that really important conversation around privilege and luck, genetic lottery, where you're born. The fact that, for the most part in Australia, as a girl, your education will be valued equally to your brothers, which I have a brother. That's it's actually not common, and it's not okay. And I think that part of the research that I'm going to try and break down today around stacked odds looks at the fact that for women and girls around the world, the odds are stacked against them from before they are born and throughout their lives, meaning that it isn't a mistake that women and girls are disproportionately affected by all the issues we're talking about today. For me, especially modern slavery, it's actually a systematic choice that's been created, and it is one that we can absolutely fix. It's a man-made system of inequality, and one that we absolutely need to tackle head on.
And when you say man-made, those words are deliberate, huh?
They are quite deliberate. We are talking about systems of patriarchy.
Yeah.
And do you know, Melissa, I've just made an observation here. We have represented on this panel 3 generations of women. Like I'm making assumptions about our different age groups, but I'm assuming here we have 3 generations of women represented here. And for each generation, this is a persistent issue, a persistent a concern among generations. I think that speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Grace, I want to congratulate you and Walk Free for the new report, Stacked Odds. And I would really encourage audience members to look at the report. It's available on walkfree.org online. The report is packed full of fascinating information, personal stories from women around the world at different ages and stages of life, and full of beautiful photos. And so it's one of the most important things it does, apart from that, is actually look at the factors that sit behind Walk Free's estimate that 71% of all victims of modern slavery are women and girls. That is an extraordinary statistic, 71%. So Grace, could you tell us more about Walk Free and about the findings of the Stacked Odds report and what this means for girls and women worldwide?
Yeah, so Walk Free is an international human rights group focused on the eradication of modern slavery in all its forms in our lifetime. We are an all-female team, currently a little bit geographically isolated from one another, across Australia and around the world. What we have found through being the producers of the world-leading data set on measuring and understanding slavery, which underpins all domestic and international law on the subject, is that this is an intrinsically gendered issue. Slavery at its core is a manifestation of extreme inequality. And we see the two going hand in hand in many environments. And of course, this year we've seen that vulnerability compounded. What we wanted this report to lay bare was that empowering women and girls and ending modern slavery must go hand in hand, and that it is foundational to any effort of creating genuine, sustainable development for all people, not just for a privileged few. So conservatively, the report has found that 29 million women and girls are currently living in modern slavery. And when I say conservative, I mean seriously conservative. One, because we can't measure in countries at war, and secondly, because we can't yet understand the predicted ramifications of COVID-19 on this subject, but yeah, let me just say that is a baseline estimate. And to frame that in our context of this beautiful environment where we sit today, we know that there are more women and girls living in slavery than there are people living in Australia. And that is a really astounding statistic, I think. And again, this report is called Stacked Odds because it looks at that vulnerability starting from conception and throughout life. And the report does break down that vulnerability through every age gap. And essentially, this begins with male preference. So something that I wanted to, ask the audience today is, of these three advancements in technology, aeroplanes, asbestos, and an ultrasound, what do you think has caused the most death? Oh. The answer is an ultrasound, because when people could see what gender their child was, that male preference became a dominant and extreme force across many countries in our region, and one that is also experienced here in Australia, not so much in that extreme manifestation, but male preference is in every single part of the world. And from that point, a girl is often framed as an economic burden on her family. That makes her then far more vulnerable to a forced or child marriage. That prevents her from going to school. It prevents her from fully and freely participating in her society. And these cultural, economic and legal roadblocks stack the odds against girls, preventing them from ever being able to reach a position of leadership, let alone one where they can make basic decisions relating to their body and future. So the report is pretty hardcore. It does lay bare this vulnerability around the world and in every country, but it's also a policy roadmap on how to change these odds. And that roadmap and the entire report is informed on by survivors around the world. And I encourage everyone to look it up because it is a powerful testimony that we are hoping governments and businesses cannot look away from.
Thanks, Grace. Dr. Kaplanian, based on your experience researching cultural violence and forced marriage, can you tell us more about what's happening in Australia and abroad, and what are the biggest challenges for women and girls in this situation?
Sure. In Australia, we have recently started to recognise the issue of forced marriage, which is a very good thing. However, it is in the law under the Anti-Trafficking and Slavery Act. So that in its own is a challenge. It's a significant challenge because for many people who are experiencing forced marriage, what the main challenge is for them is number one, not recognizing that they are in forced marriage. So even though there is so much more awareness around us, in Australia, we are talking more freely about the issues of domestic violence, intimate partner violence. We're really not talking that much about the issue of forced isolation because it is so intersected with the issue of family and domestic violence. And the language that you may recognize me using at the moment is I'm not using intimate partner violence or domestic violence because forced marriage is an issue that is so intrinsic within the family context. it's not a stranger who decides the marriage of your young child. Often it is your mother or your grandmother or your father. And for you as a young person, often a woman, a young girl, you want to follow in the steps of your parents. You want to follow in the steps of what will not bring shame onto your culture. In Australia, we're an extremely multicultural and diverse community. We cannot lump the experiences that a white Western woman who speaks English and is educated and experiencing domestic violence the same as a refugee young woman who cannot speak English and is so isolated in her community. So what we really need to bring to fore is that family and domestic violence is not a homogeneous issue. It is one that is diverse in its existence amongst us. It's one where we need to start really taking the time into acknowledging the narrative of each victim survivor. And this is what we are not doing properly in Australia. So one of the main things that I really hope to bring back from my Church of Fellowship, which even though it's on the issue of family and domestic violence, it is obviously going to touch on the issue of forced marriage significantly. And I will be investigating the best models of practice that are happening around the world, and I really hope to bring this back to Australia to show the strong evidence of what we need to do better and how. So, in the way I speak here.
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's disrupted.
Slavery and trafficking. So in the 2019-20 year, we have had in Australia about 228 instances where these issues were reported to the Australian Federal Police. 92 of these, 92, you may think, oh wow, that's a bit of a big number. 92 of these were instances of forced marriage. But let me tell you this, the 92 is a gross underestimation of the reality of the problem. Can I say maybe, and I'm just throwing out a number there, but I don't want to say I'm an expert in this area, but I'm pretty sure that it is kind of close to it. Can we say maybe 1,000? Over 1,000? Yes, we can. And that shows us how complex and how hidden this issue is. Because the system that is put in place to support these people coming forward is actually not supporting them at all. So if you are a young person who is forced into a marriage and you want to seek help, the way you can get help is to go to the Australian Federal Police. Now let me tell you this. If you come from a culture where your identity is so collectively intertwined with your family, how are you going to go and dob the members of your family in? If your livelihood is dependent on your family, how are you going to do that? If dobbing them in is a matter of your life or death, and even if you are taken and hidden away in safety, you will live the rest of your life looking behind your shoulder, living in fear, living in an extreme amount of guilt to what you have done to your family. Are we taking into account these complexities? No, we're not. We're not, absolutely. So if I am a victim survivor of a forced marriage, they have recently changed the system where currently now I can get 200 days of support through the STPP program, which is mainly the Red Cross program, okay? But if I need more support, so that's less than a year, right? Your whole life changes in less than a year. If I need more support after the 200-day lapses, I have to be engaged in a criminal proceeding with the Australian Federal Police. So one of my colleagues in the UK, who is, her name is Professor Aisha Gill. She is a very close mentor and colleague of mine. Her area of expertise is in forced marriage. And she tells me every time I talk to her, I don't know what you guys are doing there in Australia. Like, why are you doing this? And my response to her is, I'm just a very small fish in this puddle. But, you know, it only takes one person. And there's more than one person who is trying to raise their voice to change this. But it's going to take time. And at the heart of this, we really have to understand the complexity of the issue at hand.
Okay.
So,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you for that.
We have a long way to go.
Dr. Ali, what do you think are the current challenges confronting women and girls in Australia at the moment, and is enough being done to tackle?
I wanted to pick up on two things, Melissa, and the first one is with regards to the forced marriage and the legislation around it. It is still incredibly difficult to get a conviction and to get and to get the police to actually prosecute someone on any form of modern slavery. Now, last year, new legislation was introduced into the Parliament, but I stood up in Parliament and argued that the new legislation around anti-slavery did not go far enough, because the new legislation encourages businesses to report on their supply chains and to investigate in their supply chains any forms of kind of modern slavery, but there is no compliance and there is no accountability. The recommendations that we made when I was the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and the Deputy Chair of the Human Rights Subcommittee there, we did an investigation, an inquiry into modern slavery. We made a recommendation for an anti-slavery commissioner, as they have in the UK. We made a recommendation for compliance for businesses to have to report on their supply chains and the use of modern slavery, or the prevalence of modern slavery in their supply chains. And we made a recommendation for accountability where businesses fail to account for the use of modern slavery in their supply chains. None of those were taken up in the current legislation. So in my opinion, one of the biggest issues that we have is that the legislation has no teeth. It's not strong enough. We need much stronger legislation for women in Australia in order to allow police to be able to prosecute and utilise the laws that are there, but for businesses to hold them accountable as well. Now, as some here in the audience might know, I'm a survivor of domestic violence myself. At the ripe old age of 25, I found myself fleeing an abusive marriage with a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. And just last year in Parliament, the Parliament stood together and expressed its deep, deep regret at the horrendous murder of Hannah Clark and her children by her estranged husband. Yet another domestic violence that ended in the tragic death of a woman. And I remember standing there in Parliament and thinking of myself when I was 25, living in the burbs with a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. Let me tell you, there is no way on earth that I would have turned on the television, watched some politicians standing there talking about domestic violence, lighting a candle and singing Amazing Grace, and that would have made a huge difference to my life. I would have gone, oh, I need to leave. No, right? So we tend to talk a lot, but we need to follow up that talk with the actual support services for women who are, Australian women who are living in domestic violence, who are living in slavery conditions, and who are who have experienced forced marriage. And until we have a stronger legislative framework to do that, but until we also have a cultural change in Australia as well, and until politicians, I'm sorry, I know I'm one, but until politicians recognise that their talk doesn't actually make any difference, you actually have to follow up talk with doing something, then nothing will change.
And as someone in leadership, you are responsible.
Absolutely, absolutely, Grace. And I think about that all the time. Like, I was actually really angry that day in Parliament when everyone stood up, and it was all like, because I knew that tomorrow everyone would forget.
Absolutely.
That's what I knew. I knew that tomorrow everyone would forget. And I knew that everyone thought, oh, me standing here and lighting a candle, oh, someone's going to see that and it's going to make a difference to their lives. No, it's not. If you have not been in that situation, then you need to sit down, shut up, and listen to the people who have.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Exactly. Absolutely. So, Grace, I want to talk a bit now about the female labour exploitation in the supply chain. Where is this happening, and where do the products of exploitation end up? And is there any chance that those of us here have actually touched products that are tainted by slavery?
Every single person here has touched a product made by slavery. Probably even just today you have, because it is literally stitched into our global economy in such a formalised way. Because of COVID-19, we've been able to see what a mass disruption looks like to, at the greatest expense of us, our convenience, but someone's actual life and well-being. That has shown the vulnerability of our system in a way that we can no longer ignore. So part of what the Global Slavery Index measures is industries of high risk of modern slavery. And as I said, modern slavery does exist in every country in the world. But of course, where we have issues of stunted development, conflict, displacement, mass corruption, slavery in correlation is worse. And what we started seeing was a narrative of some countries looking better and some parts of the world looking worse, and then countries, say in the G20, going, oh, well, it's not that bad here, focus all your efforts there. Wrong. The G20 is responsible as the world's most powerful nations with the greatest economic reach for the exploitation in a lot of these countries. And this goes back to historical slavery, colonisation. You can trace those pathways to where exploitation existed then and where exploitation existed now. But to come back to industries, we measured just 5 in the last Global Slavery Index. 5 high-risk industries of modern slavery in that supply chain. And we found that collectively the G20 had a $354 billion import risk, this is in US dollars, of goods at high risk of modern slavery, which reframes the question of who is responsible for this exploitation. Well, all of us are. Of course, the onus doesn't sit on the consumer on fixing this. It sits on the multinational company. But we as consumers must let these businesses know that we care about it, because by doing that, we can actually change a conversation in a boardroom. And I've seen that happen in the time I've been in this space. Nowhere near as far as we need it to go, but I have seen a cultural shift there. So just 2 industries that I'll touch upon today. One is seafood. Australia imports 70% of its seafood from Thailand, 80% of its frozen seafood from overseas. I guarantee you cannot buy a tin of tuna that isn't touched in some way by modern slavery. The dolphin tick, the Greenpeace tick, it means nothing for labour rights. And I think this is a bigger conversation, a problematic one around what is sustainability. For me, sustainability cannot exist unless it also includes the basic human rights and well-being of people. Otherwise, it's just rubbishy greenwashing. And I guarantee you an organisation that helps animals and the environment while exploiting people doesn't actually do any of them at all. It's just a big fat sign. So sustainability cannot exist without the basic protection of all people. Another industry which is closer, well, it is here for every single one of us today, is fashion. So fashion is identified as number 2 of the top risk industry to modern slavery and exploitation. It also is number 2 for the worst environmental impact. So it has a lot to account for. And what I can tell you is that unless a brand is telling you explicitly what they are doing to protect all people in their supply chain, supplying people with a living wage, which is not glamorous. A living wage just means you can put food on the table for your kids and keep a roof over your head. It doesn't mean anything about getting ahead. It just means that we're not benefiting from somebody else's poverty in the clothes that we buy. That is actually a rarity. And some interesting information that came out on this between Deloitte Access Economics and Oxfam, so obviously an organisation focused on fair trade, found that for big retailers like Kmart and Big W and Target to pay a living wage to all their workers, 80% of them being female in the textile industry in countries like Bangladesh, what would it cost the consumer? What would it cost to pay these people a living wage? And people guessed a whole range of numbers, but what it found was that the cost of the consumer would be 1%, One, and we argue organisationally that the business should absorb that cost because they've created the problem, so they should damn well fix it. So we're not talking about things becoming dramatically more expensive. I'm not in the business of telling people to buy niche, ethical brands. If you can do that, that's fantastic, but that's not what's going to end slavery. We need this to be a centralised, accessible part of our economy. I don't think anyone wants to buy anything that harmed another human being in the process, and yet right now that is the norm. And each and every one of us, if we raise our voice, if we let the brands that we wear, that we buy, that we care about this, they will shift and move. And just, if I may, one example, it was a fast fashion retailer just this year called Boohoo. And whenever I say their name, I know it always makes the lawyers in our team twitch. They're like, oh, Grace, they could sue you. And honestly, I dare them to sue me. I would love it. I would love to stand up in a court of law and run through every single labour abuse they have done. It would bring me great joy, and I dare them to do it. So what we found is that they were paying their workers in the UK, this is in UK soil, half the minimum wage. These workers were first forced to work through lockdown without PPE, many of whom became extremely unwell. This was against the UK domestic law, and I guarantee you that if these are the workers in the UK, imagine a far worse environment for their workers offshore. And this company was caught red-handed with this abuse, and ironically making t-shirts that said, let's all stick together, pandemic pals, and all this rubbish. And I think what we need to realise is that the greatest oxymoron of all of this is feminist merch that say things around International Women's Day like girls can, made in Bangladesh by girls who absolutely cannot. And I don't think any of us can call ourselves a feminist unless our empathy extends to the people who make our clothes, to the people who make the products we buy and use every single day. We live in a globalised world and we are accountable to each other. And those with power and privilege, those with a platform, those with a voice, have the greatest responsibility to change these odds.
Fantastic.
You know,
Grace, I think it's really important what you said there about when we talk about sustainability in fashion. I have a particular interest in the fashion industry, but when we talk about sustainability in fashion, you're right. It's all about disposable wear and fast fashion. Rarely do we see the discussion around sustainability in fashion also being about the exploitation of the workforce and about modern slavery in fashion. There is the Ethical Fashion Report that looks at that as well. I often encourage people to buy Australian made because for Australian fashion designers it's really difficult to break into a domestic or an international market. But within the Australian fashion industry there is such an awareness and a cognizance of not just environmental sustainability, but also of having ethical fashion in terms of their supply chains and where they source their fashion, where they source their labour. That's what I would put out there as a message is let's talk about sustainability, not just about the environmental sustainability, but about human sustainability. I think that's such a powerful message there.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we just come back, Grace, to the industries? You've mentioned two of them, the seafood and fashion industry. What are some of the other industries that we should all be aware of?
Well, technology leads the chase in the most vulnerable area. So again, it's a hard pill to swallow that all of us, a majority of us in this audience would have a phone or a laptop. And we've been talking about conflict minerals, Melissa, you know more about this than most people. Conflict minerals and what that means in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is exploited for what price and who gets the best price on that. The fact that you can buy an iPhone for $2,000 that could still have traceable leads to child labour and human slavery is quite horrifying. And so what this comes back to is transparency and about accountability. They must go hand in hand. Transparency in and of itself doesn't create the change we need, but without it, we cannot build true sustainability. And the legislation that Anne touched on about the Modern Slavery Act, there is a long way to go on that legislation. There is, but what it has started is Walk Free's 10-year birthday is next year. And when we first started this organisation, modern slavery was a term that it just wasn't a term. It wasn't understood. It was actually illegal in some countries to say the words. And now it is written into international law, into the Sustainable Development Goals. It was brought in under a Conservative government who initially told us this is not going to happen, and within 2 years it did come through, and that's no in small part because of the opposition banging it forward every step of the way. But what we found when we put it forward was that businesses who already had to comply to the UK Modern Slavery Act were champions of what this legislation would mean. And, you know, across every industry where supply chains are multinational, you will find modern slavery unless a business is extremely proactively looking for it. And in the race for the acquisition of PPE this year, and granted it is unprecedented, the crisis that we are living in, and we are the blessed state in the fact we can all meet here today, but it's not a mistake. It's not an accident that we can't trace a lot of where that PPE was made. It's not an accident that a huge amount of that PPE ended up in our waterways and ended up killing animals in our natural environment. It's not an accident. It's how our system was built. Our system was built at convenience at the cost of literally anything else. And to further that question, it's not just convenience, it's convenience for who? And it's the convenience for the top few percent. And I just don't think any of us want to live in a world where that is the reality, because it is the living Hunger Games of our convenience costing someone their basic human rights and freedom. It's just not good enough. And I think this year does provide us with an opportunity to look at this ugliness in the face and say, we're actually not going to tolerate that anymore.
So thank you for that, Grace. Now, what can we as consumers, as individuals, as citizens do to improve the situation?
I think that the first thing that we can all do is, one, understand the problem. And by doing that, we inform our voice, and hopefully our voice informs our purchases and our vote. I can't tell you how many businesses I've spoken to this year, from small niche fashion retailers to big supermarket chains, that are critically aware, because of the Modern Slavery Act conversations, of the risk of exploitation in their supply chains. But they're not really sure if they should commit the resources to it that they could to actually fix this problem, because frankly, they're not sure that consumers care. And for me, we cannot leave any shadow of a doubt that we care about this. When you shop at a supermarket, you want to know that you're not buying something that was made by a child or that was made in a situation of extreme exploitation. And with sugar, coffee, technology, fashion, seafood, it's all there. So I think, one, it's raising our voices, and a simple way we can do that is literally asking, who made my clothes? Where did this cotton come from? There's an app called Good On You. It's free. It rates brands from the environment perspective, labour perspective, and animal perspective. But it is also about holding governments to account, because this is the responsibility of lawmakers. And coming back to the gendered issue that we're talking about today, there are legal roadblocks all over the world that prevent women and girls from fully and freely participating. Right now in 2020, there are still 136 countries that fall short on criminalising forced and child marriage. It's not illegal for those things to happen. And I think that Australia, we have seen a bit of a rise in nationalism and isolationism this year, and I just don't think that's good enough. I think we need to lead into the fact that we could be a regional leader engaging in genuine conversation for the rights of all women and girls, well, all people, but especially women and girls, to ensure that no country in our region, in our backyard, is allowing forced and child marriages to continue to occur, to continue to underpin the trajectory of women and girls' pathways around the world. And this isn't just the right thing to do, the smart thing to do for human rights, it's also the imperative thing to do for economic growth and sustainable development. So even if people in power don't care about the human rights angle, just focus on the economic one. It makes sense for both.
Yeah, great. Now, Carol, Anne, did you want to add to that? Talk about what consumers, what individuals, what business, what governments can do to improve the situation?
Obviously, with my experience working, it's quite a niche area. Grace and experience is a bit much broader. For me, it's all about awareness. I think we all have the responsibility to be aware about how intertwined all of these issues are. We're talking about forced marriage or trafficking or servitude or slavery. They're all very intertwined issues, and I absolutely agree with everything that has been said today. For me, it's about the governments and organisations taking this so much more seriously, and for a conversation like this to happen on a more minuscule scale every day. It's integral.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Melissa, I want to make the point that I think too often we use the cultural argument where we say, oh, you know, that's somebody's culture or that's their traditions, and we accept for women and girls in other countries what we wouldn't accept for Australian women and girls. And I think that kind of holding different standards, I think, is really detrimental. Like Grace said, we have not just an opportunity but a responsibility
Absolutely.
in our region to ensure that we do uphold standards for the rights of women and girls across the region, and not just for our own citizens. So I think too often we use that cultural argument. I mean, I know that even for me, when I was seeking help, it wasn't members of my own community or my own family. It was a judge who told me, oh, your culture has ways of handling this. You don't need to get a violence restraining order against your husband that just beat you up, right? We cannot continue to make excuses and accept this cultural argument. I think in terms of what we can do as consumers, yes, we absolutely have to show businesses that this is something we care about, that we do not want to be purchasing products that have used child labour. But also, I think it's important for people to understand in the kind of work that I did, these issues of child labour, human trafficking, all of these aren't just, like I said earlier, cultural issues. Transnational organised crime groups use child labour in fairly benign industries that you wouldn't think of in order to raise money and as part of their criminal activities. Terrorist organisations use these forms of raising money in order to carry out terrorist activities. So this isn't something that just affects or happens in a silo. There are criminal consequences and criminal elements in all of this as well. And if you don't, I hate to say, but if you don't care about the welfare of a woman or a child or a girl child, then care about the fact that on a transnational scale, on an international scale, the exploitation of a woman or a girl is being used to fund some pretty horrific criminal activity.
Dr. Nikita Malik is an incredible expert in this space. She works for the Henry Jackson Society in the UK, and she released a report a few years ago looking directly at how ISIS could keep funding itself through the enslavement and trafficking of women and girls. It was really quite sophisticated the way they were doing it. But yeah, slavery is the most profitable organised crime in the world. So if you don't care about any of the human rights stuff we're saying, this is making the world less safe. And I think, if I may, I just want to add that on the cultural argument, one, if you look at stacked odds, it's not, this isn't my opinion, it's not the perspective of our international team even. This is the empowered voice of women at the front. And if you're not going to listen to them to change things, then nothing will ever change. And I think that patriarchal power structures and cultures will never serve or uphold the rights of women and girls unless we allow space for those women and girls who have previously been oppressed and silenced to speak up. So I agree, I think the cultural argument is often such a red herring, especially when the tone is being set by a group of men, because it's not in the interest of them to women to speak up, to lean into their power and to lean into their voice. And I think it's a red herring and a disservice to all women and girls everywhere to use as an excuse.
Yeah, excellent. And I mean, these issues flow through in so many different areas of life. Just think about banking and about how the major banks have facilitated child trafficking through allowing money laundering to be occurring without properly cracking down on it as they're required to do under legislation. You know, we all have responsibility to hold these institutions to account. To be constantly watchful. Look, we're almost out of time. Just one last question for each of our panel members. What does a better world mean for women and girls, and how do we get there? Why should we invest in women and girls? Dr. Ali?
So I'll start off with what does a better world mean for women and girls. I think we need to imagine what a better world looks like for women and girls. And, you know, in so many places around the world, the birth of a girl child isn't welcomed with ululations and cigars and celebrations. It's welcomed with commiserations and shaking of heads. Until a girl child is valued as much as a boy child, that's not going to change. But, you know, we cannot, as a progressive society in Australia, sit back and rest on our laurels and pat ourselves on the back of how far we've come in terms of rights and opportunities to education, to employment, to economic, social and political participation for women. Because I am not prepared to celebrate the advances of women until every single woman can celebrate with me. And I think that that's a principle that we need to adopt in this country as well. Why should we invest in women and girls? Research shows that in communities where women are financially empowered, the women spend the money on the family and on the community. And the impact of that financial empowerment comes back to the community, to the society, and to improving the status of everybody in that society. When men are financially empowered in those communities, they spend the money on themselves. They don't invest the money back into their families or into their communities. That is why we need to invest in women and girls. There's a report that comes out every year on economic freedom. We know that in countries where women have economic freedom, they are less likely to be terrorism. There's less likely to be internal conflict. There's less likely to be instability. What we do for women and girls matters. It matters in every nation in the world, and it matters for every nation in the world. What we do here matters for the countries in our region, and what we do in the region, countries in our region and around the world, matters for us as well. So we need to put the focus on women and girls. For a better world, we need to invest in women and girls.
Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you.
Dr. Carroll.
I agree with everything that Anne said, but it's also very easy for me to sit here and say we have to focus on women and girls we have to focus on women and girls for equality between men and women, because the reality is that for this to happen, it's not as easy as we'd like it to be, but it can happen. It can happen with the consistent education about this. I look at my own experience, for example, working in a refugee camp for some time, and I remember for a 30,000 population, there was a tiny school for all the children there. And who do you think was prioritized to go and get an education? The boys. The girls were only allowed to go and get educated at that school for 2 hours a week. 2 hours a week. Because it was said within the camp that it's not them that we have to invest in, it's the boys. They are the leaders. And it's very easy for me to sit here as a Middle Eastern Arab woman who, I could have been one of these people. I could have been one of those who are voiceless, who are forced into marriage, but I'm not. So I really understand my privilege, and it's also very important for us, every person who's sitting here, to understand the privilege that we do have, to understand the freedoms that we do have, the freedoms of putting clothes on our back, to be informed about what we can do, the freedom to be educated and to make informed choices in our life, because these are privileges.
And to use that freedom
Absolutely.
to help others who don't
and
have
to
it.
use that freedom to actually give others a voice that they never dream of having.
Yeah.
So for me, that is what it means to invest in a world, to invest in a girl, to invest in a child, because that's where the difference will come from as well.
Thank you, Dr. Kapranian. I'll leave the last word to Grace.
I think I'll just end with that note on freedom. This can't be about just the privileged girls. It can't be about the exceptional girls. It has to be about every single girl. And the reality is, these three women here who I'm sitting with, they are all exceptional, and they've had to fight incredibly hard to be where they are in their careers and to have the voice that they have. That in and of itself is amazing. It's a move against gender inequality, but we need to speed up the process, and we know that creating gender equality, again, this is not fancy stuff. It's allow a girl to have basic choice over her body and her future, allow her to have equal education, allow her to make choices relating to her body and her future. These things unlock the potential of every other sustainable development goal. It is the goal that untaps many more. So if you're going to pick 5 out of the 17, or if you're going to pick 1, this is the one. It underpins everything that we're talking about today. And by investing in women and girls, we unlock 50% of the world's potential, which literally means everyone wins. So I think we cannot keep progressing as those of us here who have freedom. That's not by accident. Other people fought very hard for us to have that in whatever capacity is, whether we can vote, whether we can speak up, whether we can be in Parliament. People fought really hard for that, and I think my point is that the fight isn't over. Those of us who have it now have to extend it back. We can't keep moving forward while so many, the majority of women and girls, are systematically held back.
So would you, could I please ask our audience to thank our wonderful panellists? And I'd like to thank you to the audience for being here today. Sorry about that. Please, a reminder that the Walk Free gazebo is up here, and you can obtain a booklet to take with you, a photo booklet, photos done by Grace Forrest. And visit walkfree.org, because you'll find that stacked odd reports there, and that is really valuable to all to read. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, Grace, Anne and Carol. And I can't help personally drawing a link between Stan's observation this morning about the emergence of the strongman leaders and the lack of control that women have over their bodies and their lives. So I think that's something that we need to take with us. And thank you also particularly to the Minderoo Foundation, who today are helping us not only with this panel but another panel. So thank you, everyone. Okay, now we have a special disrupted musician that's going to join us on stage now. And while she gets set up, I'll just introduce her. I'm sure many of you may already know Cathie Travers. Cathie is a Western Australian music legend, and in between the panels she will be providing us with a brief musical interlude. It will give you an opportunity, you'll be able to hear the music, but an opportunity to get some water or get some food from the food trucks. We have water, you can refill your water bottles at the tank above the amphitheatre. If you need sunscreen, there's sunscreen at the information counter, and of course hand sanitisers, so please stay COVID safe. So Cathie's brought her accordion with her, and as well as doing these musical interludes, Cathie produced the backing soundtrack for the projections on the building tonight, which you will see at about 8 p.m. So we've worked with Cathie for a couple of times, so we're really looking forward not only to her brief musical interludes, but also tonight with the projections. And also there is a panel will commence at 12:45 on the first floor of the library, and that panel is about disrupting the hierarchies of the arts and kids' activities. And there's also, kids' activities over near the museum. And after Cathie plays, we will have Griffin Longley speaking. So Cathie's nearly ready. She needs a couple more minutes, I think, to get the accordion out, and then she'll get a start.
1 in every 130 women and girls is living in modern slavery today.
That's 71% of all victims of slavery across the world. Not only do women and girls account for almost all cases of forced sexual exploitation and forced marriage,
they also make up the majority of victims of forced labour. Modern slavery is driven by power imbalances.
Imbalances such as race and gender inequality
are stitched into the fabric of the laws and cultures that shape our lives.
These inequalities and legal roadblocks exist in every country on earth, and they stack the odds against girls even before they are born.
There is no denying that the challenge in front of us is massive, but there is a way forward.
We need to ensure that women and girls have the most basic of human rights.
Freedom.
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 Walk Free, the United Nations Every Woman, Every Child, and human rights advocates and organizations from around the world are calling for united global action to address the disproportionate risk of modern slavery.
We are demanding governments legislate against forced and child marriage, and that systems such as kafala, which normalizes the exploitation of migrant workers, are eliminated. We are also calling on governments and businesses to prioritize supply chain transparency, to ensure workers are protected and to guarantee a living wage, including protection mechanisms for crisis situations.
We need a shift in global thinking.
A new normal where girls are equally valued and respected.
Every family, society and country must unlearn the social norms that have put girls at a disadvantage, and the work must begin now.
It's time we unstack the odds for women and girls.
We can end modern slavery in our lifetime.
We can end modern slavery in our lifetime.
Hello. Lovely. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to be joining you at various times today. So I'll be travelling to various locations around the world with some cool music. I'm going to start off in France with a tune first made popular by Edith Piaf and covered by oodles of people since. Well, thank you very much. So it was a start in Europe, and I think we'll stay in Europe for the next few minutes. And I'm going to play a really gorgeous little waltz, which is from the country where this instrument comes from. And a lot of people think that it was invented in Italy, but there is some conflict as to whether it was a German invention or an Italian invention. But nonetheless, I think it's probably true that, well, maybe I should say in my opinion and in the opinion of many people around the world, the Italians make the greatest accordions. So this is a little Italian waltz, and it's called Valsa di Mezzanotte. So it's a little midnight waltz. That's it. Thank you. Since taking up playing the accordion, I have become aware of how popular the accordion is in a lot of Latin American countries, but especially in Brazil. So accordionists there have adopted a lot of tunes that were originally written for small dance bands and street bands, which grew into what became known as the choro tradition. So I'm going to do you, as my last tune for this set, a tune from Brazil, by a guy whose first name I can't remember, but his surname is Abreu. And the tune is called Chico Chico, which is a little bird. I think maybe it resembles our willy wagtail. So it's a kind of bird that hops around and kind of gets into things, is sometimes a little bit of a nuisance. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Cathie, and we'll see you in an hour. So we're just going to get Cathie's accordion just moved to the back of the stage. So just to remind you that there is another panel on level 1 of the library which is about to commence, and that is about disrupting hierarchies in the arts, a new way forward. The panel here is called Family Life Disrupted, and I think this year what a really appropriate description of what we've all been through. Our next speaker is Griffin Longley, and Griffin is the CEO of Nature Play, and he and his organisation have the distinction of making the term nature play part of our common language and understanding. He's a world leader in communicating the value of being outside for children, and has recently returned from a Churchill Fellowship trip to Scandinavia. So please join with me in welcoming Griffin Longley.
All right, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on this beautiful, hot Canberang day. I'd like to begin by paying my respect to the Whadjuk Noongar elders, past, present and emerging. I've started off with this photo of a kingfisher on the slides, and you might be wondering why. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background here. So kingfishers, like our children, are beautiful, resilient. They're a part of our world, they're all around us, but they're also what we call an indicator species. So when there are kingfishers around, and kookaburras are one of them, we know that there are frogs. We know there are frogs. If there are frogs, we know there are snakes. Kingfishers will find food in rivers, in creeks, and they tell us that that ecosystem is healthy. Our children are a bit like that. You know, when you go to a community, when you come somewhere like this and you look around and we see kids around, that tells us something about our community. And particularly when you go into suburbs. When you go into a suburb and there's that beautiful bubble of children's play and talk and laughter, and you see kids on bikes, and you see the parks occupied, and when you see that, you'll see the parents moving out into the front yard of their house. They're not tucked away in the backyard, they're in the front yard because their kids are out and about. And when you see that, you start seeing old people coming out more. So the streets are no longer deserted and potentially scary places, they're inhabited. And our children tell us that we live in a place where there's trust, and they tell us we live in a place that's safe, and they tell us that we live in a place where there's movement and creativity. Children are an indicator species for our human societies. But I've also got this kingfisher up here for another reason, and it's well timed in a way being in front of the State Library. The kingfisher's up here also because back in 2007, the Junior Oxford Dictionary removed some words from the Junior Dictionary and added some in. And they do that every edition. And the dictionary is not intended to be an archive of every word in the language, particularly not the shorter children's one. It's meant to be a record of the words that are being used. It's kind of an archive of conversation of the era. And in this shorter abridged junior dictionary, they keep it tight. So they keep in the words that are really being used and the words that children might search for in a dictionary. And in 2007, the dictionary, the Junior Oxford Dictionary, removed kingfisher. And it removed nectar, and it removed willow, and it removed pasture, and it removed acorn, and on. A whole series of nature-based words were taken out of the dictionary for children. And in that same edition, other words came in. And the words that came in, some of the words that came in were cut and paste, blog, bullet point, and celebrity. So we have these beautiful children in our midst. Our communities are strong, and we know that because we've got children out and about. But there are challenges for the modern child and for the modern parents. And modern parents get a really bad rap. We hear often about how parents do too much helicoptering, or they don't do enough of taking their kids out, or whatever it might be. Parents get hammered all the time. But this generation of parents is really quite unique in the level of investment, of their own emotional investment and time investment that they make in their children. Every generation of parents loves their kids deeply. But how we think about that relationship between parent and child, and how we think about the role of a parent, changes over time. And it wasn't very long ago when the idea of what good parenting looked like was less engaged, still plenty of love, but more at an arm's distance. Children left more to interpret the world and discover the world on their own and through education. This generation of parents is deeply invested. The amount of energy and focus and really honed-in love that goes on is remarkable. But we have challenges, and this generation of parents have particular challenges around negotiating this brand new thing, which is screen time. But we'll get to that in a minute. So just to give an example of some of the challenges that our beautiful children and our invested parents have, is that we've got this sort of reduction of experience going on. So we are having more indoor lives, we're having less nature in our lives, lots of other good things replace that, but it's a loss. And it's a loss we don't have to accept. You know, Western Australia can be and should be the best place in the world to be a child. And there are things we can do to really elevate it to that point. Another kind of reduction that this generation of parents and children are living through is around connection to place. This strange diagram up here is a Google map. And what I've done on it, I've marked with black dots, you may be able to see them from where you are. I've marked with 2 black dots where I lived when I was 10 years old and where my 2 daughters lived when they were 10 years old. And then around that sort of amoebic shape you can see, that is the roaming range of me at 10, the big one, and then the roaming range of my children when they were 10, the smaller one. And what I mean by roaming range is where I was allowed at 10 years old to go without the supervision of an adult, to have unsupervised, unobserved time, to be in place, to start to recognise the streets, the animals, the plants, the people around me in the community that I inhabited. The time to be just with friends and just a child and not directed and not observed. So you can see my roaming range, and for like pretty much all people of my generation, that roaming range doesn't actually describe where I was allowed to go or not allowed to go. Because once I left the house, my parents had no idea where I was. What that roaming range describes is where I was interested and felt safe to go. And for me and my 2 brothers, we went a long way. We did a lot of things. There's a lot of adventures tied up into that amoebic looking diagram there. So then we fast forward 20 years or so, living fairly close to where I lived as a child at 10 with my 2 daughters. Now, we'll average their ages at about 10 as well. And I'm now a modern parent, marinated in fear in the way. Oh no, we're back, sorry about that. Just saying that moving on from my own childhood to that of my children's, and as a modern parent, that I was marinated in fear in the way that so many other parents are. And despite working in this area and knowing the incredible benefits for children of play, of being outdoors and being connected to nature, of being embedded in place, knowing where you live. Despite knowing all that, and despite knowing that the fears that I held about the dangers to my children were not founded in fact, that the reality was that child abductions and the real dangers to children had not increased over time. They're exactly the same as they were when I was a child. In fact, they don't go up or down irrespective of how much time kids spend outside and away from their parents, because the vast majority of those incidents happen in the care of someone who knows them or loves them. So we don't actually change the risk to children by letting them go out. But despite that, my wife and I would go through emotional gymnastics anytime the kids would leave the house, and we had very limited places. Dropped again, and back again. So they had very limited. So if my roaming range was an A4 page, my children's roaming range was a postage stamp. So there's a shift. Lots of wonderful things going on in the time we live, but challenges. A lack of exposure to nature, a lack of time connecting to place, and a lot more sedentary time. Just a few stats to just spell that out a little bit further. So we did a survey a year or so ago of 1,000 parents, Australian parents of school-aged children, and asked them how their children spent their time. And you can see that about 40% of their time in a given week was spent at school, about 31% spent on screens outside of school, only about 9% in outdoor play. And where it gets really challenging for us when we look at it, I think, is that 55% of those parents, only 55%, said that their children played outside every day. So we've got to change. There's a reduction. There's an expansion in lots of parts of childhood, but there is a reduction on the amount of outdoor play. There's an incredible increase in the amount of time spent inside and under the supervision of adults. In terms of screens, I'm going to move beyond the negative stuff very soon. In terms of screens, a really important thing to know is that screens are a wonderful tool, huge potential, a valuable addition to our lives in many, many ways. But excessive screen time, which is very easy to have because they're addictive devices, and all of us adults and children know this, excessive screen time has all sorts of consequences for us. And the one I want to share with you is from a study in the US a few years back, where they looked at the impact of screens in households on language, on how many words were spoken in a house, and comparing that to how much time was on screens. And what they found was that when screens were on for between 1 and 2 hours a day, a household would speak about 6,000 words to each other. So let's say there's 4 people in that house, so maybe that's 1,500 words each per day, spoken between parent and child, child and sibling, parent and partner. And you can imagine that there's a lot that goes into those words. Just coming, yep, mic's back. Those words aren't just random words. Those words are used to introduce a human being to the world. Those words are used to work through what happened at school, the emotional thing that happened that you want to work through. It's used to talk about what's coming up. It's used to talk about hopes and fears and friendship and sharing, all those vital components of growing up to be a healthy human being. Those 1,500 words per day per person is where that work is done. Now, in households where screens are on whenever anyone is home, according to this study in the US, those 6,000 words to do all that important work shrunk to 500. Not per person, for the household. So 125 words per person per day. This is the kind. Just waiting, and Mike's back. This is the kind of reduction that I think we need to be really aware of. And it's not to say at all for a minute that things are terrible. We live in a golden window of peace and prosperity. It's a wonderful time to be alive, and this is a wonderful place to be alive. But it doesn't mean there aren't things we can do better, and this is one of them. And then we moved into the COVID times. And these reductions that I've been talking about, a reduction in the amount of opportunity to explore the physical space around you, the amount of opportunity to interact with other human beings face to face, those have gone from being slightly reduced to being dramatically reduced in a very short period of time for adults and for children. And we all know what happened for us when we experienced that as adults. The impact of that reduction was huge. But what we were really seeing in some ways was the experience of modern childhood around being able to explore your neighbourhoods, around being able to connect with other people in a live capacity. That experience was kind of being writ large and experienced in the adult community. And we didn't like it. At that same time, mental health disorders soared. In our children, they doubled. So the average in Australia is about 14% of our children are diagnosed with a mental health disorder. During COVID, that doubled. And also the measure of hope. There's a study in South Australia of 1,000 children asking them about their hope in the future. And a year before COVID, that measure of hope was soaring, really, really high. 85, 86% of children saying they were full of hope for the future. When COVID hit, that dropped to 34%. But what was fascinating in this time to me, as someone watching it and living it, was how we responded to that. At that very moment when the routines and the pleasures and all the things that make up our normal life were kind of stripped back a bit. And we were put into a moment of anxiety, we were put into a moment of fear, and the things that we cling to in our normal life were taken away, including the toilet paper. But in that moment, what did we reach for? What did we want? What did our children reach for? What did our children want? What we all wanted more than anything was to be able to see our family. So if we were separated from family, that was very, very hard for us, and it still is for some people. The other thing we really wanted to do was get out into nature. There was a deep urge for people to go to the beach, to go to the park, to get out on our walking trails. And we saw our children respond to that moment of crisis with creativity, with an urge to connect to other people around them, even if it was by drawing on the sidewalk or putting a teddy bear in the window. That's where they went to. The other thing they went to was friendships and connecting to people and wanting to play. And interestingly, during that time when we saw these dramatically escalated rates of mental health struggles and decreases in hope, we also saw a large portion of children saying, despite all of that, they were actually really happy about the amount of time they were getting to spend with their parents. And when I moved around the neighbourhoods between my house and my work that I passed through, I saw more children and parents out and about in neighbourhoods, on bikes, on scooters, on foot, sitting in parks. As those restrictions started to ease, I saw more of that than I've ever seen in my life, more than when I was a kid with that big roaming range. There were kids and families everywhere. And part of that was an increased amount of time, absolutely, but it was also this deep human need to play, to move, and to connect with the outside world and people around us. Interestingly, as soon as the opportunity was there, our campgrounds were flooded. Our trails, we've got an incredible network of trails here in Western Australia. They were flooded with families and kids. People knew somehow intrinsically that being in nature would soothe them, that would help them move through this time of crisis. And you may or may not have read some of the research about how that works and why that is. But whether you knew that was the case or not, deep down, intrinsically, we all knew it. And you could see it anytime you went outside. Now, thinking about where we live again, and I think it's so important to come back to place. We live in Western Australia. We here live in the southwest corner of Western Australia, in Noongar country. Understanding where we are is so important. And one of the things about where we live, where we're lucky to live, is that we have enormous amounts of access to nature if we choose to take it. Western Australia, picture it on a map. If it was a country, if we decided we've had enough of Clive Palmer, we're cutting off from the rest of the country and we're setting up as our own country, we would be the 11th largest country in the world. We would be the 11th largest country in the world, and we would have a population half the size of Sydney. We are our greatest asset, our greatest and most abundant asset is nature. Now, it's easy to forget that as we move through our daily lives of work and school and commitments and band practice or whatever it is that makes up your life, and to live as though we're living in a town that could be anywhere in the world with the 4 seasons we describe of autumn and spring and ignoring the 6 seasons of where we live here. But when we acknowledge that, we start to see that we've got this incredible opportunity as a society to enjoy where we are and to make Western Australia the best place in the world for children to live. Now, just quickly on the research, being in nature does reduce your stress immediately. It does escalate your desire to move. It turns up your senses and it turns down your mind chatter. But to give you an example of that at work, not just me telling you it, I want to briefly introduce you to Dr. Maren Lindheim from Oslo University in Norway. I visited her on my Churchill last year at Oslo University Hospital, largest hospital in Norway. Trauma cases, cancer cases, children and adults, all the most complex cases in Norway go through this hospital. Maren, Dr. Lindheim, started using nature, a tiny little pocket park of trees next to the hospital. She started using that as a way to help children coming through the hospital to cope with the trauma of their illness and their treatment 7 years ago. It started with a single boy who had been in the hospital for 4 weeks and he was refusing treatment. He had his head in his arms and he wouldn't look at or speak to any of the doctors. They couldn't treat him. So they brought in Maren. And Maren had a moment of intuition and she asked this little boy, "Do you want to talk about this outside?" And he nodded in his arms. And that was his first communication. And from there, within an hour, he had opened up and he'd agreed to accept treatment. This is where they now do their therapy in the winter with kids dealing with trauma. This is the bridge they cross from the hospital into this little pocket park on. And I want to leave a little image in your minds because remember, we've got a big hospital on the right, a little pocket park on the left, and this bridge in between. On this bridge, if you're there on the right day, you'll see a gurney, one of those hospital beds with wheels, with an IV bag and other drug bags hanging off the bed, and a child on that bed fishing off this bridge from their gurney. They have children literally catching fish from their hospital beds and then going into this little bit of forest to work through what they need to work through to get healthy. And what's going on is that nature and this caring adult are combining to gift this child the optimism that they need to take part in their own rescue. And without that optimism, if that child is locked inside, being constantly reminded of their condition and of their struggle by the same walls, the same posters, the same smells, the same uniforms, it's very easy for that child's mental health to deteriorate. And we know sick children's mental health struggles more than anyone else's. So I'm very happy to say that we're doing something similar here. So you can see on the right there the Perth Children's Hospital, and you can see on the left Kings Park. And in 10 to 12 months, there'll be a bridge going from one side to the other across 4 lanes of traffic. Now, when this was announced, some of the commentary around it was, what a waste of money. What's going to be happening with this is children and families are going to be able to recruit nature and experience and play into the health and well-being of their children facing great challenges. There's teams on both sides in the park and in the hospital working to see if there are ways that both of those missions, rehabilitating and protecting the environment and rehabilitating and protecting our children, can they be merged? Are there opportunities for that to happen? The World Health Organization puts it very simply. For children to be healthy, they need to sit less and play more. I just want to pause on this photo for a second and tell you about it. So this photo is taken from an event Nature Play ran in the Shire of York. It gives you a sense of how simple these things can be. What we did was we found a patch of dirt in the town. Turned out the patch of dirt was next to the pub. And then we contacted the local volunteer fire brigade. And we said, any chance you guys could show up and help us turn that patch of dirt into mud? So yeah, absolutely. And then we put on some music. And we had 2,500 people come from York and from surrounding towns and from Perth. And they danced and played in the mud for about 6 hours. And I want you to look at the face of this child. To me, there is something in her eyes. She's not posing, she's just paused for a photograph. There is something about the optimism, the confidence, the sense of independence and fun in that face that tells you everything you need to know. And it's not that all the other things we line up in our children's lives aren't important, they are. But to do those things, to get the education, to play the team sports, to learn a language, whatever it is that you have in mind for your child, to be able to do that and benefit from it, they need a bedrock of well-being. And when they have that bedrock of well-being, they can engage and embrace and learn and grow in ways that will leave you stunned. But they need that bedrock, and nature and play are 2 things that do it. Just in terms of play, this is a photograph from another one of our events, but something really important about play is there's research to show, and frankly, we probably don't need the research, but there's research to show that the more children play together, the more feelings of loneliness are reduced. The more time children have in free play, the higher the amount of executive function they have. Executive function, that's the ability to make your own mind up about things, to make decisions and execute them. To be, a person, a human being with agency in the world, executive function. Children build that through play. They also build the emotional intelligence that they need to progress in the modern world, because what we know also is that as we're facing so much change, we're already living through a lot of change, but there's a lot more to come. Between the challenges like climate change, like the challenge we're seeing to democracy in countries around the world, particularly in the US at the moment, there are so many challenges, there are so many opportunities, but to get the most out of those, to navigate your way through that, you need a level of resilience. But beyond resilience, resilience to me is kind of that's the base station. You want to be resilient, you want to be able to cope with being knocked back, with things not working well for you. But beyond that base station of resilience is courage. And to go into this uncertain world and be optimistic about it. We don't just want to be resilient. We want children to feel courage. And courage is not just getting up when you get knocked down. It's making the choice to take on challenges that you may get knocked down in. And that agency, that choice to take on challenges and embrace the world through all of the challenges that are coming through it is fundamental. Also, play, another thing that play does, and I think this is important, but it's not the most important thing, it is actually how children get their physical activity. In Australia, whenever we talk about physical activity, we go to sport. We think if we want our kids to, get the exercise they need and not be overweight, all those things, we think we'll put them in an organised sport. But despite falling amounts of free play time for Australian children, we are still seeing that free play is where kids get the majority of their physical activity. 42% of the kids' physical activity comes from play. 34% comes from sport. So my question for you is, what's next? So we're still emerging from this COVID time. We are living in this point in history where we're kind of having to invent the wheel around how do families respond to screen time, how do families respond to dynamic communities with people coming and going more than ever before. How do we respond to that, and what lessons do we take from COVID, and how do we apply that into the future? This might seem like a strange slide to go to. One element, I think, is about institutionally taking play and elevating it within the areas that children inhabit. These two photos are also from my Scandinavian Churchill. The one on the left, those tools, those knives, potato peeler, small hatchet, that is a photograph taken from a kindergarten. That's their toolbox at a Norwegian kindergarten. In Norway, they have made the decision to have a kindergarten act, an act of parliament that mandates that kids must spend large portions of their time outside. They must have opportunities to use tools. They must have opportunities for risky play. They must have opportunities to engage with nature through all seasons. And at this kindergarten where I went, I sat there and watched these two 4-year-old girls in their onesie snowsuits sitting on a log with sheath knives, whittling sticks. And how they get those kids to that point is they start off by sitting them on the teacher's lap, giving them a potato peeler, and showing the kid with a potato peeler how to safely handle that tool. And then they progress from there. But the amount of outdoor play and connection that happens in those countries, it's not an accident. There's a conscientious decision made by adults to value play and to ensure even the risky kind is part of their lives. That structure on the other side that you can see is from a playground in Copenhagen. So it's a little sort of fort structure up on top, which you probably can't quite see, is a deck with a handrail. What's different about this is that it's built by children. This is a construction playground where kids from the whole of Copenhagen can come. They ask for tools and they ask for timber and they go out and build. And they can go up to 2 stories. Every now and again, the play worker will come out, have a look at what they're doing and ask them, do you think that's safe? What do you think would happen if someone stood there? And then the kids will work through it. The day that I was at this particular playground, it was demolition day. And they'd brought in a group of teenagers from a local high school who were really struggling. They were the at-risk kids in that group. And they, as a part of their reward for work they'd done leading up to this moment, they'd be given the task to break down all of these structures. So there's all these teenage boys and girls just tearing these buildings apart and then stopping and smiling and talking to each other and engaging with the mentors. It's a conscious decision at a local government level to take on some liability, to take on some challenges, and to put forward the kinds of play opportunities that are going to excite kids. Now, we don't have to go to that, but how things are now for our Australian kids and the protective way we think about them, for all its many benefits, it does have some negatives, but that isn't as it is because it's the only way it can be. It's just a moment in time and a moment in place that we can change, and that other places very similar to us take on different approaches means we can do it too. These are two photos from events we've run in Western Australia. The other part of what's next is, as families, taking ownership of bringing our kids into those other kinds of experiences, not thinking about their lives as if impoverished or lacking, but bringing in some of the great things that previous generations got to do, conscientiously bringing that into their lives, scheduling it. Just incidentally, the photo of these two little boys on that raft, that's taken from an event that we ran that was a cubby building event. We had sticks and cardboard placed on the edge of the Swan River and kids could come and build cubbies. What fascinated me was watching this particular little group of kids. It went from a cubby very quickly to become a raft. And that opportunity to have raw materials, not be instructed, and to follow their creative impulses and to bounce off each other led to them turning a cubby into a boat. And I think that tells you so much about the value of unstructured play. The other photo is very simply a piece of black plastic and a bucket of water turned into a slide at one of our events. The kinds of things I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, that we can bring into our children's lives, they don't have to cost anything. You don't need a four-wheel drive. You don't need a $40,000 camper trailer. You don't need a brand new bike. You need to make a decision to build it into your life, to make time for it, because we do have time. We make time for an awful lot of things, but we do it for the things we value. So the challenge for us, I think, and it's a wonderful challenge to have, I mean, we're not trying to cure polio, we're not dealing with food insecurity. Largely what we're looking at is a healthy, safe, peaceful community that could use with a little bit more play and a little bit more nature, and we have it all around us and it's free. So it's a wonderful challenge to have. And I invite you all to take it on as a challenge, and your life will absolutely be enriched by it. With that said, I would like to open it up and see if anyone's got any questions, anything that they would like to ask me, or even a statement they'd like to make. There's going to be some roving mics move around. So we've got a mic over here. It looks like we might have a question up here. Yep.
Sorry.
If you wouldn't mind standing up, sir, just so I can see you.
Hello there.
Hi.
My name is Manuel. I come from the beautiful place in Bellevue. No. Nice place, and all the staff and the girls and boys are looking after me, and I go around Perth, meet Jesus all the way around. And I got my own workshop, and I work in Interline twice a week, and I'd like to say thank you all the staff for bringing me today, especially this Sam that brought me in today. I'd like to say I got a jukebox at home. I can sing like Elvis, but By the way, Perth is a beautiful place in the whole world. I'd like to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Community. I mean, that's what that says to me. I mean, and thank you for sharing that. But having people who know each other, who look after each other, who bring each other out, it's fantastic. We've got another question up here.
Okay. I'm just curious if you have any ideas of what transitioned us from children having the freedom unsupervised, which is a childhood I have growing up in the bush, to where we're at now.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. It's a complex picture. I really don't think there is a single thing that has done it. But there are some very real things. I mean, one of them is that our neighbourhoods, the traffic has increased. So it wasn't that long ago that most Perth suburbs, West Australian suburbs, the traffic was really pretty light. And as a young child, you could walk up to a street and pretty much wait till there were no cars to cross. And, you know, as an 8-year-old, for example, you don't yet have the depth perception to be able to safely navigate your way through a busy street, but you can stand there and wait till there's no cars and then cross. So parents would be okay with that. So I think that helped. Something else that's happened, though, is that our community is increasingly changing. It's changing at a very rapid rate. And what I mean by that is, so in Western Australia at the moment, or in Perth, 55% of the people who live in Perth weren't born here. And there's beautiful and incredible diversity that comes with that, but there's also disruption to community knowledge of each other. So if you live in the same place around similar families for a few generations, like happens in other countries, and you know, did happen in small pockets in Western Australia not too long ago, you got to know your neighbours and to understand where you fitted in the ecology of your community. What we're seeing now is there's brand new suburbs being created and everyone is moving in without knowing each other. And then we've got people moving interstate, internationally. So we're a much more fractured society than we have been in the past. And I think that diminishes our knowledge of place and our knowledge of community and our comfort in doing that. I also think the screen technology has contributed to it. And the primary reason for that is it wasn't too long ago when being inside for a long time was really quite boring. Unless you discovered reading or music or drawing. But even so, even if that was your thing, after a while you'd get kind of tired and agitated, you'd be ready to go outside and play. Now, with the level of sophistication in those games and the psychology that's applied into them, they're designed to be addictive. You can literally be engaged and entertained and motivated for 48 hours straight. You know, we have situations in gaming rooms where people, particularly in South Korea, where it's a very strong part of the culture, people, you know, literally passing out and even dying in gaming rooms through exhaustion and lack of nutrition and hydration. So that's new. You know, boredom would have driven us out in the past, and now it doesn't. But it's a complex picture. I think there's always a risk in trying to narrow it down to a single cause. I think when we say that it's all about screens and only screens, we actually set up one of the most powerful tools in the world as an enemy as an enemy for us as parents. And I think we can actually use it as a tool. There are some great technologies. I came across one yesterday, a couple of young Perth women, theatre people who have designed this app called Audio Play, and it uses soundscapes through an app to bring children into a story and take on the character from within the story and play the story out in their houses physically, listening to this audio story and working together. So technology can be powerful. It can be powerfully good and it can be powerfully destructive. Thank you for your question. Sorry I don't have a more concise answer for it. Anyone else with a question or a comment? Yep.
Thank you for your ideas on what you've done with respect to kids. My name is Bob, and I'm doing something for adults. And after all, there are kids somewhere inside. Specifically, they are migrants.
Yep.
And I try to take them outside of the outdoors in their suburbs. So they have been to bushwalks outside Perth once a week. But the biggest challenge is how to make it sustainable, how to get the fear out of these retired migrants.
Yep.
If you could share your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bob. And it's a really good point you raised, because everything that I've talked about today, I think applies from birth to the grave. I mean, being playful, being active and engaging with place and with the outdoors is fundamental to us, to our health, all the way through our lives. And there's actually some remarkable work being done in this area around people, very old people, in Singapore in particular. There's some wonderful work being done there with community gardens and getting old people out and into those spaces. But in terms of breaking down fear, I think it's a matter of incrementally building it up. An example I have is a colleague of mine who moved to Perth from Canada and applied for a job with us and worked with us for a number of years. She described to me when she first arrived in Perth from Canada, she moved into a beautiful leafy green suburb. Her partner was in oil and gas. They had a house right opposite a park, and they had 3 small children. And as she looked across at that park every day from her new house in her new country, she was stunned by how few people there were in the park, and that there were almost no children in that park after school. And her initial thought was that there must be snakes in the park, and that it clearly can't be safe if there's no kids there. And she watched, for a few weeks, trying to figure out, watching where people walked, those who did venture into the dangerous park. And then she decided that it was probably okay. She had a look herself. She spoke to people. They said, oh no, there's no snakes, it's fine. Well, not many snakes, it's fine. What she did then is she took her children and she walked to neighbouring houses and she knocked on the door and said, my name's Nicole, these are my kids, we live over there. We're going to be in the park every day from 4 o'clock. If you've got kids, I'd love you to join us. That park has been full of kids every day after school for the last 3-4 years. Now, I know it's different with adults, but I think doing it together, I think what you're doing, Bob, sounds like the perfect way of approaching it. Doing it in a group and then just steadily, step by step. I think the reality too is we do need to, it comes back again to this idea of place. We do live in a place that does have snakes. We do need to understand that. This time of year, Camberang is when they're most active. So being aware of that, knowing where they might be, knowing just a little bit about them, having that knowledge is key. But I think the biggest thing is just doing it and just over time breaking down those barriers. But it is a challenge we face. We do have a very fluid population, people moving in and out all the time. And you hear about snakes, you hear about sharks, you hear about heat exhaustion. So there are barriers on that front. But our challenge is together to work through that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm at the end of my time. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you've all got water. It's good to see you all in the shade. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Griffin. I wasn't born in Perth, and when we moved here, I have to say, I was absolutely astounded at the amount of natural park in the suburbs, right in the suburbs, and it's just fabulous, and I think making use of it, we've got fabulous beaches. There's so much opportunity. So Cathie, we're going to welcome Cathie Travers back to the stage for a few minutes for another musical interlude as we prepare for our next panel, which is about technology and how it's changing sport. And also at 2 p.m. there is another panel on the first floor of the library, which is around how we might end homelessness. So welcome to Cathie.
Oh, thank you. So I just played a tune there from Brazil, from a reasonably contemporary Brazilian musician called Etu, and he is a great percussionist. Played in all sorts of kind of traditional Brazilian bands, and also in a band called Weather Report, which was totally different. So now I am going to do a little ballad called Siena Nos. And here's a tune by a great Argentinian musician, Astor Piazzolla. Thank you. I will be back a bit later on, and I think you have a guest speaker coming in just a second.
Thanks, Cathie, and we'll see you again in an hour. Okay, everyone, we're moving to another panel session, but I'd just like to let you know that there's some fabulous free exhibitions and tours with our disrupted partners, the Art Gallery of Western Australia and Pika behind us, so please take the time to go and visit the free exhibitions. And on level 1 of the library, there is another panel about to commence, which is around how we might end homelessness. So now something a little different for Disrupted. We've never, in all of the years, had a talk or a panel on sport. But given this is an unusual year, we're very pleased to have a panel to talk on technology and the future of sport. And this panel is entitled Calling the Game, Tech, Governance and the Future of Sport. And it's another panel that's been curated by the Minderoo Foundation, so thank you for their support. But the moderator of this panel is a Western Australian sports commentary legend, and he's known as the Oracle because he has an amazing encyclopedic knowledge of all things sporting. So please welcome to the stage Glenn Mitchell, who will be the moderator.
it's great to be here. As Margot mentioned, we're talking about technology, data collection and the future of sport from an ethical and moral point of view, and we've got a great panel to introduce. First of all, Associate Professor Jacqueline Alderson. Jackie leads the National, International Sport and Health-focused research teams in wearable tech, machine learning and pro-public technology applications at UWA. We've also got Angus Armstrong, who's a young man who is a pole vaulter training at the WA Institute of Sport. Angus is a two-time Australian Open champion and currently aiming towards next year's Tokyo Olympic Games. Julia Powles, another Associate Professor on our panel, is Director of the Minderoo Tech and Policy Lab and Associate Professor of Law and Technology at UWA, and she specialises in privacy, intellectual property and governance. And finally, Jason Webber. Jason's been at the forefront of high-performance management, strength and conditioning, rehab and medical services in a professional football codes in a career which lasts over 2.5 decades. So great to have those people with us here to mull over our topic today. Now, I thought I'd start with you firstly, Jason. Data, we keep hearing about it all the time in modern sport. 25 years or so you've been involved in elite level sport. How has what we've collected data-wise changed in that time?
Well, I think in that 25 years, we've gone from very basic measurements, the stopwatch, video cameras, and just assessing things in a very general nature, to we've gone all the way now to GPS, interactions with force plates, high level or high detail biomechanical analysis. So the data collection has become broadly exponential. And as computing power has increased and technology has reduced in size, that's just continued to accelerate every single year.
And when we're talking about that data, you can collect a lot of it, but do a lot of people actually understand what it means?
I think there's a lot of people who are out there saying they understand it, and probably leading coaches, maybe athletes at some level, down the garden path. Not necessarily the wrong information, but they're not helping the situation. It's getting muddied by a lot of information, and I think the more that we integrate the academic level investigations to give clarity, validity and reliability information, that's where we're getting improving.
Angus, you work in a very technical sport, the sport of pole vault. How much of your training is governed by key performance data that is picked up by data experts, by coaches and the likes, to make you a better athlete?
Yeah. So when I first started pole vault, it was pretty kind of vague. You know, you rock up, coach would just give you a few cues. As my career has kind of progressed, it's got more and more specific and yeah, data driven. We have kind of like an athlete monitoring system, AMS, where we put in all of our training, and that's kind of dictating a lot of the decisions that we make around load management. And then there's a number of kind of parameters that we measure during the actual jump itself, and either deficits, you know, in some of those variables we address in, you know, the training to improve. Yeah.
How much of your actual training is data-driven? And obviously you do things like running programs, gym and everything like that, but how much of the specific data that is collected is actually important to you and your coaching staff?
So we have a number of like key performance measures. They include contact time, so our feet, and how much load we receive through there, and duration and our perceived intensity. That's kind of broadly. And that creates kind of like a running 6-week average that predicts what we're going to be like in the next 6 weeks. And then we make sure that what we actually record matches that prediction. And then that keeps us honest, basically, and keeps us on track without going, you know, with a big spike in our training load or not doing enough and then deconditioning. So I'd say that most of the decisions are made based on some sort of data point.
Julie, from your perspective with the legal background, we're talking there, Angus is talking about specific data, but also things like sleep, nutrition, everything like that now is sort of being rolled into this sort of elite level sporting program. Do we run the risk of a bit too much of a big brother?
Yeah, I mean, Angus, have you got any kit on you now?
Yeah.
What's it collecting?
Yeah, so this is a sleep monitor. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to wear this for another 2 weeks. I've had one of my training partners wear it for like 2 months now, so yeah I feel watched.
So do you have concerns about that type of thing?
Well, I think what's interesting is, there's two different types broadly of visible to the athlete and coach data, and then a lot of the back-end collection that's continuous. So the continuous collection of sleep or heart rate, very intimate personal data, and then also the set of companies that are involved in providing the technology. So, there's a bunch of commercial providers that develop various wearable tech, also the GPS trackers that Jace talked about. So they're all in this space, and I'm concerned that there's the proliferation is in a lot of that invisible stuff. And the reason elite sport's so interesting is probably a couple of reasons. One is we all, whatever happens in elite sport will trickle down. But also if we don't, as fans and enthusiasts of sport with the very particular sort of fairness and integrity and spirit of the game of sport, don't identify where we might be up against boundaries, I think that the big brother that we're increasingly facing in the rest of our lives is more likely to happen. And when I would characterise sport as this frontier of human monetisation in elite sport, human monitoring for monetisation, marketisation. So that's the battleground really. And as I've discussed with these guys and others in the sector, it feels like at the moment there's no real sense of any rules that are in play.
Which we will talk about a little bit later in regard to the legal aspects. But Jackie, in your area of research and putting together, we'll talk a little bit in a moment about the bowling accelerometers you've got in regard to looking at bowling techniques with cricketers and the likes. But we know all the time that research facilities at places like universities are always looking for money. And you've had approaches, or the university has approaches from big people like Amazon, Google and the likes. Why is that? Is that for them to be able to get data, or just to try and be good citizens?
Well, undoubtedly, it's about data. Those companies are about data. And there's a uniqueness to, I think, sport, people forget. And just to echo what Julia said about, it's at the frontier. It's the frontier of a whole range of technological developments, but also data aggregation. And if we think about, we know each other from cricket, we have at UWA, for example, 30 years of cricket, longer really, 30 years of cricket information. What those companies, those large tech titans really need is data to create product and to use machine learning create machine learning models and all those things that people are hearing about that they're a little bit frightened of, but they're also in awe of. Those companies, no matter how much money they can throw at the problem, can't recreate historical data sets of elite athletes. And so that is uniquely an asset to university sectors, and I would argue that it's uniquely an asset to the community. And it's not an asset that should be sold off to those sorts of companies, because it's just something, if they could create it themselves, they wouldn't come to anyone else.
How big a concern is it for someone like you, Angus, if you think of the WA Institute of Sport? You're from the Eastern States, so you've relocated here because the waste program is almost the best in the world, set up by Alex Parnov when they built the new waste facility. There's an indoor pole vault training facility with a roof high enough for you to jump 6 metres. Obviously, all the data collection, everything you have there is truly state-of-the-art and is ahead of most other areas of your sport globally. So how concerned are you in regard to being able to retain all that information yourself for you and your coaches?
Yeah, definitely. We touched on this a bit before when we were chatting. I'm a little bit conflicted. On one end, I kind of like the idea of open source. Everyone has access, and therefore, when it comes down to competition, it really is who is the best, not who has the best resources. And that's, I guess, a fairer game. And yet, as you said, I made some big decisions and choices, not sacrifices, choices, to move over here, put some things on hold, and yeah, I want every edge that I can on the runway.
Have you been asked to give an okay as to what data is collected from you or about you?
Vaguely. It's something that myself, a number of other athletes from a number of other sports are talking about. And currently there really is no answer about where it's being stored, how long it's going to be stored for, questions about encryption, who really owns the data. All of these things make athletes like myself a little bit uncomfortable when the conversations we have about data are very much like, it's a compliant issue, do it, I want you to fill this out, instead of being like, having an explanation as to why we're doing it and empowering us, and also making sure we have the knowledge base so we can make the decision as to whether or not we do want to share, our data. Is it really going to help us that much, or is it going to be used for some other purpose?
Put your legal hat on, Julia. Who does own the data? Who owns Angus's data?
So, like in our everyday life, this, I think, is the biggest unresolved question of this century. The current status is those who grab it exercise rights like ownership. Legally, that's not underpinned by ownership rights, but they, through access and control, act like owners. So to take the AFL example, the AFL, whenever there's a game, any of the 18 clubs, they hook up their tech and all of the players to the AFL's systems and a set of vendors, Catapult, Champions on, and the AFL acts like the owner of it. But when asked, they haven't got any real basis for that. They've just sort of grabbed it. And the risk with the example Jackie used of Google or Amazon sort of looking at profiteering off this data is once they grab it, they'll also act like they own it too. So that's the biggest game, I think, in every aspect of our lives. The use of digital platforms, apps, your mobile phone. Data can feel like a very abstracting notion. I mean, it's really everything about you. Your movements, your habits, your sleep. Often very intimate details about your home life. And within the sporting context, that can be for an intense period of someone's life. Athletic careers are often quite a bit shorter than other careers. So what happens beyond? So I guess the answer is, I think that the right of individuals is the primary that ought to drive it. And as Angus said, if this is in my interest, then I should be able to use the most advanced technology. And I think that's the sort of reset we need that challenges really the sort of the grabber mentality of once you claim it, that you own it. Who really should it be in the interest of? And I think it's the person who it's all about.
Looking at you, Jason, you've come from a sports science background. You've obviously studied it and got tertiary qualifications. Were there any ethics parts of that, or how important is that really, that if you're dealing in that and you're dealing and collecting in people's data, that as a professional, you really need to be aware of the onus that is on you in regard to how that data is used?
Well, I think that there's two parts to the answer. First is there any discussion about ethics pertaining to data and the like? No, there is not. Not in any shape or form. And then you come into the professional realm, and in the same space, is there a presentation when you join employment with a team? Do they go through data acquisition and security measures, as Angus discussed? Currently in Australia, I'd say it'd be close to 100% of a no. You talk to some of the teams in the US, some of them are extraordinarily protective, but it's more based on a business case as opposed to one of protecting the athlete. It's look, we want to protect what we have so it doesn't get monetised or scraped for other nefarious sort of gambling or whatever other uses. But within our own profession, there is a growing body of people, probably the older contingent, that are concerned, that have seen the growth of data and are aware that there are certain ethical obligations we have. One of my personal ones is the portability of data. So if an athlete moves from one team to another, it's their data. Okay, they should be able to have that, particularly when we talk in the realms, as Angus implied, about whether that data supports a certain training regime that may keep them safe, and like that information should be transferred. That's now currently, certainly within the AFL, done on a person-to-person basis. It's not, and that's me to my peers. and it's not always accommodated. So there are certainly underlying ethical concerns within my profession.
Talking about ethical concerns, Jackie, the area that you've been working on, we're talking about cricket before. Cricket, in regard to technique, is very unique. There are regulations on things like Formula One and 12-metre yachts and the America's Cup and the likes, but if you're talking about a bowling action, someone's entire livelihood, and also in regard to using the worst word in sport, cheating, can come into it. You mentioned you've got 30 years worth of data. I mean, how important is it for that to be protected?
I mean, it's life-changing for those athletes if some of that is released. All of that was, all of the illegal action data that we collected at UWA was obviously collected under an embargoed type status.
Sorry, but is that a concern when we're talking about the Googles, Amazons, Facebooks of the world?
It is to an extent, and I've discussed this previously with Julia. One of the challenges of those large tech companies, and in fact anyone moving into the more machine learning, artificial intelligence space at the moment, is the loss of domain expertise of the people to understand what that data is. So the context of the data, the nuance of the data. So if a large company like Facebook, for example, bid for the Cricket World Cup in India, and that in my, I mean, I don't know this for sure, but I would suspect that was a first parlay, if you like, into collecting broadcast data that is actually about the actual data set that they were, the vision that they were seeking to obtain rights to. So one of the advantages of that, if you start to look at things like artificial intelligence and machine learning today, is that we can start to understand and run pose models, or what we'd call pose estimations. So for those in the audience listening, wanting to know what that means, it's just when you sort of identify a skeleton, if you like, or a stick figure on that particular image. And we can do that today fairly easily just using straight computer vision techniques. One of the problems with that, so a group like Facebook or Google or any computer vision team at any university, they could do that, and they could do that on all of the historical broadcast data we've ever had. But what they don't understand is how much expertise went into understanding the model that we used to determine if someone was illegal or not. And because the model that we used was, I mean, if I think about it, we probably had 4 PhDs over the course of that time frame, understanding how we model the shoulder joint centre and how we model the elbow joint centre and the axes, because we took that very, very seriously. We were talking about only a few degrees where we got to determine whether someone was able to undertake, to play in the game of cricket, and particularly for individuals, say, from the subcontinent, you're talking about not just that person's livelihood, but entire families and villages in some instances. So those large companies, when they come along with new techniques without understanding the domain expertise, I think that's a real risk.
How much of this is media driven, Julia? That the media just wants to have this information and insight into what athletes are doing?
Yeah, well, I think once you get to sports that are underpinned by a business model of audience engagement, the story that's often sold at the club level to athletes, to coaches, is this is in the interests of performance, it's in the interests of athlete health, injury prevention, these kind of things. But in practice, that is a really minor aspect of the use today. And a lot of the use is putting up the visible versus the invisible. The visible being things like who are the top 5 performers on field, and sort of match stats. We might not have too many issues with that because we can see some of them with our eyes. But behind that are a bunch of details about where did every player go at any point in time, from the GPS tracker, what was their accelerometry data, which can tell you, for example, how many hits have they had, all sorts of very revealing health kind of information. And another example which alarmed me somewhat is broadcasters getting access to facial recognition.
And for what reason? We were talking about that off stage. Explain the reason that they wanted that.
So facial recognition is an interesting scientific technique that you can assess in a predictive way some of the micro features of faces that reveal, give away what's going to happen next. So in this case, it was trained on the top 4 tennis players in the world on when they were receiving a serve, did they look crestfallen or enthusiastic? And then you can make a micro trade in the sort of broader complex of broadcast betting, wagering, on what will happen next. But you know, facial recognition is, I think, a uniquely dangerous technology because you can't get another face. So what is revealed in that is you know, it's impossible to mask. And I think that's a sort of line where we go, well, actually, this is supposed to be about, you know, the limit of human performance accessible by a human, not by these sort of, you know, absolute computer vision, sort of granular detail machines.
Jason, how much of all the data, for example, the Fremantle Football Club when you were there collects, not just to highlight Fremantle, but how much of it is actually used?
Well, I think over the course of a long period of time, so I was there longer than a decade, that ebbed and flowed. So there were times when we were collecting data where, as Jackie indicated, domain knowledge, we probably didn't know what we didn't know. And as a new technology comes in, you need to collect more and determine to the best of your ability what's a reliable source of data. And more than that, the validity. So what does it mean? And is it measuring what you think it's meaning? So over the course of time, I think we've reduced things down. But as you go further along, and as Julia pointed out about the depth or the amount of information that's out there, you start to look at more advanced computational methods, as Jackie spoke about, like machine learning and the like. And we start to look for the patterns that we really can't see as humans on the surface, but when you look at the intricate levels of connection between pieces, there's information there. So it then comes down, as we discussed, to what's usable on the other end. So it's okay for us to devise all this great information, but we have to then make it in a usable and understandable, digestible format for coaches who are not typically PhDs in data science to be able to understand and consume that data and apply it in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that a little bit. One of the queries I would say, and it's something I've noticed working with many elite teams, professional and otherwise over the years, is there's now this proliferation of data collection. There is a quantum of data out there, and I would argue that, and I've heard this many, many times, that, look, we might not know what we'll need it for yet, but if we just collect it and we continue to collect it, something might fall out at some time. And I'd argue that that's a very dangerous premise, because, yeah, that may be true, but at the same time, you're collecting data from people and it's theirs, and it may actually, what they collect today, I think Julia touched on this, for example, the impact data that might occur for any code of football, so a GPS data, for example. In some respects, I could take that data, reverse engineer it, work out how many impacts someone had had, work out their likelihood of a brain injury, which we know is a real problem in football codes, and if I wanted, sell that to an insurer. Now, that may not have impact today, but the tendency for elite sport particularly to just collect data for the sake of it is there, and I think we need to stop and reassess why we're collecting it. We have to have purposeness in why we're actually doing that, and because data should only inform, it should never drive.
What do you feel about that, Agnes? I mean, does everything that gets done around you and for you, can you see an immediate or short-term area where that is going to be utilised, or you just feel at times a lot of stuff is being aggregated in regard to what you're doing in the gym and in your training facility?
Yeah. I would say that a lot of the time I get the instruction of what to fill out and I do my best to fill that out, and then I kind of lead it. It's starting to change and I am starting to be involved in more conversations, but I'd really like to be, sitting down with not only the coaches, but, management and then the data scientists themselves. And I'd like them to ask me questions of like what I think is important and get my perspective. And I don't really know if that's been talked about. There's a lot of, management, data scientists, academics that are kind of talking about this, but I think athletes need to be more involved in that conversation. And I think that'll help sift out what data is actually valuable and also hopefully avoid information that athletes could potentially perceive as, negative to their own life.
Glenn.
In your situation, Jason, is it the coaches that go and ask, I'd like data on this, or is it the sports scientists that produce data and say to the coach, I reckon you can use this? Who's the driver behind coming up with data?
Okay, the bulk would probably come from sports science saying we've measured this and we think it can contribute. There are insightful coaches who will come up with observations, say I'd like to know about X, Y and Z, and you do your best to, and that's the ideal way things should work. So the absolute domain specialist says, show me this space, illuminate it for me. But as we move into the era of technology that is, let's say, hardware driven, so there's a lot of information, as Jackie said, being collected that people don't even know how to use. So that's all sitting in the background, and that's where we create that level of information that's a repository that people aren't using. Can coaches use it? They can if they're open to the idea, but there's so much going on, and I think if I reflect back to what Angus just said, Angus is in an individual sport, and so his interaction is on an individual basis. When you have a squad of 50 players, some of which are 18, 19, and they really, with all due respect, don't care. Some do at the highest level, but you've got some kids, just give me the football, just put me out there. We're still collecting information on those people, and the same, if you want to call it respect, should be paid to them in terms of how we handle that data. And that's, as much as it's happening, that conversation may happen for Angus, I can tell you it's not happening right across the spectrum, which is something that we should be considering.
From what you've studied in regard to, Julia, the ethics and the morals and the legalities, where do we sit on the global sort of system? Are we behind in regard to getting the permission of someone like Angus to have his data collected?
Yeah, I think we're currently behind, but we are assessed against a generally pretty open field. And I think, and this is one of our drivers on the research front, I think Australia really has an opportunity to lead. We've led on, in the high performance system that Angus is part of, position statements on genetic testing, how do we make sure that we protect athletes in that sense. We've led in the positions around some of the most controversial decisions that you can make around things like illegal actions and those controversial gender determinations and so on. This is a genuine open field opportunity. We've got a project with the Academy of Science that's interested in this. In professional sport, I know the AIS is leading conversations, but I just wanted to pick up what's so special about this as an instance of, I think, a broader conversation we need to have in Australia. And it's the issue Angus said about, the particularity of him as an athlete and what's unique. And a lot of these big data techniques are all about looking at us en masse and thinking about how do you make mass predictions that are really about finding patterns of homogeneity. And elite sport's all about outliers. Like, I'm interested in the fact that there might be really granular information that you could take from one club to another on that athlete, but that information would reveal, this guy on 3 out of 5 scores doesn't show that he'd be an elite athlete. But then the evidence is he is. And that's the magic, and that's why data is always reductive and models are always insufficient. And I don't know, Angus, if there's, in your case, if that checks out.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we discussed before, I was a bit of an outlier myself. Physically not as gifted in some of, again, the kind of typical testing parameters that are used in athletics, stuff like the standing long jump, 60-metre sprint, all that kind of stuff. But I have other assets that have meant that I can perform with the best in those tests. And personally, I sometimes worry that because some of my data may not be suggestive of, this pure elite athlete that is, very dopamine sensitive, that, is genetically gifted, it might count me out for things like scholarship and support if this gets carried away a bit too much. You talked about genetic testing. I remember there was an attempt for one of my training partners to get genetic testing for him, and because he had recurring tendon pains, and he was able to ultimately he pushed back, because what do they do with that information is, if it's a yes, he has some sort of genetic issue, is that going to somehow hinder him when it comes to funding considerations and whether or not institutions or federations take risks on him and his performance? And yeah, that's our career,
How risky do you see that type of thing from a legal perspective?
Yeah, well, I think that last line, this is the career, this is a workplace. And high stakes decisions, the higher stakes is, are you bowling or are you throwing? And then you're out of the game. But I mean, there's all sorts of micro decisions that are based on what your data reveals. And in other workplaces, I think that I would characterise in sport, what we've got is, it's like for those of us that are office workers, tracking your keystrokes and how much time are you spending on tasks, and are you logged into your social media, or are you checking the news, and using all of that as performance data on what your deliverables are. And I would keep it in that category, that it can, in a very time sensitive way, potentially be useful, but we should also be getting rid of a lot of it too, like genuinely deleting it. Because as you build up these repositories, they become, uniquely attractive assets. And there's one of the counterparts to Waste has had a tech company come in and scrape its entire database on promise that it's going to provide some, whiz-bang new tech. And you're losing something that you can't recreate, as Jack said, and that will be sold back in ways that is increasingly opaque to the athletes themselves.
In an AFL club, and you've been involved in other professional football codes, Jason, how much protection is there? I mean, are things erased at the end of the day, or is it a repository just continually built up?
Unfortunately, I'm going to tell you that it's relatively unprotected, and to the extent, certainly within Australia, that there are some fields and some groups that data literally, as an employee leaves, they take it with them. And that happens more than you'd like to hear about. And again, that is a fundamental ethical flaw in my peers, so to speak. That's wrong. It's on so many levels, but it does happen.
In the area of, we talked a minute, or you raised a moment ago, about concussion and head injuries and that. The collection of that data is becoming very, very big nowadays. We've heard of massive legal cases in the NFL in America. We know that the late Polly Farmer, Danny Frawley, their families have donated their brains to medical research. Where does that fall under? Does that fall under health, or does it fall under sport? Because I'd imagine that health would have a far stricter legal parameters in regard to how that information can be used.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fantastic question, actually. It's one of the things we're aiming to look at in that Academy of Science project, and primarily because there is this grey band now about health, yes, is really stringently regulated when we know it's medical and health data, and that will generally apply to any medical official in a sports team. But people like myself, so sports biomechanists, exercise physiologists, etc., the data that we collect may not today be considered medical or health data, just like the GPS data that we talked about before. But in my opinion, it could very well be considered medical data 5 to 10 years from now, because it actually gives you information about the health status of an individual. And this is really relevant to people in the general community as well. Where people think, oh, we're talking about GPS, tracking and those sorts of things. But to touch on what Julia said, those same sensors that you see on those athletes that are on those harnesses are exactly the same sensors that are in your mobile phone. So those things that we can calculate, like how long did you sit at your desk, when did you go to the toilet, we could take that information from your mobile phone right now if you had it when you're in your workplace and calculate those very same things that we're talking about today for athletes.
So Julie, we're talking about the collection, say, of information for CTE concussion. Does sport and the way that they collect data and regulate data need to come with the same sort of legal parameters and legal safeguards that health collection does?
I think it's increasingly the case that a lot of personal information is revealing of health. So the mobile phone example, you could probably also look at gait.
Oh, and yeah, I could take that same mobile phone and determine your likelihood of developing knee osteoarthritis with about 65% accuracy, which is better than chance.
Yeah, so I mean, there's these categories that are well protected and a lot of crude measures of what is medical data, like did a doctor get involved? But if you've got these other features and it was a researcher, it somehow falls out of the category or someone on the performance team. So yeah, I think we need to level it up. And you know, if we leveled it up, I also think we'd get more of the rich athlete-oriented research that would be really valuable. You take the outlier, you get quite integrated, you know, very specific to that athlete, and restore that sense that the first and primary source and beneficiary of this information is the individual that it's about. And because most of it will bleed into, I think it's probably not 5 years away, it might already be here that a lot of this is health, could be classified health information. The legal test is, could it, is it personal? Could it be identified to an individual? So even if you anonymise stuff, often it can be re-identified. And if it's health, can it be used to inform the health of that person? So it's not that it got collected by a doctor.
We obviously had the biggest profile case, I guess, in recent times in Australian sport with what happened at the Essendon Football Club, where players were asked to sign certain documentation, and then we still probably don't know all these years on what was actually administered to them. But you've worked with Jason, say, at the Fremantle Football Club. You're working with 17, 18-year-olds that are coming into a system. You're working with the David Mundys and years gone by, the Pavliches that are well in the back half of their 30s. Do they all ask the same questions? Or are some of them just, you're in an AFL system and whatever I'm told to do, I'm just going to do?
I'd reflect back to what I said about Angus as an example. You have players at one end of the spectrum that are incredibly engaged and across every detail and want to spend time on it. There are others in the bulk in the middle who are kind of interested, but it's a passing. And then you have another end of the distribution that really don't care. That being said, understanding where those players fit in that, we still have to treat them all the same. And whether we verbally have engagement with them about what data is used for, the back end and the ethics, that need to, in my opinion, start with the people like myself, the practitioners that are making ethical decisions about what we collect. And if you use the Essendon example, there were ethical grey zones, or I would say lines that were crossed. And the same example could be extrapolated to data. So how far would you go? You know, there's certain points where you need to say, this is where we're stopping, and that's it. Now, is that relying on the professional as an individual, or should it be, like the medical profession, here's the line, do not cross? And that's probably what we're starting to explore now, is where does that sit? We're a very young profession. If you term sports scientists or even the strength conditioning, we're young professionals, a young profession that has been impacted by a radical increase in data. So the use and control of it's very unknown.
Julie, from a legal perspective, what right does an 18-year-old have when he comes into, say, a football team? And this is the way we've always done things. This is the data that's being collected. Obviously, they feel that they're under pressure because they want to conform, they want to get a game, they want to stay on an AFL list. But what is their actual legal, not so much legal requirement, but what can they do in that regard if they have a degree of uncomfortability with it?
Yeah, so I think there's law and culture. And the cultural element is you're probably not going to get a game unless you wear the kit. Talking in footy, I think it's only the most prominent players that were able to resist wearables, and now it's kind of largely accepted. I guess I think basically the decisions are made by sort of passing consent and then coercion. You know, this is how it goes. This is the same for everybody. And it's very similar to how we all interact with digital technology. You can click, yes, I agree, or you can be a digital pariah and, you know, not communicate with your mates and not find out how the world is moving. And I think that the way to solve that is at the collective and societal level. So you use the example, Jason, of American clubs being more sophisticated at some level. And that's because of two things. One is their regulatory environment is so poor that they operate within it, and because they have these business drivers. And we don't think of sport, I don't think, in such a transactional way. But what serves athletes in the US and what does a modest degree of protection here is collective bargaining agreements and system level changes. And those system level changes have to draw some of those lines, I think, because it's not fair to put on a 17, 18-year-old to say, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but I don't think I feel comfortable. They're not in an empowered environment, and it's a really asymmetric dynamic. So I think that the societal level things could do some things like, first of all, this is in the athlete's interest first and foremost. They should be able to port the data if you move from the East Coast to the West, if you move clubs, and also set some of the rules that say things like facial recognition, incredibly controversial. You need, very explicit buy-in, and you need to stop doing it after a certain amount of time because of the consequences beyond.
Jackie, we're talking about products, and I suppose it is a product in some ways, that can cost millions, if not tens of millions of dollars to be able to perfect. Sport is all about a level playing field, as best you can, like versus like. How big a danger is it that there will be some countries, there will be some individual clubs within a particular sport that can actually afford all this type of technology, can also work with research scientists to be able to develop the technology? Is that going to leave us with a very uneven playing field? If we talk about drugs in sport, what you put in your body, there are set limitations, set rules, and you can be ousted from the sport. Are we going to see something similar in regard to large tech?
I think so. And I think when we think about the notion of fair play today, and if you talk to the Sports Integrity Authority, for example, they really are concentrating on things like drugs or any physiological change, and then sports themselves will regulate mechanical advantage, so that cycling will have its own rules, Formula One has its own rules. But right now, the biggest advantage for a sports team or a club or an association, I think, is the data that they collect, and it's actually entirely unregulated. So it wouldn't come in under a soft cap, for example. I wouldn't imagine it in an AFL perspective, depending on how they decided to nominate where that person sat within that cap. But also we can do some really remarkable things with that data now. We can start to integrate data from a performance analytics perspective that might relate to motion on a field and events on a field. And we are doing that today, where we're looking at predicting what is the next thing that is likely to happen. What is the next chain of events that is likely to happen? So then if you're at the forefront of that as a team that has decided early on to invest in data analytics, then good luck to you. You're actually, you've got that competitive edge. And I think from a cultural perspective, that's really interesting, because in sport we think, well, if you're at the front and you're doing those things, then you're being innovative and therefore you should be entitled to do that. And I'm not really sure that that's exactly where we want to be, because that presupposes that everyone has access to the same type of data, the same expertise in that data. There's a whole range of limitations on the assumption that everyone has equal access. And I thought Julia could...
Yeah, well, the funny thing about it is, from your starting point, Glenn, if you took a drug and you said, I can predict the next chain of events that's going to happen, we'd all go, that's clearly off limits. But somehow, because it's in the sphere of the intangible, it's just data. And I, maybe we need to talk about it with a different word than data, that really starts to make it feel as invasive as substances or as significant as the mechanical regulation.
Do you think in the end, Jason, we can get that bigger advantage? The wind's picking up. That bigger advantage from just sports science in regard to being able to take yourself light years ahead or create a strong enough gap between you and those that can't afford that type of information?
Yeah, obviously there are limitations within Australian sport with soft caps and the like, so I think there's probably some restrictions there, but from a broader sense, you used the example when we were discussing earlier about Australia too. So there was a massive jump, right? So we don't know yet. There are some of the work Jackie's discussing that we're currently already working on. It goes beyond the understanding. It's very hard for for the coaches and the like to comprehend. But if someone gets it, and we've got the computational power and the integration to bring good information, yes, it will be a jump, but it's going to take coordination with people, domain knowledge, as Jackie talked about earlier, but certainly the technical input from the appropriate level data scientists and the like will make a difference.
Angus, in your sport and your coaches and your sports scientists, how busy are they trying to find information from other areas around the world to win? I mean, obviously, as you said before, you have a bit of a feeling conflicted that, you know, you want to see the sport grow, you want to see records increase, but then again, you want to make sure that you're probably the one that's doing it, especially at Tokyo next year.
Yeah.
But how much work is being done behind the scenes by your support group to try and gather information and data from other people overseas?
I think, at least in the sport of pole vault specifically, and within the context of the program at WACE, we're actually we are at the forefront, and we're kind of creating these data sets, and to do so, we're having to draw from other pretty kind of random studies all over the world that indicate, oh, this might indicate performance because we've seen a bunch of, you know, people that jump really high do this. Or maybe everyone that jumps high happens to run fast, so maybe let's look at that. And then reading studies in other sports. So a lot of the time, I mean, the WA sporting culture, we're referenced to football as well, which is great. So I think for now they are looking at other data sets to inform how we kind of measure ourselves. But I just hope that doesn't take away from the magic of, at the end of the day, it's me on the runway and I'm looking at that bar and I'm not thinking like, oh, okay, am I going to be 0.1 faster? Get over, that's all I'm focused on. And yeah, I just hope the magic isn't kind of like sucked out of the sport and it becomes this predictive sort of space. That's not exciting.
I think to pick up on that, it's interesting that over the last 2 years I've watched large national sporting organisations align with the big tech companies in order to, rather than look elsewhere at the level that we would normally have done so at a research level and at a domain, so as I say for myself, sports biomechanics. For example, in July last year, Swimming Australia aligned with Amazon AWS to give them all of the access to their data in order to get analytics. So they're using that for sports analytics, performance analytics assessment. And I think ongoing, that's actually what we'll see, because there's somewhat of a, particularly in Australia, but worldwide, there is a lot of money in data and sports data, and there is a lot of money in sport, but much of it does not flow back to the sport itself. And so they need to rely on other groups in order to get they can't afford. Swimming Australia as a semi-professional sport, as an example, needs to buy in that expertise, and within that they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They have to use those really large companies, but in doing so, we are perhaps giving away national assets.
And just to wrap up before we see there's any questions, just to finish with you, Julia, from a legal perspective, Cambridge Analytica was a massive story when data was being leaked. Are we potentially sitting on a powder keg from a sports point of view that something very similar could happen in the sporting domain?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Essendon example we referred to, when you've got an entire industry where a conversation doesn't ever happen, it may happen right at the signing point, and then ongoing you're collecting the most intimate information about people. I think a powder keg is a great way of putting it. And I think it also will shortchange us on the innovation that could happen. We've seen a few data scandals, they're just breaches, and they haven't been on core athlete medical information and so on. But you want to get ahead of it so that we can, I think, doing this sort of innovation, competitive edge in a principled way and taking the time to get the settings right doesn't mean you're stopping innovation. It's how you save it, actually, to stop the crisis and then build what is really sustainable.
Just before we wrap up, do we have any questions from anyone here at all? We've got a couple of mics if necessary.
Hello.
An interesting discussion. Thank you.
Just thank you very much. Not a question, just to say that what you've been saying is very disturbing, and I would really love to see this panel or a similar panel discuss this on the national media, because I'm sure there are an awful lot of sports fans out there who have no idea what's happening, certainly at the professional level, but also at the level of waste, especially with the young athletes like our pole vaulter here. Yeah, it's disturbing, and I'm not going away from this feeling very happy, but thank you.
Well, I must say, to be perfectly honest, when I was approached to actually facilitate this panel, having been involved in sports broadcasting for over 30 years, when I started to speak to people, fellow panellists here, I was something I'd never ever thought about, never ever really thought about, Julian. I wonder whether, if I'm someone that's had a fair involvement at the level of sport, I wonder how many other people in sport really haven't considered it, and that's why we potentially are sitting on a powder keg.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's so powerful about it is there might be people who don't care about sport, but I've never met one. And we are a sporting nation, and we have been leaders in sport for our whole history. So this is a real opportunity for us to grab, to say, for the protection and endurance of our young athletes, and for all of us in the way that it trickles down into community and grassroots sport, that we need better settings. We need some settings. And there's lots of ways that you can do that. You can have better training. We can, as an industry, set code of conduct. I think it's part of the professionalism of the sport to really up the game on this. And then to leverage our unique research capabilities to be able to do the best work on what is outliers that are individual repositories, and put that power back in athletes' hands.
Anyone else with a question or comment? No? Oh. So if you ask the question, I'll relay it. Okay, the question from the lady here was how much information is collected and used the ice hockey example, the NHL in America, where they're collecting a lot of data and information that can then lead to health, well-being, and in particular injuries. Do you have much of an idea about that, Jackie, in Australian sport, whether that is being looked upon greatly? In particular, I'll get Jason in a moment to talk about it as well.
I might let Jason answer just from the pure medical, and then I'll answer from a performance position, because most data, that particularly the large high-resolution data we get today, is really supposed to help athletes, but it's actually not collected under a medical domain. But
I think from a medical perspective, if I drift towards drafting and bringing young players in, I think the medical data that's collected is at the highest level of protection, and purely to ascertain the health of the athlete, and it's used at the highest order. So I wouldn't have any concerns in that regard. I think the extrapolation would be that when you go down to, let's say, the draft testing, which is kind of where Angus was going, that, okay, we run these 5 tests that some self-proclaimed person said they're the right test, that those 5 tests, if someone didn't do well on them, okay, we won't draft him, when in fact he might be a superstar. This year's Brownlow medal winner, Lachie Neale, was pick 54, so he's way down the draft. Why was he so low? So I think medically very ethical and at the highest order protecting the athlete, but I think there are possibly down the track other pieces of information that may, as Angus indicate, may impact future selection and the like.
So, but with respect to data that we might collect more, so it could be accelerometry data, or it could be a whole range of things. If your question is about how much of that data is used to inform things like team selection, then some of that might be, and Jason again would probably say some of that is definitively used for that. But with respect to, say, things like sports injury risk and injury prevention, it's a really interesting space, because almost in all cases at the elite level and professional sport level or national sporting organisations, where I sit on panels, etc., where they say we would like to collect large amounts of data because it might be able to tell us who might obtain an injury. So let us collect all this data because it might be able to inform that. I can tell you, I can't think of really one example, and I work in that space in terms of, and I've worked for a long time in something like predicting anterior cruciate ligament injuries. There is always this hope that we might be able to do it, but I can't tell you one where we can currently use data that we definitively know if we get this level of information, and it maybe we'll throw it into a machine learning, and everyone says, oh, machine learning, it's going to save our health, it's going to save lives. It doesn't. It can currently improve diagnostic tools perhaps, but there is no example I can give you where it actually we can take that data and say this will reduce an Achilles tendon injury in Angus. There's not one of those examples. And I think Julia feels fairly strongly about that.
I was just going to say, one of the failing assumptions of the models that we create, like Jackie was talking about, is that we've collected all the pertinent information, that we have everything, which we don't, right? That's the main flaw. So if we start from that perspective, that we don't know everything about the player, and we shouldn't. And sometimes it's the sleep thing, it's recovery. If someone got emotional problems because they're having relationship problems at home, all those things can impact the human organism. So I agree with Jackie. I mean, we can't predict a lot of those things. We can identify some probability changes maybe, but going down that path that we absolutely know is flawed from the get-go.
I think.
Julia?
I was just thinking, so often when it comes to the use of tech or, advanced methods, we have these benefits and risks seeming calculus, and it's amazing. The benefit side always seems to get away with no evidence. And the risk side, you can count them up. And I think in life and in sport, we shouldn't keep that, seeming equal balance. If you can't show me the evidence that it is actually doing the primary thing that you're saying it'll do, and we see this, the national government's got all sorts of things, drones, AI, it's got benefits and risks, and then you point to, show me the evidence on the benefits, it's really very modest. And I think there's plenty of ways that we can work up really defensible examples if we start small. Don't just test in the wild, don't collect because you can. But it's a shift, and it's also about having confidence. I think anyone who'd listen here today, you can get your head around it. And so often tech feels like this conversation for experts, but it's not. It's for all of us, and we can all sort of collectively be part of that line drawing.
Well, time for us to wrap up. Julie's finished on a good note talking about experts. We've had 4 of them with us here today, giving us a real inside perspective in regard to the technology, the data that we are collecting, and indeed how it's being used, how it should be used, and where it will be used in the future. So can we please thank Jackie, Angus, Julia and Jason, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. I'm struck by the commonality with my day-to-day job and thinking about data and privacy, and data can be an amazing resource and do a lot of good, but it's also can be exceedingly dangerous, I suspect. I also wonder how our COVID experience is going to change our perceptions around privacy as we move into widespread COVID tracing and QR codes. Okay, now Cathie will be setting up again for her session with the accordion. So while Cathie's doing that, just a reminder that we do have QR codes. If we would like you to check in, we'll only use the data for contact tracing in the unlikely event that that might be needed. So, and please remember to be COVID safe. There's hand sanitizer around. We do have, although the sea breeze is coming in and it's cooling down a little bit, there is sunscreen at the information desk. Now at 3:15 we have a panel here called Climate COVID and the City, and it's a panel of architects. At 3:15 on the first floor of the library there is also a panel. Now this one's curated by Western Australian youth, It's around how they perceive and how they would build a better world. So 3:15 on the first floor of the library, or here at 3:15, Climate, COVID and the City. So Cathie's just about ready and we'll hand over. See you soon.
Thank you. I can't stay. I've got my son with me. Ah. Well, when you get home, you can have a look on the computer and watch.
Thank you. I'm glad you found some shade. It's been extremely warm out here today. That was a great tune from a French musician, but it's actually a kind of homage to some Brazilian music from the choro tradition called sertão, which actually means the bush. So that style of music actually came from regional northeastern areas of Brazil, kind of equivalent to our bush. And here is a song from a film which was set in Paris, but once again the composer or author was not, wish this had stopped shrieking, the composer was not from France. I think he's actually Danish. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to do one more short tune before the next panel arrives. And this is a really beautiful, I guess you would call it a ballad. It's one of the most desolate tunes I've ever come across by a wonderful Argentinian composer and bandoneon player called Astor Piazzolla. And the tune is called Oblivion. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you later. Now we have our next bit from Margaret.
Thanks, Cathie. Great. Okay, welcome to our next panel, Climate, COVID and the City. And so this is about buildings and architecture, and so as we head into that, I'd just like to, a small advertisement, at 8 o'clock tonight, we are lighting up the State Library. We're going to use it as a canvas to show images from our collection and tell the story of West Australia. And we have a fabulous music score developed by Cathie, and that'll be a great event at 8 p.m. And there's another panel on at the same time now. We'll be starting on the first floor of the library, which is the youth panel. Western Australian youth, their ideas on what makes a better world. So I'm really pleased about this next panel because it fits in really, really well with an exhibition in the library and a particular activity for children, which is just inside the front door, called Future Cities Playscape, and that's an activity for kids. And of course it also links with the opening in 2 weeks of the new Western Australian Museum, Boola, and that itself is an amazing building. So it gives me pleasure to introduce Peter Hobbs, the President of the Western Australian branch of the Australian Institute of Architects, and he's going to lead a panel focusing on climate, COVID and the city. Welcome to Peter.
Hello everybody. Oh, is that your to do? I guess we start. Is that right? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Hobbs. I'm the current president of the WA chapter of the Institute of Architects. This afternoon, we're here to discuss the idea of disruption in the current practice of architecture, and particularly how we respond to the twin threats of COVID and climate change, and how we as a profession will respond to technological changes in both workplace markets and in terms of the technology of the way we produce buildings. For this end, I've assembled a motley crew of architects who span some 50 years of practice. My team represents architects in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s and 60s, and I'll let you all guess which one of us represent that cohort. But to commence with, we have Renette Roux.
Hello.
Recently graduated and embarking on her career in architecture. Without putting words into her mouth, Renette represents a generation who is native to social media and other digital platforms, who would normally, in non-COVID times, be highly mobile and is, as her generation, reconsidering ideas and options as far as property ownership and employment goes. Tristan Morgan on my far right is an architect who is focused on technology and architecture and is on the cutting edge of design through digital technologies, and in particular, something called computational design. Computational design represents the interface between architecture and artificial intelligence. Tristan will tell us how computers can optimise buildings and their performance, reduce energy, improve efficiency, and actually reshape the way we plan cities. Sandy Angie on my far left, who you probably recognise from all the recent media, runs a multifaceted architecture practice, is a lawyer as well as an architect, edits an architectural magazine, and for the past 4 years has run the Historic Heart project aimed at reinvigorating the east end of town. We are proud to say also that she is the newly elected Deputy Lord Mayor of the City of Perth. And finally, Ross Donaldson is an architect who has reached the pinnacle of practice and until recently was the global president of the world's 6th largest architectural practice, Woods Bagot. Ross is a passionate climate warrior and understands that the existential threat that climate represents. Since buildings and cities contribute up to 35% of all greenhouse gases, Ross is urging the profession to find solutions to the reduction of energy in both the ways we build and then use our cities. But to the idea of disruption. When my grade 3 teacher, Mrs. Salisbury, used to tell me I was being disruptive, I'm not sure that she was being complimentary. The idea that disruption is necessarily a good thing is a new idea. Disruption speaks to the digital changes, the changes that digital technologies can make to challenge traditional work practices, making them reflexive, open and freely available. The most obvious case, of course, is Uber, which has transformed the way that we transport ourselves around. My son, for example, a young doctor, has done the sums and prefers Uber exclusively than owning a car. Great in principle, unless you're a taxi driver. Amazon has made shopping so easy. Sit on your couch and the world is your retail oyster. Fantastic if you're a Main Street retailer. Will Amazon destroy the Main Street and deny us that very human experience of meeting in markets, squeezing fruit, chatting to the vendor? Retail makes up a huge part of our cities. What will happen to the cities if we all go online for our retail? Disruption has also created a whole new elite, oligarchs, who are richer than Croesus and now wield enormous power. These people, the Elon Musks of the world, Jeff Bezos, shape the way we live without having been elected or having had any real conversation about what that might mean to markets and to us as a community. And now we have COVID. Government for years has been telling us that we need to live in denser urban centres so that we can make things like public transport more viable and to end the sprawl and the endless sort of spreading out into the suburbs. But how does this idea go intrinsically with the idea of social distancing? So Sandy, for the first question to start this going, how do you think the city will survive the challenges of online retailing and social distancing required by COVID?
Thanks, Peter. I think first, in relation to retail, in addition to online shopping, one of the great challenges we're facing at the moment in our city and many others is competition from suburban shopping centres as well, with their massive investment in upgrades, including residential components. So I think the way that cities can compete with both online shopping and the suburban shopping centre is through the experience that we offer in a city. So it's so much more than shopping. You know, the point of difference that we have in Perth and sitting here right now is the history and culture of a city. You can't replicate this. Us sitting here today with the new WA Museum, our art gallery, sitting in an alfresco cafe in a unique neighbourhood, wandering interesting streets and laneways, enjoying public art, visiting cultural institutions, events, entertainment. You can't do any of this online. You know, so that's the point of difference we have that we really need to celebrate. And I think, you know, online will never compete with this. So I think the city, to survive these challenges, we need to build on the great things we have and to even make our experience of localhood and the city even better, you know, improve our vibrancy. And I think, you know, we're doing this in Perth really well, particularly through COVID. You know, and it's also about reimagining what the city of the future may be. So we probably won't have as many bricks and mortar shops with online retailing, but, you know, there's a real opportunity to increase our residential population. In the city of Perth, for example, our residential target is 90,000 by the year 2050. And so to get there, it's not just about setting a quota, but again, it's about, you know, really enhancing the experience of a city that we already have. And then in terms of COVID, the second part of Peter's question, there's so many impacts for cities here, and it's really accelerated trends that we're already seeing. Perth has been really fortunate, you know, and while we suffered a lockdown and social distancing was a problem in the early stages for local business. I think the enduring challenge that we're facing in our city, and it will continue to be, is the idea of working from home and the huge impact that this has on our city in terms of the loss of the daytime population and a customer base. So the solutions here are quite similar to those in relation to retail, and that's creating an even better city experience and leveraging off the assets that we've got to entice people out of their homes back to the office, and looking to building the resilience of the city in the longer term. There's also many lessons to be learnt from around the world, from COVID. From an architecture and planning point of view, the obvious thing here is better apartment design. So if people are forced into lockdown, they've got a balcony, they've got natural ventilation. I think that's one of the key things that will come out of this. From a social perspective, more outdoor areas. For example, I just heard that this is the first time that this event is being held outdoors. Normally it's held inside the library, but what a great opportunity for people just passing by to engage. So, there's so many opportunities and lessons learned that have come out of this. And then really, I think what it is that, the world's seen pandemics before, and there was a great article that my fellow panel member sent me from Norman Foster, and it talked about the other pandemics that we've suffered through history, tuberculosis and other things that have caused great changes to architecture and improvements to cities overall. So I think we ultimately, as Peter said, we could see disruption as an opportunity, but it definitely won't be the end of the city.
Renette, thanks, Andy. Renette, you're a younger person who can use the city. What does the city need to be for you? For a long time, we've called this the CPD, the Central Business District. But what do you think the city has to have to actually make it a place that you want to live in?
I think, unfortunately, being classified as a millennial, I try and fight it, but that's sort of the term that's used to describe my friendship group, even people I work with, like the largest chunk of us would fall under that whole millennial description. And with that comes a lot of disruptive ideas from a negative point of view, but in a positive way, what we want is that instant gratification. It's something we see in our approach to social media. It's something we see in our approach to the job force and the workforce. And, we want everything now. And we put that and we just sort of translate that into the way we want to shape our city, want to see our city. We want to see it activated immediately. So when we leave work at 5 o'clock, there's no gap, there's no 2-hour quiet period before the city picks up again. We want to go from work to play immediately. In fact, we even want work and play to be the same thing. Tristan mentioned the idea of just everything being a Google campus the other day, and it really is, that's what we want. And in terms of how that looks in a city or how that looks in just Perth in general, I think it means a shorter connection time from wherever you're going, coming to and going to. And if you're leaving work, being within 100 metres of a strip of bars or 100 metres of a public space where people can gather in this manner. It might even mean that you're relatively close to your inner city apartment, which is something that doesn't come with the idea of owning property, which is such a thing that millennials kick against, and I kick against it. But Ross pointed out in some of our earlier discussions this week that it is essential to the country as a whole for us to still own property. So the way we want to do that is in a smaller scale. We want to do that in more multi-residential setting. We want it to be close to work. We don't want to own cars. I don't own a car. I'm 25 years old and I catch the bus and the train, but I Uber in a heartbeat, or Didi, or whichever rideshare app is offering the cheapest price at that time.
Yeah. It's interesting because at the moment it's still government policy that every apartment that gets built has to have a car park attached to it. And So you sort of think there's already, and then that adds about another $30,000-$40,000 to the price of the apartment. There's already things like that which are systemically embedded in our design codes, which are the things which need to change and adapt.
Yeah, and I think that's what we try and do, and especially from an architectural sense, we want to step outside of the classic description of what an architect is, and we want to collaborate, and we want to eliminate those things and change those systems so they suit modern thinking and the way we activate a city.
Right. So just taking it to a slightly new place, when I started my career in 1984, the first building specification I wrote was on an IBM golf ball typewriter. And the pencils I did, the drawings I did with pencils, ink and pens. If I made a mistake on a drawing, I would have to take out a razor blade and scratch the ink off my drawing. Faxes arrived in that same decade, and then computers the next decade after that. Today, very few architects actually draw by hand. Computer-aiding drafting has largely replaced that, and we can make fly-throughs and hyper-real renders within a week. As a profession, the way we design and draw has already been utterly disrupted then. In terms of construction, though, buildings are still largely hand-built. The oldest man-made material, bricks, have been used for 4,000 years and still comprise 90% of the buildings which are built. So, Ross, I put to you, cities consume vast amounts of energy. As we said before, 35% of all man-consumed energy is devoted to either building or running cities. Tell us what your research tells us about the disruption to existing design systems, construction and habitations of the cities to address climate. What do we need to do?
Thanks, Pete. Well, it's worth saying at the outset that I used to teach Peter as well when we were at university, and he was disruptive there as well, extremely so. So he's always been a bit of a pain in the neck, really.
Thanks, Ross.
I think the key thing with the climate change question is that we have to shift our focus from 2050, where a lot of people's focus still is, even if they're on board, to 2030. And that's a big shift from 30 years to 10. And I'll just share, I hope this doesn't get too dark to start off with, but I'll come to some light in a moment. The turning point for me in this appreciation was delivered by an amazing Danish scientist named Johan Rockström from the Potsdam Institute, who you may have heard on the ABC Science Show. He did 4 things recently. And just to pick a few things that he talked about is that 9 of the world's 15 major natural systems have already started to tip. The ice in the Arctic is now only about 1 or 2 years old. All the old ice is gone, and by 2030 it'll probably be clear ocean in summer. That's not a big deal because it's already in the water, so that by itself is not going to raise the water level. But the western ice shelf in Antarctica is about to start moving, and it'll just roll into the sea. And that by itself will raise the sea level around the world by 2 metres, just that one thing. And we've already lost 50% of the Great Barrier Reef. So, for me, these things were, well, you can't wait and see what's going to happen. So we have to decarbonise the construction industry in this decade, which is really not where people's focus is in this country. So it's a major shift. And to do that, our buildings will have to be, well, the lowest carbon impact you can have is to not demolish and not build. You reuse what you've got. And same with waste. You don't throw anything away. You shouldn't be throwing buildings away either. So the trend towards demolish and reconstruction has to stop, which should mean whether it's buildings in the city, whether they be residential or commercial or buildings in the suburb, we should be planning towards buildings being much more stable and have a longer life, and therefore they need to be built better. And they will then generate a low carbon footprint. And I think if we're really going to get serious about this, it's not too difficult to imagine in the future everyone will have a personal carbon footprint allocation. And whether you spend that on building a building or spending it on travel, that will then be your decision. And possibly you can even personally trade your carbon footprint. But the key thing is that the carbon impact has to be constrained in the construction industry to ultimately a zero carbon net impact. And that's going to change things a lot. So if buildings are built better, and if they're going to last longer, and they have to be smaller because one of the key factors is you don't build any more than you absolutely need. But if they're going to be built better and built longer, it could have big impacts for finance, for example, because why not attach the mortgage to the building rather than the individual? Because you can then have a look at maybe extending the length of mortgages from 30 years, where they're typically, to maybe 50 or 60. If you're doing that, then the individuals, including the millennials, can make a choice about how much they want to invest in building equity in the house they're living in, and how much they want to allocate to travel or wine or parties, whatever. Now that becomes a radical rethinking of how mortgages work, as well as how buildings are constructed.
So that's a radical idea when you think also that we might tell somebody that you've only got sort of 3 tonnes of carbon to spend on your house. I mean, we were observing the other day that some houses we see in the more affluent suburbs are 3,000 square metres, and yet I can build in a practice where I'm doing social housing. I can do 20 apartments in that space. So it's kind of like there is becoming an ethical issue, which starts being quite radical.
Well, you go buying your carbon credits from the millennials who want to sell them because they want to go travelling.
You've got to be smart with how you work with your money, and if it's Bitcoin or carbon credits,
You'll have to be flexible about it, otherwise it'll become draconian. But I think we'll have to start thinking creatively about those kinds of how you manage your personal input and where your personal commitment is, and how you use that flexibly with others. But I think the whole mortgage thing is a massive constraint, because the affordability of a residential unit in Australia has been dipping for the last 20 odd years. Every year there's 20,000 fewer mortgages and people going to rent. So that's a long-term decline, and ultimately that becomes a burden on the country, because if they're about 700,000 each and it's 20,000 a year and it's 30 years, that's $420 billion will shift from personal equity to company owning that. And when people get to retirement, they've lost that equity in their life, those assets that they can then use in retirement. They don't have an asset to leverage off. They have to keep paying rent. Ultimately, it's going to mean that the government's going to, and the taxpayer's going to have to cover that. I think it's a massive time bomb, the current trend, unless we find a way of tackling it. And if the millennials don't want to buy a house, that makes it even worse, because there'll be a burden on their children.
Well, the great thing is that we've actually got this new technology, though, which Tristan's going to tell us about, which is going to solve all of this with computational design. So we can probably all relax and let Tristan give us the solution.
Thank you.
Do you want to tell us maybe what computational design means first, or is that you work into this?
No, it's probably important to kind of clarify. So I think Pete alluded to the way that technology has changed over at least his career, but certainly over a long time. And the way that we design buildings today is very, very different to the way we designed them 10 years ago and even 20 years ago. And the big shift has really been to move from the manual drawing board through to the digital drawing board and into this new space, which is, I would call it emerging, but it's really not anymore, which is this space of computational design, where a designer, rather than, I guess, designing objects and creating and modelling objects and drawing walls and doors and things, is actually designing the processes by which they come to be. So what this really means is that they start to consider the problem of urban design or building design through a different lens, a lens that's actually driven by the relationships between things, rather than the buildings themselves being static objects in the world. And what this really brings to the fore is this idea of embedding different types of information in the design environment. And the opportunity there is that we can start to draw on all these different data sources. Ross talks about carbon. We can start to bring the knowledge of the carbon impact of the things we design into the design process right at the beginning. We talk about the city and development. We can start to simulate and test all these ideas about the development of our city well before we put a shovel in the ground, well before we spend $1 actually building this infrastructure. And similarly with social things, we are able to actually see what happens if we have a bar here. What happens if we open, trading hours from here to here, public transport, all those kinds of things. So it's a massive field, obviously, but it's really emerging as this kind of redefinition or kind of a reconfiguration in a way of the way that we think about design and when we conduct design. And the fantastic thing about it as well is that it's this living system. So you can continually iterate, we can continually test, and then we can also translate all these ideas and all this thinking into the other trades and professions as well. So we can move from a digital model through to an actual built object without wasting time with paper drawings, without possibly losing information in the process and having kind of problems crop up on site. So we can really streamline that process. And I think really critically, and this is a really important thing, is with the climate crisis and the need to kind of move to a zero carbon industry, we can actually be much more sure about the impact of what we build, and we can start to embrace all those opportunities that come through prefabrication, through modularized building, and also through using materials far more effectively than what we do now, because we have access to, or we can use the power of the computers we have to actually simulate the performance of the materials we use, so we can notionally use far less material and it can do far more work. I mean, I think that's a really big part of this.
Yeah.
And
I guess as a live kind of example of how that might happen, you might say, I've got this much land and I want to get 1,000 people living on it, and I want to reduce the amount of energy that it will cost to build all those. That's 1,000 units, and you will say the sun's over there. We know that the sun moves like that, so we're going to optimise the most number of windows to have heat coming in, and then you're going to say, but we can't be more than 5 stories, so you put that parameter in. And in fact, it's like when you see these guys designing, you're not actually seeing lines on a drawing, you're seeing these kind of funny flow charts and equations where you can put a parameter in, you can put a formula in, and then you just say, then you press the button. So you put all these things in, so it's, height, and there's a river through there, and you've got 1,000 people here, and you press the button and you see this kind of building, all of these options. So there's basically the advantage is that you can test thousands and thousands of options, in the blink of an eye. And so in 5 minutes, you'll have done every single permutation that of design that will meet and optimise that outcome.
Yeah, well, we call that data-informed or evidence-informed design. And what it does, it doesn't take away the authorship from a designer's point of view. What it does is it kind of becomes a foil, against which you design and you test what you're doing, and you kind of are able to embed or have just more accurate information and access that data. And sometimes, challenge your intuition.
And one of the key things in that, I think, is that because you can, and I think one of the key words you used there, Tristan, was relationship. You can measure the relationship between one element and another element, the kind of construction it's made of and its thermal performance and energy it uses, or the arrangement of spaces and how people are going to circulate through their predictive circulation patterns. But through all of that, you can optimise that. You can measure so that you're not building any more than you absolutely need to build, because you can actually measure these things quantitatively. And you can't do that manually, and you can't do it with a calculator. And I think that's it's brilliant that this time coincides with the challenges of climate change, and it'll feed into the COVID response as well about health and all that, health and welfare. So I think being able to quantify relationship and measures between one parameter, area, construction, height, site, sun, as Peter was saying, and the performance of the building on all levels means that we should be driving towards an era where we build less space because we'll only build as much as we need, and therefore massive changes in savings in the carbon thereby.
Is this, is this going to produce a Gothic cathedral though? Is this going to give us the moment where your heart leaps?
No.
It already has when they updated the Sagrada Familia. Everything is data driven, and that is something that is amazing. It is in architecture, it is in medicine, it is in every field, even if you think it isn't. It is in everyday life, it is in everyday millennial life. You can there are obviously so many dangers to social media. We're all aware of this. There's danger to everything. It's all about balance. But we as a generation are very happy to input that data into the systems, provide the data to better the world that we live in. We are also the setting these parameters. We're the living relationship and feedback. And as a generation, we feel an immense responsibility for our future and ourselves. We are extremely aware of what is happening, and we're really at the end point of that tunnel. It's not like we've got years and years to not worry about it. And so I think there is a general notion that, along with the combination of it taking approximately 11 years to be able to save for a deposit as an average, the idea is that we kick against owning a home or owning property, because the definition of that has always been the Australian dream and whatever, but we are redefining that to be something that is a building or apartment that takes responsibility for your carbon footprint. And yeah, maybe we would use some of it to travel rather than have a third, fourth bathroom. Yeah.
I was going to say, Sandy, now that you're in this position of authority in the city of Perth, I mean, what do you think is the Australian dream? Because my wife and I were in downtown East Perth yesterday and realised that it's actually become very cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
And it's not like backyards and hill hoists. The change has already come, hasn't it?
It's amazing. And yeah, just going back to the whole parametric design thing, I think the role for architects there is determining what data actually goes in there to create the output, but also ensuring that in the output there's still a sense of place. And I think that's one thing that architects always talk about, and it's so important with a project. And I'm being, as Peter mentioned, the editor of The Architect magazine, and our latest edition, which comes out at Christmas time, is about community. And all of those projects that are in there, the 10 projects and the WA museums in there as well, are all just so embedded in the place in which they're situated. And that's what makes them beautiful and makes them special. And I think that can't be lost in parametric design, that yes, you can have something that functions perfectly, that delivers the correct carbon footprint and has all the passive solar elements, but also addressing that sense of place is important. And as Peter said now, it's funny, just coming off the campaign trail and spending a lot of time door knocking residents and met quite a few people, retired, who've moved to the city. And they said they just thought the amenity was better. Two couples I met had moved from beachside suburbs into the city because they loved the walkability, and they were both couples were in East Perth, and that Claysbrook Cove area is beautiful. And there's a real sense of community. You walk down the street and there's people sitting on their balconies, enjoying their cup of tea, chatting to the neighbours, walking past on the footpath. And that's what we need in not just our city but our neighbourhoods. And I think that's something that came out of COVID, where people weren't happy locked inside their homes with the TV and the Netflix. There's no community there. The community's here, in the cultural centre, and that's what we're after. It's that intangible element of belonging that we're after.
And Tristan, you've got almost three kids. So you're an example of a person who's has maybe moved from the millennial stage, but you're a sort of a young family. Could the city actually cater for your needs, or what would it need?
I mean, I think it could. I think there's always that dichotomy between amenity and then just space, and I think the prospect of space and I think the promise of what it represents. Often you don't want to have a city that is too highly curated, where there's kind of this loss of opportunity to create your own story or discover your own world, I think, and that may be something that the neighbourhoods and the suburbs offer in a way. And if I go back to the thing that I'm interested in most and the data kind of stuff, I feel like you can test for that. You can do things. You can simulate that. You can ensure that amongst all the options, you're creating a condition or a situation that is going to enable those kinds of things. You know, you can sow the seeds for emergent kind of experience and emergent properties simply by setting the levers of how you might plan a space or design a space to do certain things. And I'll also come back to, you know, that idea of the Gothic cathedral being something, it is data-driven, right? And it's just how you wield the data, the way that a Gothic cathedral
So how do you think
organised.
Gothic cathedral is data-driven? I mean,
well, it's you know, the forms are driven by the material properties, by the structure, by what you can get away with and what you can't get away with, where the light is, where it comes into the space. It's how you wield it. That's the big thing. And so this is where the architect and the practice hand in that space is so important. It's not just about delivering, and this is the problem that we've kind of had in the last decade or 2 decades in architecture, I think, with the way that software has kind of overtaken the opportunity for architects to understand how it works. And what computational design has enabled is for the designer to wrest that control back, in a sense, to understand what's going on under the hood and wield that software, wield that data within a much more empathic way, a human-centered way, a carbon-centered way, whatever it is. It's about how you wield it and how much control you have over that space.
so I think the AI, it can't take... So the relief for me is that I'm not going to be made redundant by this machine.
No, but you have to remember that computational design, artificial intelligence, it's only sort of operating, it's only improving the workflow and the time things take so we can do more and do it better. Leonardo da Vinci used mathematics when inventing, designing. When architects have been using mathematics to create beautifully complex shapes that have taken a very long time to draw and to render. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I am one of the people who loves hand drawing still. I stuck to it all through university, and maybe it's made me a little bit redundant even now, but it doesn't mean that that beauty and that complexity is taken away, because everything is still sort of the foundation of everything in the world, in nature, is science, mathematics. Those patterns exist. Computational design is just speeding up the process, but we are still setting those types of parameters and deciding which formulas we're using.
The important ones.
Yeah, so beautiful architecture does not get removed through just, you know, using a computer to do it.
Ross, you get in here.
Yeah, it's another passionate subject of mine. I mean, one of my favourite things in the world is the emergent potential of computational design. But I think when we think about, well, your question about the Gothic cathedral, I mean, there's no question there's something that's magical about the psycho-emotional response of spaces, spaces like that. And you can have a form of that in your own home if it's well designed as well. And I think that comes back for me in terms of what architects have to contribute to society that's probably a bit more special and unique to their own field of practice. Kids, when they go into architecture, for the most part, I think, not uniquely so, have somewhere along their lives, they've developed a passion or a prowess or maybe even a talent for things in the visual arts. And I think what's going on there, particularly you see it when a kid, it's largely an unself-conscious, intuitive response to things visual and a fascination for that psycho-emotional response, albeit in an unself-conscious way. And I think that's the kind of orientation that brings so many young people into architecture. And we can't lose sight of that. Is, with all the tools around us, that is the thing that we probably most obliged to make as our contribution, our service to the communities within which we practice. Because as a profession, if we're not bringing that joy and wonder and those sometimes soaring psycho-emotional responses, or simply the wonderful feeling of comfort in your living room, whatever it is, then we're not doing our job. And we're not staying true to probably the core that brought us into the field of practice in the first place.
But the other thing, though, is that there is, I mean, and I passionately believe that good architecture should have an ethical underpinning and should be deeply motivated by public utility and social good. I mean, and that's where this is where the climate thing becomes really interesting, because we really do need to start taking control of this issue. As you say, it's very short.
Yeah. As Ross said earlier, I mean, the most sustainable buildings are the ones that are there for hundreds of years. And And so you can have something that's sustainable but also beautiful. And I've told this story many times, but I think my love of architecture started when I was 8 years old and I was fortunate to go on a trip to London with my parents. And I can still remember now walking through the Museum of Natural History and the beautiful volume of the museum and the dinosaurs. And I think that experience changed my life. And I think that's the power of architecture. And that museum building, I don't know the date it was built, but I'm guessing it's like a few hundred years old, if not more. And so that's a sustainable building, one that's there for centuries, that gives delight to people over and over again through generations. And I think, we can't let go of the fact that we have to address carbon footprint and sustainability, but building things that are enduring and things that are beautiful, they're not going to be knocked down, they're going to be giving back for generations to come.
Given we can't all live in the city and we do have a suburban sort of underlay, what do you think will happen in suburbs? Anybody want to pick that one up? I mean, what will happen in our suburbs to make them more sustainable? We won't all be in the city.
They'll have to get denser.
Yeah.
So everybody needs more density.
Much denser, yeah. I mean, the trick is, and this will be some very creative work for architects and planners and all sorts of people, to manage that density, to manage the capacity of the increased population of the city, or the greater city, without destroying the amenity, without losing the amenity of the lifestyle that people love by living in the suburbs.
It's very contested, though. I mean, if you read the local newspapers, they're just full of this dispute, this tension between neighbourhoods trying to get a little bit more density into them and a little bit of height. And if you read the Netherlands Post, you'd be thinking somebody was going to get shot, and if they just asked to do a 3-storey building. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, the passion that this kind of change elicits from the local population, isn't it?
But I think that's something that is coming in my generation, and I guess the millennials, if we're putting it in that, if we're talking about it in that way, we have developed the idea of, like I said, what the Australian dream is, and home ownership. It's shifted. And so, for example, my sister and I live in a townhouse in Subi, and it's in central Subi on Rockaby Road. And every weeknight I can hear the music or the quiz in the pub behind us. I can hear music from a bar down the road. I can hear my neighbours walking up every Saturday morning at 7:45 sharp. The hairdressers under us start playing their music. And I get annoyed, but then I say, but I tell myself I made the choice to do this. And the thing is, we make those kinds of choices, and then we sort of stick by it. And if we can design better homes, better townhouses that don't perhaps comprise of an old bank building that doesn't really deal well with the floor to floor and ceiling and whatnot, then we're tackling these issues. And we aren't exactly the generation who. And I'm not saying other generations are, but I think if I can just speak broadly, we won't be the people, we're not interested in complaining that the bakery on the corner's bread smells too good for our dog. We love that. We love the community that is created there, and we like small footprints. There's this guilt attached to anything that isn't sustainable. There is a judgment. If you take a little plastic bag at the supermarket, I would rather put all my broccoli in my work handbag, and I've done it before, than take a plastic bag. I feel, and it's not a guilt that people would judge me, it's a guilt for just knowing what I'm doing, even on a small scale. And so knowing that, like this water bottle, I hate it. I've been sitting here and thinking, how am I going to take this home and do something with it? Because it's irresponsible. And we don't want to be irresponsible on a small scale, let alone a big scale. We don't want to be irresponsible with a home, because that means we're actually going to be irresponsible with our future children. And you wouldn't sit here with any of your children, Sandy, I know you've got a younger daughter, and be irresponsible with her. And it's sort of, the big picture thinking is embedded into us. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm grateful to be in a profession that collaborates and is collaborating a lot more with other professions and developing itself to be extremely relevant to the contemporary world and this rapid pace at which it develops, as well as a very intense relationship with the public and with everyone else. You know, I think architecture is really opening up, and as it should do. Yeah, that's my take on it.
I think it's great listening to Renette and her perspective on living in a city, living in effect in Subiaco, and then the point that Peter raised before about how do we address, you know, people not wanting density in their suburb. And I think it will be addressed in time, because the future generations, like Renette, they're happy to live, you know, with a sense of community, more inner city living. So I guess it's ingrained in a lot of, you know, I guess the older generations that we live with, that, you know, this is the way it always was, the quarter-acre block with the house on it. And, you know, I think it's just take time for that shift in thinking to happen. But obviously, you know, it's on the way.
A lot of older people moving into the city as well, though, isn't it?
Well, that's right. Well, that's the point I made before. But it's a shift in thinking. So if we can get that shift in thinking happening.
Okay, now I've been told that we're supposed to open the floor up to some questions, so fire away.
Good.
Oh, one in the back.
Hi there, can you hear me? Good.
Yes, good.
My name's Michael. Thank you very much for your discussion so far. I'm a councillor at the town of East Fremantle, and I'm an educated urban planner, but I work in business consulting and marketing now. One of my observations over the last 7 years of being a councillor, I'll wait for that to pass. One of my observations is that people don't disagree with the proposition of urban infill and what it can offer if it's done well. The challenge is how do we do that well? And the insight I've gained from being a councillor is it's very hard in the WA planning system to plan for good design. We plan quantitatively, we do setbacks, height limits, but we don't plan for how do you provide good instruction, good design intent, and how do you actually assess buildings on the quality of their design. And so we're left to the limits of our construction industry, which is quite nascent in terms of how you match that with good architecture, with good design. So curious whether do you share similar views, and if you do you have any comments on how we should shift our planning system to make it easier to realise good design?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a really important question, and so thanks, Michael. I mean, I think the thing is that the planning system is administered by people who are not trained to assess design. They're trained to assess a whole lot of sort of fairly static parameters around, as you say, setbacks and height. And so, and then yet how do you actually how do you legislate for good design? So there have already been steps taken, and in our regulations we now have something called the apartment design codes, which are very much designed about encouraging good design, and particularly encouraging good landscape, and just simple things like, in Melbourne you can design a bedroom without a window, and which just seems an appalling idea to me. In our legislation, simple things like that can be so that's been prohibited. The thing that we have, though, is the biggest problem is not so much about the design of the individual building, but it's about the adjacency between something which is here and then something which might be here. And I think what we're not good at doing at the moment is dealing with that edge condition. But the most obvious way to improve design would just be to mandate all buildings of a certain size be designed by people who are trained to design them. And this is just a blatant plug for ourselves as a profession. But there would be, it's very frustrating when you see some buildings which get built in middle ring suburbs where clearly they haven't been designed by architects, and you can just see these major flaws. So, I'm very impressed that you've put yourself into that position, because being a councillor is a thankless task. But I think so. Anybody else got something to say on that?
Well,
how do you?
We've got the Design WA document as a base, right, which is relatively recent and is continuously developing. And that looks at things like sustainability, cross-ventilation, having a window in your apartment. But
always good.
always good. But I do agree with Pete. There could be sort of guidelines set in place that dictates that an architectural professional, we do study 5 years to be a graduate of architecture, and then we have to work and register to be called an architect. It's a very simple comparison. You wouldn't let someone who's not an actual doctor perform surgery on you. You wouldn't get a person in the legal profession who isn't a lawyer to take on your court case. So why would you not get an architect who has two degrees plus to design your home? Because it's not about making a flashy home that you can't afford. They're here to make something that you can absolutely afford, that suits your lifestyle, and to provide something that is not only tailored to the individual whose home it is, but also to their neighbours and their environment, and by extension, the whole city. And that's a very simple concept when you think about it, really.
Yeah, it's a good point that Renee makes. I mean, in Europe and most of America, you actually have to use an architect to design buildings, residential, anything. And, I think, in Australia, here, it's not mandated that you use an architect. And then, with more complex buildings, when we're looking at increased density, I think that's where we see some issues. And so my background is I was a lawyer for 10 years, as Peter mentioned before. I studied architecture, and to be honest, the training for architecture I found more rigorous and more intense than the training to become a lawyer. We work hard to become architects, and I think there's a really valuable role that architects can play in increasing density in our suburbs in a way that is acceptable to people, in a way that is sensitive, that, as I mentioned before, that addresses this sense of place. Because I think a lot of the issues that come up, I know where I live, there's a lot of issues coming up at council at the moment that are going through council, being rejected and going to the SAT. And people are objecting not because they're against density, but because the sense of place isn't being addressed, that they feel like the fabric of their suburb with the heritage buildings and the tree-lined streets is being torn apart. And that's fair enough. And I think we need to balance density against maintaining character and, and quality of life.
Any other questions over there?
Thanks to the panel. My name is Wesley. You spoke earlier about disruption in things like Uber, meaning people will own fewer cars, and self-driving cars will probably make that even more prevalent, where you won't even need parking spaces in cities. How will you plan for cities in the future when it's even hard to understand what other technologies will disrupt and how cities will change?
Great question.
I'll throw one thought in there. I mean, it's probably only at best half an answer to the question, but if I keep talking, maybe I'll think of a bit more of the other half. But one of the opportunities that may come from the change away from cars and the release of the car parking spaces is the potential for urban agriculture, for example. There's going to be massive amounts of space that will become available, some of which will get sold off and developed, but a lot of that won't be so easily transferred into another use. So I hope that sensible thinking city decision makers will consider that, because we need to smash the carbon footprint of our food as well, and the kind of things that we're importing from South America or North America, depending on the season, or even Northern Europe, depending on the season. It's just got to stop, and that can be handled in that sort of situation.
Yeah, I mean, transport is a major part of the cost of a city, isn't it? And
the carbon footprint.
Yeah, and so if you can make these things, so you can imagine as you start losing roads and you start losing car parks, and then that becomes the equivalent of a common, so people can start growing their own veggies on little plots within the city. There's no reason that the city can't be considered to be a series of walkable neighbourhoods, rather than just this triangle of mass building.
But that urban agriculture could be on an urban scale as well. You think of the medium-rise car parks we've got in the city, where the ceiling level is too low to turn it into an office space or anything like that. Rather than demolishing it, put it out for tender to people to develop urban agriculture. And if You know, if the grid has become green, as it will, I think the grid will get very, very green within the next decade. Then there's go for it and grow your veggies there, but on an urban scale, an industrial scale.
But I also think, you know, the question of how do you design for future cities is something, you know, everyone is dealing with on a daily basis. And a very simple answer is no idea. No idea, because no one could have told you that this year we would be dealing with the COVID situation, you know, the C word. And what that means is the way you can design for future cities is through staying extremely open and being able to adapt to situations. And if our buildings and our spaces are adaptable in general, then that covers a lot of, you know, the issues. So a prime example of what you can do if something is adaptable. And it ties back to the whole ride sharing thing. You don't have parking spots for every person's car. Have a parking spot for a ride share car. Have less, so that really you're forcing people out of the car ownership thing. Because at the end of the day, you can't just keep providing an option. And then also, money shouldn't be, you know, the concept should move away from those who have the cash and can afford things. It's can you afford it based off your carbon sort of footprint, what you've been allocated or and it's not a matter of kind of just buying more the way you can just buy more car parks or a bigger house. This is what is allocated. Think laterally, make sure your lifestyle can adapt to it.
I think one last thing I'd add to that is that serious future casting and scenario planning by really serious thinkers being used in future imaginings of the city, rather than often quite stilted, the wrong mix of people thinking about where the city's going. I think there's not enough really serious future casting kind of thinking.
Any more out there? Yep. Oh. Two more. Maybe we've got time for two more.
Okay, thanks.
Oh.
I found the whole debate really, really interesting.
Thank you.
I totally appreciate good architectural design, but I also live in a suburb where I did not want my community destroyed by infill. What I want to know is, how are you going to persuade the developers? Because all of this revolves around money. And you as architects can't move forward unless somebody pays for it.
I think that's a very, very good question. And so, you know, development is is the driver of these things. So I think the only way you can do that is by having the appropriate regulation that actually takes that into account, because the market is also quite a fluid thing. If a developer can only do something within a certain parameter, then you'll find that they're actually very adaptive. And in fact, good developers actually will pick up that trend quickly and be the leaders of it. So I think as long as the right levers are put in place, I'm pretty comfortable that we can bring this density in without it buggering up the community.
I do think there's alternative... Sorry, yeah. You finish.
Oh, well, I just think the other thing is that the consultation is obviously really part of that. So, I mean, you know, just having watched what's happening in America, you know, with the polarisation, we are becoming a very polarised community, and we actually do need to start bringing these threads together so that people like Renette and Tristan, who can live in suburbs and then older people can live in cities with amenity, suburbs with amenity, which is going to mean tighter, denser suburbs, and not destroy the fabric of that you enjoy, which is the reason why you moved to that suburb. I would say though that, you know, all of us go travelling, and we all go, you know, well, we used to all go travelling. When we go to Europe and we go to Asia, and we're kind of charmed by these sorts of vibrant cities, and yet we kind of really resist having them, in our own back garden.
not everybody, but I do think there's another element that's not directly related to the infill question, but I think I believe we're going to see a whole range of new initiatives around funding for residential work particularly. And there's some interesting examples of this in Australia and other parts of the world that sometimes goes under the banner of cooperative housing. But the key thing is that you're harnessing the equity power of a group of people to do a development rather than their debt coming later. So what happens is a developer comes up with a concept, goes to some lending authority, gets the funding for it, puts it in place, and then sells it to you at a profit. The more sophisticated versions of cooperative housing collect a group of people with their individual collective equity potential and circumvent that developer profit. So you actually can get your, and there's actually banks in Australia that will give preferential funding to this kind of process. And you can save between 15 and 20% of the cost of the building. And the development is being driven by the group of people who are invested in it because they're going to live in it. And I think there's a great deal of potential there to fill that gap that's falling out of the market at the moment of affordability. If you can reduce the cost of a residential unit by 15 or 20% and start looking at things like more flexible mortgage arrangements that might last for longer, then you can really bring a lot more people back into the market. And maybe it's even appealing to the millennials because they're going to have a choice about how they mix it up.
We're open to everything.
So maybe any more? I think it's at the back.
At the back. No, it was at the back.
Oh, we've got two more. So this guy here first and then the one at the back, sorry.
Thank you. So just bringing it back to the point about climate change, it's, I guess, been discussed, like, I guess from your perspective as architects, how things will need to change, but like for us as people, how will our buildings and our cities need to be different in response to climate change? I guess one thing I can think of is more shade, but are there any other things that it will need to change as a result of like more heat, more drought, that sort of thing?
Well, firstly, materials will have to start being sustainable. So there's the I suppose the energy used to make a building, but then there's also the energy required to live in the building. So the first bit about the energy about making the building, it can be optimised through Tristan's remarkable software, and we can just then we can use new materials like timber is really coming back into the market.
Local production and manufacturing has to.
But and then in terms of what the city looks like, if you think that transport's one of the biggest costs, then it'll be a place with shady streets that you can walk from A to B, and that within a 5 minute walk, most things are going to be accessible to you. So shops, you can go to the doctor, you can go to the pool to do some swimming, you can exercise. You don't need to leave that place. So that's a really fundamental change. And I think, like there are some cities in the world like LA, which are comprised of lots of these very vibrant, interconnected neighbourhoods. It'll probably be something more like that.
But also, sort of partly to your point about the heat and all that kind of thing, the buildings will be have to be much better performing from a thermal point of view. There should be fewer air conditioners because of the negative impact of those. So buildings will have to be much more passive designed. But I think you're right about shade, because if it's 2 degrees warmer on average, then it's going to be hot out here, isn't it? We might even need to get some shade over here next time.
And one more at the back.
Hi, hoping my question's a bit simpler. It's about architecture and community.
Yep.
So I live in Bayswater, and you go for a sunset walk at this time of night and everyone's out on the front porch having drinks, chatting to the walkers and the passers-by, and the dogs are out there. I'm wondering if you could comment on the removal of the front porch, particularly in modern homes and suburbs, and how that could be affecting the removal of the feeling of community.
I mean, yeah, that was a really good point. That's one thing I really enjoyed about the COVID lockdown, Jessica, was that, the neighbourhood that I live in had never been so lively. Like the local coffee shop was shut, but everyone had set up chairs and tables in the pocket park across from the cafe. People had set up chairs and tables in their front yards. They'd recreated a front porch where they didn't have one. And yeah, it's a really sad loss from, something that was kind of fundamental to Australian suburban life, 100 to 50 years ago, and it's disappeared. And that's, that's in design. We've become very internalized. The focus has become around the TV and the backyard. And we've, even as a child, in the 70s, and we all used to play in the front yard, all the kids would come out, and you don't see that anymore. And yeah, I think as a society, perhaps we just have to demand that in design, when we're building a home or buying a home, then looking for that design aspect.
And I think, from a client point of view, it's something that as a member of the public or someone who is employing an architect to design a home, it's something that should be in the brief. I mean, I don't have a front porch, but I have a small balcony, and I talk to my neighbours all the time. Sometimes you think, oh, is this going to be awkward? But it isn't. You just have a conversation. You feel like you're not alone. You're perhaps in a restaurant or a bar. There's someone having drinks next to you. And even the courtyards at the back of our townhouses, really bad, really bad. All our bins are there. It doesn't smell great. It doesn't look great. But each courtyard has fairy lights strung between the shade cloth. And I got home last Saturday night, and one of our neighbours was having a Halloween party. They're about my age. I walked past, one guy stuck out his hand, I high-fived him, and I walked straight into a party that I didn't know anyone but my neighbours. And that sense of community is all up to the public and those who are utilising architects or, designing their homes.
So I think on that note about walking into a party is like the great way to finish the talk. So I think we should all be walking into parties far more often.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. That was great.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for that interesting discussion, which I think could have gone on for a lot longer, but we've got a couple of other things coming along. While Cathie Travers sets up for her musical interlude, if you'd like to stretch your legs, we have a new exhibition in the library, be open till 5 o'clock. It's called Creating Perth, and it explores the way in which visions for Perth have shaped our city and revealing the layers of history literally under our feet. And the next panel that starts in about 15 or about 10 minutes is about the US election. We've titled it You're Fired, or Was He? When we set that topic, who'd have known that we would be exactly where we are today? So Cathie will play for a while and then welcome back for the next panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So have any of you read the book Accordion Crimes by Annie Proulx? No? Yes? It's a great book, whether you're a fan of music or the accordion. And one of the things that really interested me about it is it basically is tracing the travels of an instrument migrating from its home to the new world, as it were, and then once it reaches the new land, how it then passes through different cultural landscapes in that country, which I have to say has been my experience here, in the sense that I've owned quite a few accordions, and some of them have had lives as long as mine, some even a little bit older, and have made their journey to me through various people, which I really love. And it's part of the fact that they are a portable instrument which one can take along to parties and cart away on a boat or a plane or on your back as you're walking. So it's a great little instrument. I think I'm going to do one really tiny little tune now, because we're going to try and catch up time. Just going to have a look at my song list and decide actually what I'll do.
Hope I can remember this one.
Thank you. I will be back again in about an hour after the next panel finishes. And after that, I'll be retiring to the bar.
Okay, thank you, Cathie. Just a reminder that at 8 o'clock, when it starts to get dark, we're going to light up the State Library with images from our collection and tell some of the stories of Western Australia. And we have a wonderful music score that Cathie put together for us, so you'll get to hear some more of Cathie's talent along with those projections at 8 p.m. So the next panel, amazingly topical. We knew when we set the date for Disrupted that the US election would have been just a few days before. Who would have thought that we would be where we were? And so this panel this afternoon, this panel is called You're Fired, or Was He? And the panel is being facilitated by ABC 720's Jeff Hutchinson, and I'm really pleased to invite Jeff to the stage to introduce the panel to you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any preference seating? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for coming along. We are hopefully going to provide an opportunity for you to ask some pretty searching questions in the last 15 minutes or so. So I do hope that you will take that opportunity and be part of this. It's a pretty interesting day today, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special Disrupted Festival reflection on the US election results and the question of what do they mean to us? What I think it means is that President Donald Trump is likely to be a one-term president. In his own language, a loser. Or he may, for a time, ladies and gentlemen, remain the Mad King, barking orders at Melania and the snotty, red-eyed, weeping children, demanding that they take up arms behind the front door of the White House, whilst he plots with Steve, let's put Fauci's head on a spike Bannon to unleash the terrible fighting machine that is the Proud Boys. There are, remember, good people on both sides. And what of you, the audience? How many of you have been staring for days at your television screens, watching Wolf Blitzer and John King on CNN try very, very hard not to shout a small yippee as the red mirage turned into, if not a blue wave, but a nice little persistent swell? And how over at Fox, the edict went out that presenters should not refer to Joe Biden as president-elect. Somewhere in his bunker, Rupert Murdoch fumed and wheezed and coughed in fury, and even Jerry Hall, dancing around him in the tiger skin costume she wore for Brian Ferry all those years ago, could not hide a terrible truth: that democracy may have had a small win. And what of the man who becomes president? A man who has spent half a century in public office, been rejected twice previously as a presidential candidate, who rather too often steps forward to smell the hair of attractive young women, and has spent much of the year 2020 dozing lightly in the basement of his Delaware home. Can he soothe and calm and then rebuild the land of the free and the home of the brave? Or should he ignore the protestations of Dylan Thomas and just go quietly into that good night sooner rather than later and give the job to Kamala Harris? And let us not forget that something profound is happening here. A woman of colour, is very likely to become a US president. And then we ask, what does it all mean to us? Well, welcome to Woodstock for political wonks, ladies and gentlemen. Psephology made sexy by my friends here. Would you please welcome from the Perth US Asia Centre, Professor Gordon Flake, a man, oh yes, he's a very popular and handsome, a man for many months now, has been my on-air companion at ABC Radio Perth, and has somehow always managed to skip lightly across the minefield of political chaos in the United States and still emerge with a bunch of flowers in his hand and a smile of calm reason on his face. The eminent scholar, Samina Yasmeen, the founder and director of UWA's Centre for Muslim States and Societies, a South Asia specialist whose insights will be of enormous interest today. Former Consul General to Western Australia, Robin McClellan, whose particular interest this afternoon is how it came to be that Donald Trump was an acceptable and then celebrated political figure for so many Americans and some Australians too. And from the University of WA, Professor Benjamin Riley, who wants to have a look at what the US election reveals about the similarities and even more so the differences between our two democracies. Please give him a big round of applause. All right. Let us begin with some observations from the panel about that which has unfolded in the last few days. What might have beguiled you, troubled you, given you reason to stay just a little longer in front of the television? Gordon, I'd like to start with you.
Like most observers, I was disappointed by, not dismayed by the end of election night, in that there had been, in advance of the election, an expectation of a much larger transition than I think we actually saw. There was hopes that Florida, or maybe even Texas, Ohio would flow, and this would be just a sweeping repudiation of not only of President Trump, but more importantly of Trumpism as a concept. And as election day in the United States wore on, it became increasingly apparent that that wasn't the case, that it was still deeply divided, and the contest was narrow. So Robin and I had a chance to have a good conversation earlier that day, and in the end, I was forced, in fact, actually fortunate, to remember the lessons of 2 years prior. In the midterm elections in 2018, similarly, after this massive million-woman march on Washington, D.C., the day after the inauguration, after travesty, there was this expectation that in the midterms there would be a sweeping blue wave. And yet, on the night of the election in 2018, it did not materialize. Marquee races in Florida, in Texas, in Georgia didn't turn out the way people anticipated. And I, like most, went to bed quite glum. But over the course of the next 2 or 3 days, it became apparent that the United States was witnessing the greatest two-party swing in a midterm election in 100 years in terms of that. And that really became down to one fundamental thing, and it's a peculiarity of the American voting system, is that the United States does not have a working holiday for voting. It does it by the Constitution on a Tuesday during a workday. So those people who can go to the polls, and again, the American system, depending on the state, tends to be long and convoluted. So the last 2 times I voted for president in the United States, I waited 4 hours in line, and not during the Trump era, right? It's a long-term process, right? And so the people who can afford to do that tend to be older, wealthier, and whiter than the population writ large, which means they tend to skew Republican. So votes which were counted by machine on the day inevitably show at the end of that day more Republican results than those that are done early voting, those are done mail-in ballots, etc. And this election was actually that on steroids, because the president himself spent a month lobbying his own voters against mail-in ballots, telling them they're horrible, they're unreliable. And in the meantime, the Democratic Party organized everybody to mail in their ballots or to vote early. So it's not a surprise at all that the early results on the eve of the election, or the evening of the election, showed Trump in a much stronger position, and that every single day since, that position has weakened to the point where now Joe Biden is the presumptive president. I will add a very important semantic note here. Because of the way we like to follow these things, it seems like a horse race, right? Trump is ahead, now Biden's ahead. But that's the wrong way to think about it. All the votes were cast by election day. There's never been a point at this point where Trump was ahead. He was always behind. We just didn't know it because we hadn't counted the ballots. And that horse race narrative is something that feeds into a lot of the conspiracy theories that we're seeing right now and the court challenges. You know, it's just a matter of counting all those ballots which were duly and legally, you know, submitted according to the various different states in the United States. So in the end, big result is that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. He probably will be the next president of the United States by the same margin that Trump was elected, 306 to 225 in terms of Electoral College. We'll have to wait a couple days before that's formally confirmed. But again, took 3 days to get there. In the long run, I would argue it's worth it.
Gordon, thank you very much. These are just introductory remarks, by the way, Gordon, just keep that in mind.
Sorry about that.
And I'm a little taken aback by you saying the need of the media to always have someone leading or coming back. That's what we are there, that's what we exist for, to reduce the complex into the ludicrous and the simplistic, okay? Just as long as that is well understood. For you watching, Robin, what did you notice over the course of the last 3 days?
I have to say it's really been interesting to me because unlike Gordon, I've voted in every American election that happened since I was 18, and I have never voted in person in the United States. I've always mailed my ballot in because I've nearly always been representing the United States overseas somewhere. So to me, it was just totally normal to say the ballots are going to get mailed in and eventually they'll get counted. And so this whole to-do as if this is something that happened brand new for the 2020 election just totally blew me away. And of course, as Gordon said, it was partly Trump's stirring this up that's made that happen. The ironic thing to me is a lot of the people whose votes are counted last are the mail-in ballots from our military members who live overseas. And they are pretty much guaranteed that their votes will be counted. That's part of their deal, their shtick for being in the military. And traditionally, I don't know why, but a lot of military vote has gone Republican and has gone for Trump. So in a way, he's asking us to cut off votes that are nearly certainly going to be for him from being considered. So some of this logic is hard to get. But you ask what blew me away, and I've got to say, it is that whatever I believe, whatever I think is just paramountly obvious, more than 69 million Americans disagree with me. And somehow, we've got to go forward in the next 4 years, 8 years, 20 years, with a situation in which I can't fathom how they think, and they can't fathom how I think. And one of the things that really disappointed me in a way is that the Democratic Party, in a way, doesn't seem to have learned that they're not reaching people. They're not, and you know, I'm from a town of 248 people in the very center of the United States in Kansas. When my mother passed away a few years ago, a gentleman came up to me at her funeral and said, "I'm so sorry your mother's not here anymore. Now I'm the only Democrat in the country, in the county. And so it's very, very right-wing. And poor Gordon's heard me make this analogy before, but if you think about, a lot of people vote based on history. I mean, we have all the circling around, the noise around the president, but everything else people do what maybe a few Australians do, and they just vote straight party because that's the way they've always voted. And so if I were to say to you, are there any Dockers supporters in the crowd? Come on, you don't have to be shy. Are there any Eagles supporters in the crowd? Oh, good.
Off you go.
Okay, so now if we could only have one team tomorrow, and we had to vote to say which team we would keep in Perth, what would it take to get you to shift your vote? It's not going to happen. And so I think a lot of what we're seeing right now is that this is such identity politics that people just cannot fathom voting for the other side, even if it is someone as, let's face it, milquetoasty as Joe Biden. And so that's, in a way, what struck me. What is striking me is it's a big, big division, and I don't know how we're going to bridge it.
Robin, thank you very much. One question. When you were a diplomat, did you have to vote for the president? Did you have to vote for the incumbent? And if you didn't, did someone find out and would you get into trouble?
No. So you didn't have to vote for it. Nobody would know. and you didn't get in trouble. Now, if you voiced your opinion,
Yeah.
or if you said whom you were going to vote for, or made a face, which I was probably too likely to do.
Yeah.
So if you notice, when I was Consul General, we never had public election events because you can't give away what you would do. And as we were walking over here, I don't know how I would represent the United States right now overseas, because you can't. And I have huge respect for my colleagues who are still in the service and manage to, do their jobs in a very professional way, and they are continuing to, even though they were slammed in the impeachment process by the administration.
Yes.
And I've just got huge respect for the people who do. But no, career foreign service officers are just that, career. I came in under George Bush Sr., served under Clinton, served under George Bush Jr., served under Obama, whom else? And your job is to implement the policy that is determined by the elected officials, and that's what you do.
Yeah. And if
And
you're the ambassador for the
if
Ukraine.
you can't do it, you resign.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go to you, Samina, because I think Ben should just be made to wait. Samina, from an international perspective, ahead of his election, Donald Trump, first time around 2016, at different times said he would strongly consider closing mosques down in the US. Within a week of becoming president, he signed an executive order blocking Syrian refugees and then banned citizens of 7 predominantly Muslim countries from entering the United States for 90 days. What did you make of him? And 4 years on, what did his words mean?
Okay, before I answer that, I do want to point one thing. My 2 siblings, brother and sister, they are based in America with their whole extended family. So there's a whole packy mob there, with due respect, that sits there and that gives us a sense of what's happening in America. When he came to power before that, I had a suspicion that he was going to be elected, even though everybody said he won't be. But I was still shocked. But when he came up with that ban, I very vividly remember my father, who's also a green card holder, he was going into America, and my sister was putting in place all these things in case he was not allowed to come out, and getting all the lawyers online and how he'd be helped. He's just turned 90. So there was a very clear fear that he was targeting Muslims. 4 years down the line, it's very interesting. I find that my packy mob is still very democratic, support Democrats. They've been staying up most of the nights. But then there are Muslims in America who are actually promoting themselves as Muslims for Trump. And it makes me wonder how they've been looking at his policies, because if you look at it very objectively, analyzing international politics, he has been one of the most disruptive presidents in terms of building America's relations with Muslim world. He's totally different from Obama, who went to Cairo and talked about building links. He's totally different even from Reagan, who, he was there and he had very strong opinions, but he knew how to relate to Muslim world. What does he do? He starts off very intelligently by engaging with Saudi Arabia, has a sword dance with them. And then he makes it very clear that he is with the Saudis against the Iranians. So he's dividing the Muslim community, he's dividing Muslim countries, but at the same time, and that's where I come with Robin and Gordon's point, he obviously uses some language that appeals to a minority of Muslims in America who think he's okay. And what baffles me even more is that there's some Muslims outside America who also think that he's okay, including my younger brother, who is a former diplomat, and he's been on TV every right, left, and center saying, I support Trump.
Is that in Pakistan?
Yeah, so I actually was writing to him this morning. I said, you're bringing shame to the family. Don't do that. But the point is, what he's reflecting is an opinion that at some level, Trump has shifted his policies, and at least with reference to Afghanistan, he's beginning to acknowledge Pakistan's significance. So people are looking at it differently from America in the Muslim countries. But I still think if we were to have this discussion even 10 years down the line, I don't think it's been very good for America's relationship with the Muslim world.
Yes. I am going to turn to why Donald Trump has been so successful, because it's a very relevant and important conversation. And in a few moments, I'm just going to read some quotes from a former chairman of the Republican Party who did a piece with Peter Hartcher in the Sydney Morning Herald, and his observations are really interesting, so I'll get to that in a minute. Benjamin, what have you seen in the last few days that has made you think, I was expecting this to happen, there is a pattern emerging that I completely understand? And do you look at that situation and say, and how does that compare to who we are and what we do?
Look, I've been blindsided, actually. And I think most political scientists have been. In fact, I think academics, everyone who has had an expectation around this election from a sort of rationality, studying the opinion polls, making projections, all the things that we do, basically got it wrong. This was a near-death experience. Trump almost won. In fact, I'll tell you something that has been totally uncovered in the entire media. There is a third candidate, Joe Jorgensen, who ran, Libertarian candidate, who siphoned off between 1 and 1.5% of the vote in every one of these states that are being won on 0.1% of the vote. So it's a bit like what happened with Nader in the Gore and Bush election 20 years ago. Thank God she ran, because most of that siphoning came from the Republican side. And I say thank God, this is partisan. I think 4 more years of Trump would have just been such a disaster. And it almost happened, and we were all wrong. I was wrong on your show just a couple of days ago, but we were all wrong. So, no, we have to, as Samina and others say, we have to completely go back to basics from the analysts, because we don't understand what is going on. Like, everyone has their pet theories now, and will have these post hoc explanations of why basically half of America who turned out voted for Trump. But we really don't know, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's fantastic that you're here this afternoon. And in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we're going to have some roving microphones. And if you've got some questions, please ask them. Don't get in the car and be halfway home saying, I wish I'd done that. Because there's great expertise up here, and an opportunity for you to get some answers to things that matter to you. So I hope that you'll take that advantage. This is not, we don't want this to be too formal. We want it to be pretty relaxed. I mentioned Peter Hartcher. He'd interviewed a guy named Michael Steele. Michael was the chairman of the Republican Party for 2 years, and the conversation was about the popularity of Donald Trump. And this is what he said. A lot of people have borne a sense of displacement, a sense of anger, a sense of frustration, a sense of being left behind. They see others moving into their neighbourhood. They don't look like you, but they seem to be doing better than you. Who are they? Where are they from? How much are they making? I'm a God-fearing person. Why are they tearing down the family? No one listens to them, he observes, and their concerns. And then this brash, populist son of a bitch comes along. This despot, remember this is the former chair of the Republican Party, this despot weaves a fairy tale about what he will do, and it's in a very aggressive lock her up kind of way. People feel a sense of security from that. Yes, be my avatar, fight for me. That's the ugly crap we see across the globe, the white nationalism, the nationalism writ large, the distorted populism, and you can translate that to Europe and even parts of Australia. And an interesting question might be, does that phenomenon, Gordon Flake, live on? And we have to assume the answer would be yes, don't we?
Well, it certainly does. And over the last 4 days, there has been considerable angst among erudite observers of politics. And how in the world did Donald Trump get more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016? At least 2 million more votes. I mean, how did 70 million Americans look at the last 4 years and say, hey, I'll have me 4 more of those, right? But if you step back and think about it, Michael Steele is a good guy. I mean, when I moved to Maryland, this was 20 years ago, I was a Republican. And Michael Steele was still the Republican Party chairman of Maryland. So he's the first person I called, right? And I've now since, for the last 10 years, worked with him on the Australian-American Leadership Dialogue. Interestingly enough, there are actually 2 former chairmen of the Republican National Committee who endorsed Joe Biden. Mark Roscoe from Montana and Michael Steele in this process. And he has put his finger on it, but I want to go back to your earlier question. Part of this is a failure on the part of progressives to really understand and speak to the forgotten Americans. And it's not just the poor, the impoverished, that group. It's also those people of faith, those people who are deeply concerned about issues like abortion, and they have aided and abetted by Murdoch media, aided and abetted by political people who utilize these divisions to foster resentment, built up an image of the Democratic Party that is horrendous, right? So no matter how milquetoast Joe Biden may be in actuality, he is just a front man for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the squad of all these liberals who hate America and who want to chop up babies, right? And so it's this sense of otherism, a sense of a tribalism that we're in. So we don't like Donald Trump. He's rude, he's crude, and he's crass. But the other side is worse, right? And so I don't think that you really have to be so depressed because several reasons. Number one, that perception was made much worse over the last 4 years by the president himself. A president who is willing, rather than to bring the country together, to foment division. So the notion that more people felt more aggrieved 4 years later is not surprise given the megaphone of the presidency. And again, he was aided and abetted by a media environment where people who are living in small town America watch nothing but Fox News, which is Murdoch media, and the local TV stations are all owned by the Sinclair Corporation. Yep. So they get nothing. They get nothing but that. And so most of them are not bad people. Most of them are not deplorables. There is that core group of the MAGA people who love to go to the rallies, who actually like what Donald Trump is saying. Most of them are uncomfortable with it, but they're living in a different universe. And I said something to Ben. I'll be quick here. I'll stop here. There's polls done in the last couple of days that said among voters for Trump, I think something like 70% of them believe that the COVID-19 pandemic is under control, despite the fact there was 134,000 new cases today, right? That just tells you they're living in a different universe because that's what they read and hear from their president and from their TV. They also believe that the U.S. economy has been doing better than any period of time in history. When again, these are not debatable issues, they're factual issues, right? But they're living in that fact-free zone. Once we are deprived of the megaphone of the presidency and that bubble is pierced, I have great confidence in the cleansing power of transparency. And so just, sunshine will work through. It just takes longer.
Yeah.
So,
Robin.
I love being on panels with Gordon.
Yeah.
Because he's so optimistic. And I wish I could be. And we have to be because there's no choice. But I just think, his point about, again, what can I bring you that somebody else can't? I can bring you my stories. My sister and her husband, my brother-in-law, they have COVID right now. They are hopefully getting over it. I am sure they voted for Trump. My brother, they turn on Fox News when they get up in the morning, and it does not get turned off all day. It's on the whole day in their very nice, comfortable house. They're educated. They both have master's degrees, successful farmers. But that's the world they operate in. You drive across Kansas, you only hear country music stations and rabid right-wing talk radio. That's just despicable. And that's it. And if you look at the media spending on the campaigns, whether it's even for Senate races, it's all around the outside of the cake. It's like somebody decided to frost this cake that's the United States and only put the frosting around the rim. And the media spending in Kansas, for example, was higher than it's been in other elections, but nothing compared to, say, Florida or the swing states. And so you have these people that they just, of course they're going to operate in their bubble. And I'll admit, I operate in my bubble. Every once in a while, I think I should try to find something that's not CNN, that's not MSNBC, that's a bit more neutral, and you know, but who's out there? I mean, thanks for the ABC. I have to go to an Australian
But can I ask the audience? Put your hand. No, we operate in a bubble too. Please put your hand up if you think, when it comes to the things you are interested in or you believe in, do you exist in something of a bubble?
Yeah.
Put your hands up. Where the media you look at, the things you read, are essentially, I mean, it's natural that we do, but reinforce how you feel.
Yeah. But could you just take Rupert Murdoch back, please? You can have him.
Samina, I'd like to ask you something about that, because we will then talk about what the future looks like, and I want to talk to Benjamin about what is similar and what is different. But this idea that political discourse has become so polarised that I can't possibly accept your point of view, or because your point of view is different to mine, I will now find 10 things about you that I don't like and would prefer not to be in your company. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of it about, and it's incredibly dangerous to our democracies. How do you see it?
Exactly the way you are saying, it's dangerous. But I think what's sad that I find in this whole picture is that both the sides, if we say there are two sides, they have been creating their own narratives. And if we're just focusing on America, I think you're talking just about the media, but I would even say, and I'm sure my former American friends are going to scream about it. But I remember reading some 10 years ago that educational system in America, with due respect, is not as good now as it used to be. So the young people who get educated, they're not exposed to a variety of ideas, and those who do get exposed to are really in those areas that support the Democrats. So we've got a wider community that listens to whatever else someone is saying and shapes their ideas based on that. And then, of course, comes somebody like Trump, who, you know, and that's where Ben would smile, because I've been saying that there's so much similarity between America today and Pakistan. All you need is a mad guy to stand up and say, that's the world that you need to follow. And without thinking about it, you just start shaping your ideas along those lines. Once we have that situation with Trump working on the narratives that were there and then creating a sense of identity, it feeds exactly into the idea of the other. And again, I'll pick up what my younger brother said. You know, he voted before because he has to work, he's a doctor. And he said his main concern was that would there be those racists who don't stand out in public, but are racist and would not want minorities to be there, to go for Trump. So there are two sets of identities that are working, and I'm making a very generalized statement. One who says everyone who doesn't support Democrats is a racist, and these who say everyone who supports Democrat is a communist or a socialist somehow. And so once you have these two different, absolutely different opposing identities, what does it do? It removes the space for discussion.
Yeah.
It removes the space for any accommodation, any mediation to say, how do we find a solution elsewhere? Is there any room to maneuver? I think that's where we have a problem. It's a problem that America has started, but America is not the only one. And we need to be very careful in our democracy that we are not promoting those tendencies either. So I wouldn't just simply go with the media. I think it's the families, it's the educational institutions, it's the society and our political leaders. But I have to say one thing. Ben, I was convinced that Trump would get more votes than everybody was saying, because we forget. We don't look at what happened last time. There were all this news about Hillary coming in, and she didn't. So I don't know why we start looking at it and saying, oh, the pundit said this is what's going to happen, and look, it's happening. Wow, where did the world go to? It didn't go anywhere. These are the two worlds being created. These are the two worlds we are creating right around the world. And so not just simply in America, but I think Australia and elsewhere, this othering of each other, unless we stop that consciously, creates possibilities of conflict.
Ben, how similar or different are we to them? And is there something of an answer? And that was an unfortunate choice of words, but is there something in the way this country responded to COVID-19 and the way the United States responded or didn't respond to COVID-19? Are we fundamentally different in that we have faith in certain public institutions here?
Well, it's a really key question. I ask this question to my students. We go through all the Trump stuff, or look at a Trump rally where they're, the sort of behaviour there, and I ask my students, could this happen here? And I normally expect my students to say, oh, I don't know. But most of them, young people on social media, deeply, involved, not ABC listeners mostly, I'm afraid. They sort of, it could happen here, and they always talk about this echo chamber of social media, this reinforcing. I would say that's true, but we have some wonderful safeguards in terms of our political institutions that don't exist in the United States. I mean, we have compulsory voting, we have preferential voting, we have proportional representation in the Senate. So smaller parties, there are actual other parties can get represented and put forward a voice. We have independent electoral commission, not party operatives ultimately running things. We have centralised processes, which, I work on electoral systems. I'm still learning about the American model, and every day I learn more. I realise how little I know, because it comes down to not just state level, but county level variations across this enormous country. So we have some very helpful guardrails in our political system, but beyond that, we are as subject to, I hate hearing sometimes my colleagues or people say, oh, God, there's so many dumb Americans. How can you believe it? That's not it. That's really not it. It's something about the way political institutions enable either fairly centrist politics, which is what we have here, or in the United States, they've been pushing the other way. You've got more polarised politics. And that then sets up a feedback loop between the political system and society at large. And I think that's what we're seeing after 4 years of this incredibly inflammatory, divisive presidency. Society has become more polarised, partly as a result of the Trump presidency. Last word, I just say, the Democrats got one thing very right, which is they chose the blandest, most moderate candidate. And I think, there was lots of debates all through the primaries, and I remember saying, oh, don't pick Biden, not Biden, anyone but Biden. But they made the right call. They made the right call, and it's just, as I said, we just had this near-death experience, but they got them over the line.
Okay.
Can I toss something in there?
Yeah.
I just think it's really important to note, too, instead of the difference with Australia, is you have a parliamentary system. And the presidential system is what lends itself to this clash of personalities. Whereas the parliamentary system, you got to get along. I don't like it because you never know if they're going to get stabbed in the back, but they got to make a lot of people happy on their own side, and you don't get this one big person coming to the fore, or at least you haven't in the time I've been involved with Australia. So I think that's a big difference.
So can I just 2 seconds? I mean, we need to, I'm naturalized as an Australian citizen this last February, so next March will be my first election to vote here. But we have to be careful about patting ourselves in the back too much. Trumpism is impacting Australia. I regularly will speak to kind of young leaders groups from both parties, policy committees, et cetera. And particularly on the right side of our spectrum here in Australia, I would say a quarter to a third of them are Trumpists who do not believe in free trade but fair trade, who take cues in rhetoric and attitude from Washington. So one of the really important things about what we're talking about today is it impacts us here today, right? Because, the United States, by dint of its size and its influence and its media, if those things become the norm in the United States, it will continue to have influence upon us here. So I think we can breathe a sigh of relief that the most powerful office in the planet will no longer be spouting racist bile, no longer be spouting anti-science kind of, whether it's vaccines or COVID-19, conspiracy theories, climate change. That's all impacted us here too. So we're not as insulated as we might think we are. 4 more years of this, we'd really be feeling it. Right?
Yeah, and the other observation too in other places, there's a reason why populism has enjoyed enormous success in Europe, why Nigel Farage was able to convince a lot of people that an idea that had always been a sort of number 9 on the list of 10 when it came to priorities would suddenly become a referendum and change Britain's relationship with Europe. And we were forever saying, how could people be so stupid? It's a very dangerous thing to say, about other people, because it is so lacking respect for one, their capacity to learn other things as well. I want to, and I'm sorry it's been very Donald Trump focused, but that's what the world has looked like. And now I'd like you all to just take a little breath of air and consider what a Biden presidency and what impact it might have in our parts of the world. And Gordon, I will come to you. It's a part of the world in which we are anxiously pretending that China isn't flexing its expansionist muscle or intending to turn away some $6 billion worth of exports. You are also expert in all matters North Korea. Apart from the question, how will the US now engage with Rocket Man? What do you think is going to happen in this part of the world?
So I'll try to keep it brief because I know time is short. There has been a lot of ink spilled in the last 2 months about what this election means for Australia and for our region. I actually think they're missing the point. Our bilateral relationship with the United States is very strong. Unless you think I have nothing but bad things to say about conservatives, I think the Abbott government, the Turnbull government, the Morrison government have done better than any other country in the planet on managing the disruption of the Trump administration. They've handled that alliance very well, very skillfully, and they should be recognized for doing that. But having said that, the problem in our relationship is not the bilateral relationship. It's not climate change. Those things can be worked out. It really is the broader environment, our region. And this you have to understand our mantra here in Australia, which is rules-based order, rules-based order. Right? Because as a relatively small population of 25 million people in a region with almost 4 billion people, our ability to have sovereignty, our ability to protect our security, of course relies upon our own defense forces and alliance with the United States, but it also relies on us living in a world where might does not make right, where there are rules, there are institutions, there are standards, there are norms, there are organizations, which is why Aussies are the most full-throated advocates for multilateralism in the world. We love multilateralism, right? Well, for the last 3-4 years, the Trump administration's America First policy has been an America Alone policy, and he has trashed trade agreements, the World Health Organization, the Paris Climate Accords, anything multilateral which directly impacts us. So a Biden presidency would mean the United States returning to a much more normal role as an institution builder, an institution sustainer, in which means that the spectrum for Australia and US working together moves from the bilateral to the regional and the global, and that's a good thing.
Samina Yasmeen, a South Asia perspective, please.
Okay, there's been a feeling that somehow America and India have become very strong, with Trump and Modi's friendship being really the basis of that relationship. My reading is that even if it's confirmed that Biden is the next president, the relationship between India and America is not going to change, because that reflects interest of groups in the military, in other sections of the government, and they're independent of the changes at the top. India and America have signed a series of agreements, say, in the last 4 years, 2016, 2018, 2020 recently. It deals with Indian access to geospatial details, access to logistic facilities, and even other cooperation. So I would say when it comes to India-America relationship, it's going to continue the way it is. In fact, it's probably going to build on that because what Gordon hasn't talked about, even Biden has talked about China, not in the way that Trump talks about, but he focuses on cooperation and confrontation both. So in that sense, I think America is going to continue to rely on India as a counterweight to the Chinese. What does that do to America-Pakistan relationship, which has been always creating a lot of conflict? I think Trump had recognized after initial really lousy tweets about Pakistan that America needs Pakistan to reduce its presence in Afghanistan. Now, the fact that that process might change or not in the same way that Trump wanted would really depend upon who would take over from Zalmay Khalilzad. So if Zalmay Khalilzad or someone like him stays in the picture, then maybe Pakistan would still say that, okay, America is building links with India, but we are not insignificant. But I think that whole picture is going to be very unsettling. One human aspect of this, which I was talking to you about, which is really funny, like since Kamala Harris was selected, you look at Indian media and they'll all bring out pictures of, say, you know, she's part from India. This is where she grew up. This is what she looked like. So she's ours. So when Biden comes in, we're in a great shape. And when you talk to, again, the Paki mob that I'd started with, they send me coverage to say, actually, Kamala Harris from the start was very critical of the Indian government's decision to revoke Article 370 that gave Kashmir a special status. And that's what Pakistan government under Imran Khan is building its whole image on. So it would be interesting to see how India would own or disown Kamala Harris and how Pakistan would say, she may be of Indian background, but really she's American and she is more normal than the previous. So I think that's an interesting bit, but I haven't talked about Iran. I think that's a separate story. I could if we had time.
What I'd like to do, and thank you very much, we'd like some questions from you, and then I'm going to finish with an observation from our panel, the things that give you hope about whatever is unfolding in the United States. So please just raise your hand, tell us who you are, and we'll do our darndest.
What do you want, my name or my age?
Your social security number, sir.
Okay, fair enough. It starts with 3. My name's Nigel, and I would just like to ask the question to the panel. Do you think Donald Trump was a one-off phenomenon, or will someone else like him reappear? And the second question is, do you think this time the Democrats will pick one?
Would you like to have a go at that?
Me? Sure. No, he's not a one-off, and he's actually provided a new template for disruptive, conservative. You know, conservative's actually the wrong word. What he did was take some traditional left-wing ideas like economic protectionism and various things that working class people in particular, some benefits for working class people, and meld them with some traditional right-wing approaches, tax cuts, and create a new model. And that's a model that will reappear. And so I don't think we're necessarily going to see the height of sort of just ugliness and craziness, but some of the other issues, yeah, we'll see them again for sure.
Can I disagree with Ben? Because again, my role here is to be optimistic. The interesting thing about the last 4 years is really there are no mini Trumps. There are a lot of pretenders, but Trump really is a sociopath, right? He is incapable of shame. He's incapable, and that led to a very unique phenomenon. Things that would normally destroy any other politician and continue to destroy every other politician that tries to be like him didn't faze him. He gets caught in a lie, he comes back and repeats it 10 times. He gets caught with a porn star, comes back and does it again, right? So it's just, I have yet to see mini Trumps. I've yet to see others. They're populists, but populists are not new. Trump is a one-off.
Okay, now can I disagree with this? I think I'm on Ben with this. Because I really think what you're missing is that once you start a narrative of othering and having this image of, the world is bad, others learn it. And over a period of time, as my research on Islamic militancy tells me, people come up who would use the same, they'll reframe it, but in a way that sells at that time. So I don't think it's one-off idea.
And could we add, unless he's a convicted felon by then, he can run again in 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let that not be the last thing you think of tonight. Over there, please, and to whomever. Don't be alarmed, sir. It's a microphone. Speak.
Okay. My name's Arthur. I'm just wondering if any of you can see any parallels between what's been happening in the United States lately and, say, the last days of the Roman Republic, with the undermining of institutions and accepted norms. Can you see a similar trajectory there?
Well, we don't have a horse in the Senate yet. But
I wouldn't put it past Donald. I think of that.
Look, I think one of the issues, and this is particularly an issue for the media, is we are all going to have to de-Trumpify ourselves. We're going to be back to normal transmission. Did you hear Biden today? I mean, it was just straight template.
And it was fantastic. When he finished, they came back and they said, well, Joe Biden said this, rather than,
this was a lie.
So I think I'm hoping we've seen peak kind of the Caligula kind of comparison, and actually politics, we're going to have to start talking about politics as policy again and trade-offs and all these boring kinds of things rather than the freak show that we've had for the last 4 years.
Hands up, please. Any ladies, please. The lady down to the...
Hey, there's one here.
No, I know there. I'm just trying to organise microphones. To this lady down the front, please.
Yeah, my name is Nancy. While everyone was watching the numbers for the president, I'm more interested in the House of the Representatives and the Senate, because I noticed these two are Republicans, and my concern is how are these going to work well with the president, and what kind of clashes, what's the predictions if it ends up being highly, Republicans versus a Democrat, let's say, president.
Well, thank you. I think I was going to try to end us on that downer note, but we'll address it now. To me, the most scary thing is not the 69.5 million people who voted for Trump. It's the fact that we are nearly certainly, there's a good chance we're going to have a Republican-controlled Senate. We have the chance of runoffs in Georgia that could change that. That is going to be the most expensive Senate race on ever. And so it's going to be very hard. We talk about what's Biden going to do here, there. First of all, it's going to be a lot of healing having to happen. Secondly, they have already said, Mitch McConnell has already said, I'm going to stop anything I can. So whatever the president-elect does when he's president is going to have to be by executive decree, and they're going to spend an awful lot of bandwidth trying to figure out ways to get this obstreperous Senate to work with them. Gordon, do you have?
Just briefly, Gordon, because I want to try and get
I'm
to...
okay.
Let's just keep going with questions, because we are...
The House will stay
pretty
Democratic.
Close to time.
The House will
to
stay
the lady with the hat, and then the gentleman up the back. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Aisling. I'm kind of looking for excuses for optimism. And so I've been looking to the recent New Zealand election, and I'm wondering if that provides us any hope or kind of tonic or models or inspiration to... You were talking about the kind of the division, right, that American politics has kind of pushed to either side. And the New Zealand approach seems to provide some pathways for more inclusion, more diversity. So is there cause for hope, and can we take some lessons?
Who would like to say that?
I'm happy to. So what New Zealand did 20 years ago was change their electoral system to proportional representation, and that they went from a very two-party system, sort of similar to the American system in some ways. There were basically, two parties, and that was it. And what that's done over time is allowed this flowering of diversity in all sorts of ways. It's allowed political parties also to become more internally diverse, to put, gay candidates forward, LGBTQ. The Maori issue has been dealt with differently. But the fundamental change was that they changed their political institutions. If America could change their political institutions in a similar way, politics would change enormously. The problem in America is that the people who have to make the change of the political institution are the existing politicians, and they don't want to change it.
I'll just say, remember, for 8 years, America had an African-American president. And just wake me up when New Zealand has a Maori president, right, or prime minister. At the same time, we now, in a matter of months, will have an Indian-American / African-American vice president woman who could well be next president. So the system isn't entirely bereft of hope in that process.
And also be very clear that in this country we have two political parties that dominate profoundly, and we seem to think that there's very little room for other voices in the parliament. We push them to the side. The gentleman in the pink shirt.
Thank you to the panel. My name's Michael McPhail. My question is about the impact of the last 4 years on the Australian-American relationship and our place in the Indo-Pacific region. I think it's fair to say that the last 4 years under Trump have put Australia in a really awkward position when it comes to China, and we've seen that play out. And I think it's also fair to say that the next 4 years might be something of a balm for that, in that more measured, less belligerent, etc. But I think we've learned we can't rely on America anymore in the way that we have and our allies have over the last 50 years. So what does that mean for Australia and how we need to conduct ourselves in the Indo-Pacific region?
That's a great question, and I'm just not sure who's going to answer it first.
Well, can I just start? Personally, I think this whole discussion of the Quad, which really reflects, and Ben may have a different opinion on that, America, Australia, India, and Japan. I think it's a very undemocratic sort of a grouping that's coming up. Australia needs to get out of that. Australia needs to rely on its own identity in the region as someone very different, similar but different. To say we can make our own decisions, it doesn't mean, exactly as Gordon was saying, that we don't have to give up on our relationship with the US. That's important, we retain that. But we don't have to compromise our relationship with China. We have to retain that too. Because there's no point building one at the expense of another. And I think it's time that we started looking at the region as a country in the region rather than one that says, gee, really, we're here, but we're not here. We're really outsiders, somehow connected with someone else. I think it's time for Australia to actually reassess its identity in the region and reassess how we are playing our relationships with America vis-a-vis China.
And just to show that the diversity of opinion within the political science faculty at UWA, I completely disagree.
I know.
So I think the Quad's been a great initiative for Australia at sport. Us together with three other major and much bigger and more important democracies in the region. It's provided a counterbalance to China. Really, our relationship with the United States is a source of great strength for Australia in Asia. It's been hugely difficult over the last 4 years, but as Gordon says, the government's actually handled things very well. Our diplomatic service, our ambassadors, everyone has handled the Trump nightmare really well. Well, you can say rubbish, but they have. They've sucked up to Trump when they needed to suck up to him. They've kept us free from the sorts of aggressive actions that the Americans have taken against many other allies. We have been untouched, and 4 years later, we're still in a good position. So, no, we have a completely different point of view on that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we'll find it out later.
I have to say it, but the work I do insists that I look at the clock and do as the clock says. I'm just going to ask our panel very quickly to tell me, not reasons for concern, reasons for hope. And I'm starting with you, Robin, just very briefly.
Well, we hope that an electoral process works and there will be a peaceful transition. And that's a pretty amazing thing when you think of the rhetoric that's been going on. So I'll be with Gordon on this one. I'm optimistic that we will have a change of power in a peaceful way, and that's what democracy's for.
Gordon Flake.
There has been a lot of talk for the last decade about the weakness of democracy. Because the United States does not have mandatory voting, general turnout in presidential elections is, in the 50 percentile range, 50 to 53. Last election it was 58. This time it is estimated it will be as much as 67%, the highest turnout in over 100 years. That for democracy is a good thing, right? There were 101 million ballots cast before Election Day itself. Looks like maybe more than 60 million the day of. And let me just 10 seconds in here. I was born and raised on the Navajo Nation in rural Arizona. Among the Native American people there, the Navajos, they had only 85,000 registered voters. Of those, 79,000 turned out to vote, which is an 89% turnout rate among a people who had language issues, poverty, infrastructure issues, and were hit horribly by COVID-19. Of those, 96% voted for Joe Biden, 96%. And Arizona is a state which may have been the tipping point in this election and will be decided by 20,000 votes. So in a democracy, your votes count, even if you're a Native American Navajo living in a northeast corner of Arizona, and you can turn out at historic levels and make a difference.
Samina.
Okay, what I look positively is hopefully with Biden, this agreement with Iran may be revisited. And so that would create some balance in the Gulf vis-a-vis Israel as well. And the Palestinian rights, which are being thoroughly compromised in Trump's presidency, maybe that could be looked at positively. And hopefully we will talk again about a two-state solution, because I think it's time. And the last thing that I think I'm really looking forward to is not having a president who's absolutely brash and a misogynist who says things against women and everybody claps.
Yeah, it's true.
And I think violence against women is out now, at least for 4 years.
Benjamin.
All right, I'm going to hold off optimism for 2 months because under the American political system, we've still got him for 2 more months. And, this is going to be amongst the most dangerous 2 months we've seen in the world for a while. So 2 months, and then I'll be off.
There's a note. Ladies and gentlemen, Samina Yasmin, Benjamin Riley, Robin McClellan, and Professor Gordon Flake, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon.
Thanks to the panel. I think we could have kept that one going for a while, a lot more questions, but we have another, thanks Jeff, another musical interlude from Cathie Travers, and she's just going to come and set up. We'd love you to stay around. There's one more panel after this one, which is about cancel culture, which has actually popped up a lot today, that theme. And at 7 p.m, we're really privileged to have an Aboriginal storyteller who's going to come and do a fireside yarn with us, Ron Bradfield Jr. And then at 8 p.m, as the sun sets, you'll see the State Library lit up with images from our collection and a fabulous music track from Cathie Travers. And then after that, we have a WA super band, some amazing Western Australian musicians who are going to come together in a once-off event as a band and play some songs that we all remember. So Cathie's just getting herself set up, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello there, and here is some musical entertainment. This is a tune from Brazil, one of my favourite tunes ever, called Tombo in 7. Thank you. So as Margaret said, a little later there is a rather spectacular projection all across the front of the building, which is a lot of images from the collection that the library holds. And although I did put the soundtrack together, there are also contributions from other West Australian musicians, both contemporary musicians and dating back to the 50s, in fact. So it'd be nice if you stuck around and had a look and a listen. This is a song from France. Thank you, and on to the next panel.
And,